a bit nasty, I'm going to be honest. But if we can close here higher, if we can still be bouncing off the 90 EMA, I have no qualms about getting long here again. And it looks like, you know, maybe my point of entry was bad, but I still think the long thesis could be a vibe. I just want to see us break back above that 229, hold our 228.90. I know I'm very needy, right? I got a couple things I want Tesla to do before I can get involved here. But it's all good. The party's over for NVIDIA, says Angelo. Oh, Tesla, okay, Tesla would have been a short there. Yeah, NVIDIA bouncing, I don't know if you're meaning like on a longer term here, but yeah, NVIDIA right now, actually, I would say higher highs, higher lows here a little bit. We're bouncing off VWAP quite nicely, but we do have these topping tail candles, and Sharif definitely called that interesting area here around 122.20s. Let's take a look at the daily chart to see what we see on the day for NVDA. Yeah, I mean, sorry, that we're gonna, because that I know the split makes it a little bit difficult. Yeah, it's been a little bit of wild and woolly here for NVIDIA, but we've certainly been holding up decently around these 120s. We'll get below, but we'll hold this 120, 122 area pretty well. Brendan was mentioning this is a big desk as well, that 123 has been an area of interest here for NVIDIA. But man, NVIDIA breaking below that 122. I was interested in long off VWAP potentially, but Sharif definitely called those topping tail candles. Now I think I see a short in these here hills for NVDA.
Oh yeah, it's rejecting, yeah.
Tesla, how are you doing? Oh, okay, I missed the short in Tesla here. But you know, Tesla, if you want to come back to that 228.70s, 228.50s area, I like it. If you want to reject, I will take you short. You know, as I said, qualmless, zero qualms. I'm still seeing lower highs in the book, even from when I first pulled this up. We were getting to 228.20s. Now we're getting to 228.10s, now 228.10s. So I want to be keeping an eye on this here. Let's see, Tesla, either we bounce to 228 or we reject La. And yeah, I am aware of the fact that I have a short bias, but I think sometimes when I try to flip long, that's when things go awry as well. So just trying to be finding opportunities that make sense, no matter what direction they come in. How are you doing?
Yeah, very close to getting filled here on Meta, as it did come into my level. So that low printed 505.61, I'm waiting at 55s. So it's not like I was trying to avoid it or anything. There you go, 63s showing up on the tape. Yeah, it's bouncing though. So, and last time I chased Meta, I wasn't happy. So I don't want to chase it again. It's going to have to trigger my resting order for me to weasel in at this level. I like this level because it is an area crest. It is also the 10 exponential after a big move up. And okay, there we go. How are we partially filled? Seriously? All right, so yeah, I know. Anyway, so we're going to put up a beak wetter. Where are we at here? So we got filled at 55s. So let's put up a beak wetter at set 75. We'll get it. We'll put that there. It's already showing 79s, but it's going to have to cross. So yeah, you guys know how Meta is. This is kind of the way it acts. So keep in my patience with Meta. 61s on the bid, 79s on the ask. I have my out through the break of 505. So we're going to have to risk a little bit over here to profit on this trade. So we're going to. I'm in it at the moment, still partially filled though, still can get the full fill, so I'll keep my eyes there. Apple is coming into the 20 exponential as well. So Apple really retracing here, and I think this is the first time on the day that it's actually touched the 20 exponential. This candle got pretty close, this candle at 1120. Obviously the IB high, or the first couple of candles at 930 and 935 all go through the 20, but it hasn't touched the 20 since that time. So here we go. It just touched the 20. The 20 is hanging out at 219.24. So we'll see if Apple bounces off this level. Very interesting here for AAPL. Now we got the full fill on Meta, and my stop is already in place. So it's going to have to bounce here. Otherwise, we're going to take another L, and it's already coming down into 505. And there it is. So we just got stopped out of Meta again. Bit of a tougher day for me today. Don't feel like I have the right read on it, but we're going to keep trying to see what we can get it there.
I love that. I'm the same way. Like, I feel the same. I don't have the best read on everything. I know I keep getting involved in Tesla, but it's like if I see stuff I like, I would rather try at something that's, like I said, a bit more challenging for me than to go with something I'm more comfortable with. I did get out of that Tesla short because we got below the 228s nicely, but we couldn't really hold below 228s. Now it's breaking lower, so it's all good there. I was risking to like that 228 kind of 20 area, ended up getting 20 pennies, so I'm okay with that. Let's see though, Tesla. Let's see if you bounce, because I know Tesla at the 227 was really spicy. The 227.40 is interesting here on the chart for me. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm interested in playing this either direction. I'm just more comfortable playing the short. Also, Nikola, some people asking about, so let's see what's going on here. We just looked at Tesla, now let's look at Nikola. Shout out to Nikola Tesla. Wow, Nicola, great look here. They delivered, you know how last quarter they delivered a whole 30 trucks?
Yeah.
They delivered 72 trucks this quarter.
Oh my
above
God.
the estimates of 60 trucks.
That's
so a whole 12 more trucks.
Making gains there, Darren.
Yeah, sorry, we're not trying to be mean to Nicola there. We're not trying to piccola on Nicola. But there, yeah, so interesting look here. Definitely, I like this area here at 730. Look at that bounce. And it's interesting. It looks like it wanted to flat bottom break, didn't it? We have a lower high. We get to the 740s below VWAP, and then Nicola's like, what do you mean? It's hydrogen truck got charged to the upside here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 5-minute green candles. That is right, more than an hour of straight upside for NKLA on the 5-minute chart, to which I go, arr. But yeah, seriously, shout out to anybody in this long. This is a great look. NVIDIA here, coming back to the bottom of that previous range. I was interested in a little bit around that 70s area. Hey, NVIDIA, you want to be a short here? I will indeed be interested in a short here, but you know, you get at what you get at, and you don't get upset at, especially in meta. But yeah, seriously, shout out to Sharif in that meta there. Tesla, I said I wanted 227.38, so look where we broke below. That's right, Tesla. I want to see we do 227s. But if you give me short, sorry, my eyes are like a kid in Christmas morning. This is such a fun day to trade. And that's why I'm trying to focus less on P&L. Like, it's like, I'd rather be doing the progress and learning that I get through being involved in the trades. Tesla did bounce a little bit at 227s. I see you, Tesla. But if you want to make lower highs, which you're kind of making now, then I would be interested. Clearly, I gave up that first short early, but you know what? It's all good. You got to do what you got to do. You got to try things. And I do stand by that. Tesla coming back here, but continuing to reject at 227.30s, 227.40s, that area. That'll be where I'm looking for a short, but if we want to keep bouncing off 227s, I'm fully able to pivot long. I would like to see what the Cybertruck is saying to me, and maybe it's saying beep beep, maybe it's saying vroom vroom, maybe it's saying it needs to be charged. But either way, we're going to find out through reading this book.
Sounds good. Yeah, didn't really get into anything quite yet. Keeping my eye on Apple here at the 20 exponential. Holding for now. The future did break down, though, below its own 20 exponential, trying to hold at that 20,075. I don't want to trade for the sake of trading if my methods are not working. So I typically get retracements off the 10 or the 20, or I'm looking for key areas of support and resistance. If that isn't working on the day, I don't want to keep employing it to a negative effect. So I'm gonna either have to take it easy on the trades, or just completely look at something different. Because right now it ain't working for me today. I gotta tell you that. So right now, keeping an eye on AAPL at this level, looking to see if it bounces off the 20. The other level that I'm looking at for Apple is VWAP, which is right now 218.50. So that, still about 80 pennies south of that area there. So not coming in too quick. I'm seeing a whole lot of breakdown here on Meta. I'm seeing it on Softy. I'm seeing it on Amazon and Google as well. So weakness in those names, not so much in Tesla, NVIDIA, and Apple at these particular levels. But yeah, they were already NVIDIA was already a little bit weak. I'm still keeping an eye on Apple here. It's making incrementally lower lows. It was defending the quarter dollar earlier. Now, not really. So, yeah, I don't think that this is the right move for me to get in willy-nilly at the 20 exponential when it really hasn't proven that it was going to bounce off that level quite yet. Holding the quarter dollar, but for how long? So we want to see exactly what we get there. What are you guys looking at in the chat? Let me know if there are any small cap gappers that I may be missing here. I see SYT showing up on my scanner, so it behooves me to look at that. Let's bring in the side chart here and remove, Reddit found support at the 50. We'll remove ZAP and put SYT. What is this? Sila Technologies, no idea what this is. Let's load up a quick look. Sila Technologies, $75 million market cap. It's got umpteen amount of rejections at $3. What is going on here? Look at this chart, guys. I mean, look at this, just rejecting once, twice, and even OB thrice off that $3 area. And that was earlier on at $9.50 and has been the case on every subsequent attempt to breach 3. So this is super interesting what's happening over here. I'll have to look at the book to see what kind of sizeage there is sitting at 3, but just looking at the chart, I can already tell you that there is it's rejecting over and over and over again. So we'll keep an eye on that. GME did a topping tail candle into 2409, now back down to 23 87. So that's interesting. A lot of action happening there. What else we got? What else we got? Yeah, not much doing over here. Not much doing. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, so I was looking, and here's the issue. Do you want to shout out, I think it was Caputi Electronic Music saying, like, you know, because I am more short biased. I'm really upfront about that. You know, always be aware of bias, try to change that. So I think the issue is, too, is when I see longs, I don't trust them, which is part of the issue. I thought that 227.40s was a short, and the second I got into it, I was like, we're holding this now, get out. And I was like, well, I have no reason to get out. I ended up having to get out. I don't know, I was sounding like through my teeth there. But I think the real short here for Tesla is going to be off the 9 EMA. That is the area with which I should be playing around here. We are seeing, and again, if there's longs, like, I'll take them. I will fully admit I should have taken that long 227.40 instead of the short. I was literally talking about it as support too. It's like, Adira, come on, man. But that's the whole point. Like, you know, I am an optimist. You know, I'm down in the day, but I'm always up on positivity.
Dang.
We are bullish positivity here in this circle, along with our pal Trenda. I'm just gonna make Trenda an optimist with us too, because why not? So shout out there. She can't, it's not like she can say otherwise. Yeah. There we go. And she's green, she's physically green, so I'm gonna say she's up on the day. Me talking to the turtle notwithstanding, I still have eyes and stuff. Tesla, 228, interest. Sometimes you just gotta talk to turtles.
Yeah, why not?
Sometimes the trades are, you know, they're doing what you do. But the thing is here, I'm taking really small positions every time. But I'd rather take small positions and lose a little bit and learn than, you know what I mean? Like I do stand by that. Happy I didn't take that NVIDIA short though, because that would not have been indeed the vibe. We are still bouncing off 121.70. It looks like the long was certainly still in season there. But also in season, it looks like apples are in season there for Sharif. AAPL, you know, I mean, you're in the apple trade. AAPL is interesting here too.
Yeah, I'm trying for a 20-period retracement, but you know, I'm going to give it super tight room, which has kind of been my Achilles heel, because I've been giving things too tight of room and then getting stopped out.
It's hard.
Yeah, so it's my fault, obviously. I mean, nobody's putting in this stop except me. Right, so we're gonna.
Could be.
Can I blame Trenda? I mean, like I feel bad. Adira blaming
right? Yeah, I know, we're putting
stuffed
this on
animal. You know,
yeah.
Like it's a little bit. It's a little bit. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm looking for a move up, you guys, off the 20. That's the whole point of why I got into this trade. I'm keeping an eye on the future as well. We're a skosh below 20,100. We're trading in that 20,900 for a little while now. We did have this kind of doji bottoming tail candle come in, but the subsequent candle over here really hasn't made a new high and didn't really breach 20,100 again. So I don't want to rely too much on anything I see on the future to trade AAPL, especially because it's kind of doing its own thing. So it looks right now like it's accumulating for a breakdown here. I've given it a tight stop. If we move up above 30, great. We'll look to profit off that 20 exponential. But right now, not showing me what I want to see, quite frankly. I'm not seeing anything from a long perspective on the Mag 7 names. Everything looks like it's primed to set up for a short, whether it's the futures or whether it's NVIDIA rejecting umpteen amount of times off the 50 exponential. So it looks like I did have that idea, right? And this was the outlying move, this 122.50, and the 50 exponential has featured yet again. You had 1145 to basically 1205 right now, all rejecting off the 20 exponential. We'll see if that ends up maintaining, or that trend is maintained once we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome. The lesson of the day today is the no-fly zone. And what do I mean by that? I don't necessarily mean, you know, coming into the paint and whether it's like Mutombo or like, I don't know, Rudy Gobert, I guess it's a good shot blocker, and you don't want to test him. You just got to find another place to go, or throwing a pitch to Ohtani over the middle. Probably not a good idea unless you like seeing home runs. No, when it comes to trading, the no-fly zone, in a sense, is what is that one thing that you don't want to lose on? What is that one place you don't want to get burned? You know, don't touch a hot stove. Don't stand in front of a moving freight train. Now, you're gonna, every now and then you're gonna have a trade which is counter trend. There's no question about that. But what exactly is the setup or the idea behind, hey, I'm not gonna lose on this today? And where are some obvious places? Now, clearly, I think anybody watching today knows that this is going to describe Tesla, and I always attempt to look at the lesson of the day as something that came up or was learned in the moment here on a stock live. I think Tesla exemplifies the no-fly zone. So first things first, you have to have a very good reason for why you think this is standing out. And you had delivery numbers today. The expectation is that they were going to have a drop in deliveries. You had a lot of people saying that. You did have a few analysts that were pretty bullish on it, but that was not the bulk. This was a surprise move here on Tesla. And the first hint, let me go to a 3-minute chart so you can see the first hint that this was going to be a no-fly zone for mean reversion or short or anything like that was simply the activity when the number was announced. The volatility was absurd. The stock was trading at 206. It popped to $215. $9 move to the upside. Rinsed all the way back in, broke the lows, only to go right back into the highs. This is all in a matter of minutes. If I put this on a 1-minute chart, you can probably see it a little bit better if it's even going to load now. There you go. On a 1-minute, you'll see this initial wick. That is real. Up here, 215, back to the bottom, regains a higher low, then it just starts screaming. It actually dips at 213, pulls back into 211, and then there isn't even a red candle on a 1-minute chart till you get to 906. So you have about 5 or 6 minutes of just pure chaos before it even puts in a red candle. So right then and there, you've got an over-the-top, outsized move. I think you know you want to respect it here. There's no question about it. And if it had been to the downside, you could obviously say, yeah, we're going to stay away from going into the long when it's that weak. But once it is that strong, you know there is going to be the potential to break your back. Now, you would have heard me say in the live show, if I lose today going long on Tesla, so be it. I think that's the important thing. The other part of the confluence for this is, okay, so yeah, you know there's going to be ridiculous volume. Yeah, you know there's an event. And you know there's a ridiculous amount of volatility that just stepped in. So all of that, well and good. But what's the other part of the equation? When you zoom it out, is there anything significant happening in terms of breaking backs? Oh, we've already broken out multiple levels on the daily, breaking the 206, breaking yesterday's highs. You don't really have any clear resistance until you got to that 220 and then the trend high at the 227. So you've got like a way to go before you have anything that would give you, I mean, any confidence, I would say, in short levels, resistance levels, things of that nature. Everything about this was just a jailbreak to the upside. So I'm not saying you would never look for a shorting opportunity in here until it really calms down. But during the midst of that melee, and by the open, it did a pullback. So obviously it's going to, in the pre-market, you have different levels of liquidity. It did a pullback, not even thinking shorts then. You're just looking for those longs. It's even consolidating as we speak. It just cannot seem to hold. You cannot seem to hold this stock down at this point. But it's not the only thing out there when it comes to wanting a no-fly zone, or like, what's that one thing I'm not going to touch? What's that one thing I'm not going to get burned on? I'm going to give another sort of example here, and I'm going to look at advanced micro devices. AMD did not have news like Tesla, did not have any particular catalyst. To be honest, on the daily chart, there was nothing about it that even suggested that you had this kind of a move incoming. And you can see how ridiculous the move was. I mean, if anything, the stock was super weak yesterday. You look at this 15-minute, and you would have heard me wax poetic about 163 short and 166 short and all that good stuff. And as weak as it was yesterday, on a 15-minute, it was just hammer, hammer, hammer to the upside. The other aspect of saying there's a no-fly zone is not, I'm never going to go short it. In Tesla, maybe that was the answer. I'm not shorting the stock. In fact, for me, at least it was the answer. But with something like an AMD, when it doesn't make any sense, why is it going up? I don't know. It's breaking out when it was weak. I don't know what's going on. So it gets ridiculous parabolic strength. Sometimes the no-fly zone is wait till it gets somewhere that makes sense to you and then take the trade. Now, I was waiting for 163. I could have seen an argument that somebody would have liked the 161, this previous support. So a no-fly zone can simply be, well, as it's going up, I'm not taking the first available short. I'm not taking a 58 level. I'm not taking 59 because it's a round number. I'm not taking 160 because it's a round number. Stock is ridiculously strong. I can't think of any reason behind it or catalyst. It's defying all expectations or logic. Well, then wait till something very, very significant to take a shot at the stock. You don't always have to be in the trade at the exact moment or in it and and fearful of missing the perfect price, be willing to miss the trade to make the trade, especially when you're going counter trend. Trust me when I tell you, a counter trend trader should always be willing to miss the trade. Because like if you're joining the trend, you can get a little more aggressive. I think we've talked about this endlessly. But if you're going against the grain in the stock, then it behooves you to be very patient and very discerning and very confident in those levels. Otherwise, you're going to get chopped up. And there's nothing wrong with taking multiple shots if you have to. I'd rather take 5 paper cuts and then the 6th trade works and I'm fine. That's all well and good. But ideally, you only take the 1 trade and you're willing to miss out. So obviously I didn't get an AMD short, we were waiting for 163, but the no-fly zone was simply that entirety of the gap that didn't make any sense to me. So we stay away from it. It's an absolute runner. The other side of it is that key price of 156, and we mentioned this before, that key 156 price held like an absolute dime. So I think technically in hindsight, that could have been the reason for that strength, but we didn't think of that at the time. It just ended up being a complete no-fly zone. There were times when NVIDIA would be the no-fly zone to the upside. It's not really doing any of that today. I think it's a normal trading stock. But if you can't figure out that Tesla on a day like today is a day you might want to hold back, make sure you have some more reasonable trading, range-bound trading, chop up, all this stuff before you think about short, because 230 doesn't look all that bad. After it's calmed down, you can at least make some reasonable trades. You can't do that at the open when it's going nuts. AMD, when it's going absolutely parabolic, you just can't do that. You've got to sell, you got to take a step back, understand that that is not the direction, find places to join the trend. There's nothing wrong with it. I would argue that, something like an Apple, if you're completely determined, I am going to short tops, Apple at the 220 level. This would be an idea that if you were looking to short a level, I was in an Apple long, but if you're looking to short a level, why look at Tesla? Apple had that all-time high at 220. It's a much more controlled trade. It didn't have a ridiculous catalyst. It gives you something to work with here on Apple. So there's always somewhere else to look. If you want a mean reversion, then take your shots, but make sure that you stay away from these obvious no-fly zones. Apple, there were plenty of short the pop situations off the open. Yeah, you're probably losing if you're fighting the trend, but there's lots of places you could have actually made money going short on the way up, and the 220 ends up holding almost all the way into VWAP. So understand when you have heightened volatility, something like Tesla, it's obvious sometimes from the start, and you just need to get out of its way and look somewhere else. And other times, if it flat out makes no sense, and I'm just throwing AMD out there because that's the one that didn't make any sense to me this morning, then wait for a significant level, an obvious level where things will make sense again. And if it doesn't get there, so what? Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. It's an important thing. There has to be a no-fly zone. There have to be stocks that you're like, I'm not losing on this today. I'm not going to let Shohei Ohtani beat me by throwing a fastball. We'll put him on first base if we have to. There's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, your goal is not to pad your ego, it's to actually make money trading. Keep that in mind. If you catch the top on Tesla today, you're going to feel like an absolute giant. No question about it. You hit that home run, the mean reversion could be sick. But it doesn't matter if 9 times out of 10 when you do it, you shut yourself down. So just don't do it. Understand the no-fly zone. Make sure you have reasonable loss limits and have a good reason for getting into a trade, and make sure you have a way to get out of the trade at all times. So understand the no-fly zones. Have them, don't have them, it's up to you, but that's your lesson of the day. A couple of very obvious ones here with AMD and Tesla early.
Thank you very much, Neil, dropping hot lines on his lesson of the day. Catch that every day around that noon hour with Neil Roberts. Lesson of the day. Thank you very much. All right, while he was dropping said hot lines, we did, I don't want to say a recovery on anything, but we did get a couple of green candles on some of these Mag 7 names. Really all of them included except NVIDIA, Meta defended 504. You got another bounce off VWAP on Amazon at 197. Apple, at least for the moment, trying to stay above 219. Softy not doing much. Goggles, a nice little bounce there off the 20 exponential, and same thing with TSLA. But you have a very interesting level on Tesla that you were pointing out to me, Adara.
Yeah, it's hyper specific, and I think it's holding. I tried to play it wrong, but I'm going to keep my eye on it, and it's 227.40. Why do I like 227.40? I will explain. I saw it in the book as well on TSLA. Also want to shout out Neil's lesson about no-fly zones.
Bang.
Arguably, Tesla should absolutely be put on the no-fly list. I think Tesla, we should not let it pass the airport of the DayTrading airlines. Instead of Ameritrade, DayTrading? Oh. Okay, accidental pun, but not the point. The point is, I clearly have gotten a little bit chopped up in this, but I think the reason I'm sticking with it, and maybe you could argue this is stubbornness, and I think that's something I want to keep in mind with Neil's lesson. But I think my thing is, like I said, if there's certain stocks I feel more comfortable trading. Oddly enough, Tesla is one of them, and if I have levels I like, and I do, I want to make sure I'm honoring my attempts to try that. I'm taking really small size, and you know what, I obviously don't want to get shut down. It did get shut down yesterday, and a lot of that has to do with this old beast here, this Cybertruck. But a lot of that has to do with me. And I'm not going to learn if my reaction is to run away scared, at least for myself, right? This is my own take. And again, I feel very lucky to be in a prop floor. That's something I want to acknowledge as well. But my 227.40 area, to kind of go back to what I was saying here, because I went on a tangent of my own making. Look at this 227 area we top and turned around and broke out. 227.40. Come again, bounce. 227.40. Then we get super spicy. That's why I tried to take this short here at 227.40 or around there, was because, look, we had these lower highs here in the wicks. I was like, Dara, build into the position. If we break I don't know why I said it like that. If we break above the 90 MA, then you get out of the short. You're fine. You're all good. We did break above the 90 MA, so I had to get out. But the way I was thinking of it is at some point the support must break. It's like, no, Adara, sometimes support is just support. You need to play it as support. So if we come back to that area, I'll try to play it as support. What I'm seeing now, though, is this really interesting hold of 228.40, so about $1 from that previous support area. If this keeps holding, I tried to play this as a long, and then, of course, the second I got involved, we broke below, so I got out. But I'm still interested in this. I can't tell if we're trying to range breakout here, the 228.40 to 228.60, or if we're just going to be keeping and chopping and churning, and there's some resistance at 228.60. Either way, my eyes are on this. You can call, I was going to say you can call it stubbornness. I would call it stubbornness. I am being stubborn, but it's a stock. I want to learn, and I want to watch and wait and see what happens here. Also, I was just thinking short Apple, so I love that you were short that Apple.
Yeah.
And also vote for tickers, sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you for reminding me about that, Dara. The reason I got short was because this consolidation level right here, we broke down below it. We came into it. We had been rejecting it since, or defending it, sorry, 11:57 till we broke down at 12:10. So not a long period of time. I'm going to give this one a little bit more room. Could have wet my beak for 10 pennies, but that really wasn't the move. I'm looking for a rejection of the level. So keeping my eye on this one. Kind of a double bottom off that general 218.76 area, or 218.75. What am I saying? Quarter of a dollar. $0.75 We did double bottom off there, but we're coming right back up again, man. I just don't have a read, guys. I do not have a read on the markets today. It's not typically that way for me. I usually have a general idea. Well, maybe I do, because now it's coming back down again. Hey, okay, come down, Apple. But not too much because of the personal account, Yeah, it's all
balance.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping an eye on Meta as well. There's also Amazon. For whatever reason now, we're establishing yet another range on Amazon. The outlying range obviously is VWAP. We got very interesting candles coming off the volume weighted average price, but it seems to be the closing print yesterday. 197 general area, 197.20, I mean general area, and then just this 198 area, but usually a little bit below it, 197.90s. Or thereabouts. So, yeah, I'm grasping at straws, I feel like, here on these Mag 7 names to find something. But Apple coming back down now into 219, so we're about 20 pennies in the money here. And then we're looking for a little bit more, quite frankly. I'd like a VWAP touch, and I might be a little bit ambitious thinking that it's going to hit 218.58, but I don't know. I think that that's reasonable. It should make a VWAP touch at some point in the day. Here comes 219. Now we're breaking down below 219. There it is. I haven't even wet my beak yet. So we're going to take a little bit out here. We'll see if we can get triggered. There we go. We get triggered there for a nice little beak wetter, for a nice 25 penny winner. We're going to wait for a little bit more, though. Ideally, I'd like that 218.56. That's where VWAP is hanging out. Probably cover a little bit above that level because, it may not make it. In fact, actually, I think I'm going to cover the rest at around 75s. Because we have a double bottom there, and it's kind of presumptuous of me to think that I'm so good, I'm going to be able to call the double bottom when it breaks, especially the way I'm trading today, which is not very good. So I'm going to cover the rest at, we'll go 79 to front run that 75 area. We'll see what we get. So that's the look there on Apple. So finally I get a winning trade, which is, it was took a long time, to be quite honest with you, and I'm down on the day, that goes without saying. Again, this range on Amazon, though, is really catching my attention. This 197, mid-80s to 90s, okay, generally. You guys see where the wicks are hanging out. And then, you know, the majority of the time, you're going to bounce off that 197.20 because that's a closing print. But when you do get a little bit more aggressive to the downside, it is finding support at VWAP. And if not VWAP, then definitely that 197 level. This candle did breach VWAP, but it has exactly a 197 low. So I know that there's a buyer on the other side of that. AAPL still doing the dance with no pants, just a couple of pennies south of 219. Definitely not giving me that 79 print that I am seeking. 504 was a defensible level here on META. Double bottom at 504. In fact, I was waiting for another candle, the candle subsequent to the green one, to make a new high and finish green, but that's not what it's doing. It's, in fact, it's staying below that 504 and 2/3, 504 and 3/4 general area, which is the closing print from yesterday, still staying south of that, even though it did take it by some distance, over $3. It took it 507.66 HOD. So I thought it would use that level as a defense, as support to bounce off it. It's not. So, you know, again, my read on the market ain't so good today because my predictability on what Meta may or may not do, it is not coming into fruition. But maybe it does. If we get a curl back up above 505, I will want the smoke. I will, because this is the area that I'm looking to defend, even though it did breach the $500 name. So maybe I'm being a little bit too picky here with where I want the area to bounce off. So if we curl back up above 505, start touching that 505 and a quarter, I'm going to get long Meta.
I like that. Yeah, and I want to echo, I mean, to second your motion, what you said about having a read in the market, I totally feel that. I feel like my brain is in like little La La Land, shout out to that movie. But also, I think the thing is, there are some levels that I have. Like, I knew that 228.40 was going to be level. I'm like, girl, why was it short? It was clearly support. Do you know what I mean? And same with that other level, my 227.40. It's like, I think, at least on Tesla, I cannot speak for the rest of this market because I've mostly been looking at Tesla. But I think my levels are okay. It's just like, why am I not playing them correctly? And that goes for longs as well. There are some longs I've tried to take and the timing doesn't work out and they should have been short. So it's like, I'm aware my short bias is playing a pretty big role here. Yeah, we tried another short here. We were breaking below. Then it turns out that was actually bottoming tail candle. So it was all good. I got out, happy with how I managed the trade, trying to be very careful, very persnickety about the trades we take going forward.
Okay.
I don't know, persnickety.
I like that. You've never used that on this.
I haven't either.
Before. So it prompts this. Oh, boom. There we go. Word of the day. Write it down, baby. Persnickety.
Persnickety. Yeah, so I'm trying to be a little more like finicky, have my nose up, a little more snooty about the trades I'm taking.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe, you know, I'm feeling a little bit like Billie Eilish, what was I made for, feels like you're all in your emotions. But it's like, no, you can't be when you're trading. Sometimes your read is not great. Sometimes your read is good and you're playing it wrong. But it's like, it's about if you stick with it, if you stay with it. I'm going to keep looking at these markets. Am I being a bit stubborn with Tesla? Yes, without it, I'm a Capricorn and my cap energy, the horns are coming out here. That's for sure. So yeah, I'm trying to be really cognizant of that, but there's just not a lot I'm seeing that I'm really fascinated by beyond these levels on Tesla. And it's like a dare, if you can get the levels, now you just need to play them correctly. AMD with these lower highs here though, we're bouncing off VWAP. We have these kind of wicks. We're below this 90 MA. I have stuff I need to look at. I have stuff I need to be cognizant of, but also be cognizant of the fact that you only have an hour and 20 minutes left to vote. Go in the chat right now. And you go dollar exclamation point join space dollar sign AMD amped Microsoft GME by the way like at 24 Microsoft SPY IWM, you guys know what tickers you like. Go in the chat, vote for those, and then we'll know what tickers you guys want.
Did you want me to do the Benzinga thing, Fabian? Because you put it in the chat. Okay, all right, no worries. All right, so let's back to trading here. Apple right back into my entry again at 22s. So look, this is an area top. No worries. This is an area top, so I don't want to be quick to get it out of here. So I've put my stop, I've relocated my stop to the break of 30 now because I'm looking for this area to defend. Let me zoom in a little bit, tell you guys what I'm looking at. So this was an obvious area of consolidation. We broke down below the area, so I'm waiting, or I'm looking for us to reject this area, this general area at 219.25. At least for now, it is rejecting, coming back down, but we'll have to wait and see how long that hangs out for. I didn't get printed at 79s, as you can see there. It didn't make its way down into that level. I don't want to get pushed out of a good trade. That's the thing. So that's why I did relocate my stop to jive with that area consolidation. So we'll see what we get there. Meta is back above 505 though. So the dead one's curling back down, but the Zuck train perhaps on a different tune. And I do want to exact revenge on Meta. Yes, and I did say revenge, not avenge. But no, I'm kidding, of course. So I'm looking for, let's see, remember we were talking about that 505 take. Clearly right now it's doing the dance with 505. We know 505 has been a resistance level on the day owing to this initial rejection here at 1040 with a topping tail candle through 505, but the closing print most importantly south of 505. So now if we get curling and start stair-stepping up above 505 on a closing basis where I see 5-minute candles closing up there, I'm going to go long on META, but it's going to have to close at that level. Back to AAPL, down into 219 again. So we're now, again, 20 pennies in the money, but it looks like that 219, possibly, or that 219 general area, it's consolidating at that area. And it has been since around 12:10. So the better part of 20 minutes right now. As you can see, they got that teal beak wetter hanging out at 79s. It's not coming in quite yet. Back to Meta, because on the side chart, I see this bad boy's curling. So now Meta at that 505.25. Chasing this makes me furious, but I have no choice because it's spready and I like the trade. So back above the 10 exponential here. What is the move, Sharif? Are we getting in here? And if you're getting in, where is the stop going? And how far are you chasing it? Look at it. It's going into the $0.25 now. Eek. And now it's at the $0.50. Making fun of me. Yeah, well, maybe I should be made fun of because I should have been in this. No. Come back down, Meta. Come back down into that $0.25. No, it's not going to come back down, which is fine because, well, we let this one go. Had the right idea. Poor execution again today. If it triggers at the $0.25, great, I'll take it. Otherwise, you know, I'm not going to chase it at 505.5. High a day, though, is 507.66. So you've got some room. You know, you got a couple of bucks from where we are right now to break a high a day. So we'll see. Still not getting filled. Apple below 219 at 95s. Nothing doing there.
NVIDIA popped up here. Little VWAP bounce here. Look at this 122 pop. We're getting close to 123. So great candle here for N to the V to the D to the A. The Q's getting quite the pop up here as well. Q and A. Why are they doing this? We don't know. But a nice pop here for those Q's. Oh, Q's. I see Q.
Uh-oh.
Look at that 430.
You remember ICQ from the other day?
Oh, yeah. I remember that. I was just making little puns, but you're right.
No, I told her about ICQ. She didn't know about it. She usually knows about everything that I asked her about, but
you did tell me about
yeah.
that. Yeah, so this is an interesting level here. Look at this support that we had here. Also check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast every Saturday.
Bang.
Look at that support. We had 483.30s, right? Then we come again and we bounce off the 90 MA. I know, shockingly, I'm actually not going to say I want to go short. I'd be interested in taking the Qs long.
Oh.
You know, because look at this bounce. Now, to be clear, as Sharif always says, and I totally agree with, chart patterns on the futures or, similar products are not always going to be the vibe, right? You want to be very cognizant of that. However, I have confluence.
Bang.
Because look at support. Trying to come into support again on the 90 MA. I mean, don't do this to me, Qs. Don't TQ this to me. So we're going to risk into 60s. We're going to try to get involved here at, hold 60. Let's do 68s. We're going to risk, like I said, risking a cool under 10 pennies. I would love to make at least into 75, 90s here. That is something I can live with. And you know what? We are going to, I could have been a slightly larger position, but my read in the market has been suboptimal. It's like I have my contacts out. And for reference, I have -6 vision. So I cannot read with my contacts out. That's what it feels like me trying to read these markets right now. So I want to be cognizant of that, have a smaller position size. Also, I forgot to mention this. I took 35 pennies on this Tesla long here. I got long 229s. Again, trying to sometimes when I want to go short, be like, Adira, what would the long say? And in this case, I sound like What Does the Fox Say, if anyone remembers that song. But the long in this case said, try to do this. Ahmed Amwala, 7099 super chat saying, yes, Adair, just short TQQs. I like the long right now. I see what you mean, though. I think if we get below the 90 MAs, we get decisively below the support, that would be where I'd be interested in shorting. But given the fact that we came to this area that could have formed as a resistance and continue to push higher with that bounce on the 90 MA, I currently like it as a long. But as always, we hope you print on this here show. Right now, though, I like my TQs long, couple pennies here in the money. I mean, more or less flat on it, depending on the second things change. But SPY also getting, like it's, yeah, as I say that, it looks like you were probably right there about the TQ short there. Ahmed Amwala, shout out to you. We're getting to 60s. But SPY also getting interesting here. Again, chart patterns don't always matter here in these futures. But the SPY, those futures looking kind of grim here. We're below the 90 MA. This could be a short the pops. Right now, though, I might have to deal with my TQs as you do with the TQs. But also worth noting, always, I'm just trying to be more confident every single day. I was looking for an excuse to press that button, not even gonna lie. I love this button. Right now we're bouncing off 75.60s. Let's see us continue to bounce. This is the level I like. If we don't bounce, I'll leave. I'll bounce out.
All right, we're gonna start the lesson in a minute. I just wanna see how this meta trade resolves. I did finally get filled at a little bit less than $0.25. Where are we printing? We're printing 29, so nothing obviously to write home about. The break of 504.88 is gonna push me out, so I'm putting it a little bit below that whole dollar level. Hopefully that gives it a bit more room. They're printing 31s. Let's see where my Beekwetter set up at the $0.50. So we'll see what we get there. Still in this Apple short though, looking for this consolidation area, which is trading below the 20 exponential on AAPL to break down. And we've been putting in lower highs, okay? So that's why I haven't been quick to want to get out of this trade when it's presented me the opportunity, when it comes into that high, the high end of the range. So because it's continuing lower highs, and so that to me spells like a good trade. Yes, Meta, you punk. We get a little bit there on META. So I'm going to look for a little bit more. We got printed at 52s. Happy about that. We're long at 24s. Obviously, it's nothing to write home about, but it is successively higher highs and higher lows on the 5-minute chart. So I want to see if we can squeeze at least to maybe test those higher day prints. But Meta, being the beast that it is, it may make you wait just a little bit. So packing my patience right now on Meta, but did de-risk a little bit there. Back to AAPL. It's doing absolutely nothing, still at 219. But I got to tell you, I may get out of this trade because I'm seeing bottoming tail candles here on AAPL. And somebody was asking me earlier, like, why are you short? I mean, it looks like a consolidation area. Well, the reason I'm short is because of the successively lower highs. And then we obviously started doing this 219 and a third, 219 and a quarter rejection area. And so I was like, okay, there's clearly a seller in and around there. Let's see if we can work off that seller and print a little bit. And that's what I've been doing. But now I'm noticing these higher lows on each successive 5-minute candle. And then more recently, these bottoming tail candles start coming in, which telling you that there's an exuberant buyer in and around that 219 area. And if that is it, I don't want to face off against an exuberant buyer there. That's not what I want.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right?
As you should. Yeah, makes sense.
Right. So I probably will end the Apple trade soon. The one that I have a little bit more hope for is META to continue to curl up, but we're gonna have to see. There seems to be a bit of a seller at that $0.50, 505.5. We're not getting a print through there, so I think I'm just gonna leave everything be for now, just adjust my stops on a couple of them. If I can send it to you for a second while I replace my stops, Adira.
Yeah, I am trying to, I guess, double my future, and I say that because I am long SPY and the TQs. Is this a decision that we'll regret? Find out after the commercial break. No, I'm joking. All jokes aside, I stand by both of these for now. Again, trying to be less looking at the charts let's look at the charts when I trade the futures. However, I like this, but I initially was like, I'll short the SPY. But this bottoming tail candle came in. I said, Adira, obviously, you don't want to put too much stock into one candle, as Sharif says, and I think that's like one of the best puns in the world as well, so shout out to that. But I do want to, you can get sometimes a sense of a stock based on one candle, and one candle's just one part of a very large stock. But I'm going to stop making puns now and keep talking about this trade. Basically flat, slightly in the money on the TQs, basically flat on the SPY. Why the SPY, you may ask? I like this 546, 580 hold. I'd love to see us break into 546s. Not sure if we will. I'm risking into 70, so it looks like I might actually have to be getting out here. This 545, yeah, there we go. The Qs did not want me, so that's, I mean, the SPY did not want me. Qs, I'm still in. Qs, we are risking here into, where was I risking the Qs? Qs, I was risking into 60s, so Qs actually holding up better here for me right now. Better comparatively, right? It's still not like great, but I mean, again, not that I want to entirely rely on the chart, but what I'm seeing here in the chart is a nice little look for my Qs here. The future not looking too bad right now. Pretty bright. Let's see how we go here. Ike Anderson, join WW80. What would Adara do? Maybe don't. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, Adara would aggressively short Tesla for no reason, so maybe don't join that. But all jokes aside, definitely vote for the ticker that you want to see Sharif, Neil, and Obi cover on the big desk there. Now, maybe that ticker's GME, maybe the ticker's NVIDIA. You guys know what tickers you like. Whatever tickers your fancy, go in the chat. Get involved and get busy with it. I guess jiggy with it. But yeah, get involved either way. Also GME, because that was definitely what we want to talk about. GME 24 has me deeply intrigued. I love this. It's something here. We do have these higher highs, higher lows. We're below the 90 MA. Am I interested in taking a GME short on that alone? No. I have, my reads have not been the best of things today, so I want to be cognizant of that. But I am watching GME here. We had a plethora of topping tail candles, an abundance of topping tail candles getting here into 2405s. High of the day, 2418s. We can't even get to this 2420 over here. And then GME feels all of the smoke before it gets to 2420 and then has, pun very intended, and then tries to sell off. I mean, the 24 short, not a bad look for me. But again, this is not the type of thing that I currently have a lot of faith that I'm trying to get some of that confidence back, feel better about my reads on things, keeping an eye on things. Also, I just remembered.
What happened?
If anyone saw that Powell thing here with Jay Powell this morning, it was very entertaining. At one point, Sarah Eisen, moderator from CNBC, was asking ECB President Lagarde, I was telling Sharif about this off camera, like, how do you think Taylor Swift will impact the European economy? She's like, well, like Fed Chair Powell you saw, which came to the US, right? Neither of them were amused. Honestly, I would have liked to call that panel Fed chairs. They're just like us because they too were annoyed for having to talk about Taylor Swift. They too do not want to talk about politics when that's not part of their agenda. You know, I have to say I did feel some of the frustration there for those Fed chairs. To quote Sarah Eisen at the end of her thing there, I tried, but the Fed chairs were not having it. Yeah,
look, I mean,
it was entertaining.
All the reporters always try to get the Fed chairs to comment on politics, and they always try to, weasel out of it. I don't blame her. She's doing her job.
She's got to do what she got to do.
She's doing her job. She's got time to fill, and so shout out to her. She's a good reporter. I gotta give her credit there. What I was very interested to hear from was her trying to get them to comment on executive interference in their job.
Yes.
And she did that multiple times. She talked about the elections in France and how that could give her a different mandate there with a new government with different ideas coming in. She talked about the U.S. Presidential election and how, he had interactions with Trump in the past. I'm just trying to give you a bare bones summary over here, but I'm keeping my eye on META. Because we're at that $0.50 again on Meta, and every time we come into that 505.50, there seems to be this wall of selling, and it's not exactly 505.50. It is in and around the high 40s. As you can see right now, we've been at 48s, 49s, sometimes 46s over here, and we're not getting that clear break. So packing my patience with this name. There seems to be a seller at this $0.50 area for whatever reason. And that's a bit of trouble. Now, I did get stopped out of this Apple position for break even on the rest because it did move up into 40s, but it's a topping tail candle and one hell of a bamboozling candle here on the 5-minute look. Look at this topping tail candle come in. Ironically enough, though, the higher low still holds. Even when you look at it, super zoomed in, the higher low still intact, but the topping tail candle pushed me out of that short. So that's all good. Still profitable on that last trade, not profitable on the day, certainly, but on that last trade, we were able to eke out a little bit of profits to reduce from our poor trades. So now, Keeping an eye on Amazon as well. Amazon's been shooting up at random times today. Funny, it did it over here at 11 o'clock. It just did it again at 12:40. You know, kind of on its own, not really moving with anything in the market. Amazon marching to the beat of its own drum here at 198.25. That is the high of day. That is not the pre-market high though. We did get higher in the pre, much higher in fact, 199. We tried to touch, I guess, maybe another attempt at 200 there. But 198.26, excuse me, HOD. We just printed that right now. No, 198.26. Yeah, we did print that right now. What was this one over here? 198.21. Okay, so we just did print the high day right now on AMZN. So we'll see what we get as that one continues to work its way up. Back to Meta over here, still printing in the 40s, still packing my patience, still no lower lows. To, you know, tell me, Sharif, you know, the winds of change are coming on this one. The lower lows are not in. What is very obvious, though, is that flat top that's accumulating at that 50 penny area. The question is, do we break that flat top before I get pushed out of this trade? I mean, that's the only thing that's unresolved. Here come 48s again. I'm seeing 51 now on the ask, 37, though, on the bid. It's not crossing, obviously. Let's see if we get a big push up. So I want to start the lesson because we're really late for the lesson. So I put in my stop on Meta. I haven't put in my beak wetter, though, on Meta. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in an alert over here to tell me if we get into the 80s, and then I can make a decision as to whether or not I want to take this out because I'd rather let it run. So let's start the lesson of the day. We are talking about moving average, convergence, divergence, MACD for short. So welcome traders, today's lesson dives into MACD divergence, a powerful tool for identifying potential trend reversals in the market. So let's get right down to it. As we always do, we're going to define what this basic, or the basic terminology that we're going to talk about. What is MACD divergence? So imagine you're looking at a stock chart with the MACD indicator on the bottom of the chart there. Normally, the price movement and the MACD levels, they move in the same direction. They kind of in tandem. But sometimes divergence occurs, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Essentially, the divergence here means that the price and the MACD move in opposite directions, hinting at a possible trend change. And that's what we want to help exploit. Oh, go Meta. All right, here we go. We just printed 71s on the Zuck train, so I'm sorry I got to interrupt the lesson. I want to wet my beak, I think, at 506s, so let's go ahead and put 505.98s, and come what may. We'll see if we get that print or not. We're going to leave that.
This punch for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. That's nice of you to say. So, yeah, let's get. So, that is what MACD divergence is. Now, there are different types of divergence. There are two main types that we're going to talk about today. There is the bullish divergence. Essentially, this occurs during a downtrend. So you got to be making lower lows and lower highs there. The price keeps making lower lows. The price action makes lower lows. However, the MACD line starts forming higher lows. This is suggesting to you a weakening downtrend and a potential for an upside move as it looks to curl back up. But there's also a bearish divergence, and essentially this is the opposite of the bullish. It occurs in an uptrend when you're making higher highs and higher lows. The price keeps making higher highs. However, the MACD starts making lower highs, right? So then you start seeing divergence between the crests on the price action and the crests on the MACD. This is suggesting to you a weakening uptrend and a potential for a downside move. So here's what it looks like on the chart. You have your MACD indicator on the bottom as illustrated by the histograms, and you have your price action at the top as illustrated by the Chinese candlesticks, or Japanese candlesticks, excuse me. So look, right over here, you get a trough made at around, say, like 106, and then you get a newer low. And in the area where you have those same troughs on the MACD, ironically, you get a higher low, right? So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the price action and the moving average convergence divergence diverging from how they're doing, right? And this is the opposite, the bearish divergence. The price makes a higher high. However, that same crest, those same crests on the MACD, they end up making lower highs. So the price action, MACD divergence, that's kind of what it looks like there on the chart. So understanding the divergence, what is divergence telling us? It doesn't guarantee you, obviously, a trend reversal, but it is suggesting to you a shift in momentum. Here's why it's important. Oh, baby, I just got the alert. Did I get triggered on the Zuck train? I don't think so, not yet, Adara, because we're printing 82s. I'm seeing 87s, 89s coming in. Let's go, Meta. Print me, baby. I'm waiting at the high 90s there, 88s, 90s showing up. Come on, come on. Fur, baby, fur. Yeah, I'm having a good time up here, can you tell?
Meta. Meta, you punk.
Yeah, we're just going to flatten out here, Dare, because we got to get back to the lesson. All right? So, we get a little bit of a avenge trade there on Meta. So, understanding the divergence. It's telling you that there's a shift in momentum coming. But here's why it's important. Firstly, it's telling you that there's a loss of momentum. So even if you don't continue or you don't tank off the price action, moving average, convergence, divergence, you could consolidate, right? So when the price goes up or goes down, but the MACD weakens, it's suggesting to you that the price might be losing steam. It doesn't necessarily have to reverse, but there is that potential. Right? So the weakening momentum can also indicate to you that there is a potential reversal coming in. So those are the two things that it's telling you, right? It's telling you that you're losing momentum for the uptrend. So in that case, you could consolidate or you could reverse, right? You don't necessarily have to reverse. And that's why I want to point that out. Consolidation, absolutely a possibility in this case. And remember, guys, moving average, convergence, divergence, not, set in stone. Just because you see MACD price action divergence doesn't mean anything. In an absolute sense. It's a warning. It's not a guaranteed reversal. Look for confirmation using other technical analysis tools or price patterns before acting. And there's also the ever-present danger of false signals. Divergence can sometimes be misleading, but most notably, during those volatile markets, MACD can give you, those false triggers. But beyond the basics, guys, of the bullish divergence and the bearish divergence, there's other ways to use this as well from a divergence sense. There's the strength of the divergence, right? So the greater the difference between the price movement and the MACD and where those peaks and troughs are printing, the stronger the divergence signal could be. Here's what I mean by that. So let's bring in, the previous images over here. So, for example, if the peaks if you want to measure, for example, this $12 area, right, into the top of the first crest, let's just say, that, what is that percentage-wise? You're really good at math. 12 to, say, 15. What percentage increase is 12
So
from
12
15?
to 15 is going to be about a 1.25% increase.
It's got to be more than that.
A 125% increase because it's 1.25. 12 to 15?
Yeah, it's not 125. 24 would be 100%, no? So whatever it is.
Sorry.
It doesn't matter, right? The point is, if you're moving from this percentage to that percentage, and then you measure that same move on the MACD and it's less percentage, then basically you're looking for strength divergence in that case. What's more strong? Is it the MACD divergence, the move from the MACD from trough to crest, or is it the price action move from trough to crest? So you should be looking at that to see the strength of the divergence. But there's also another one. There's also something called hidden divergence. Sorry, I'll get over here. There we go. Hidden divergence. Sometimes the price makes new highs or new lows, but the MACD doesn't quite reach those previous highs or previous lows. This also can be a sign of divergence, and I have a chart to show you guys that. So look, here on the price, you kind of make a bit of a higher low from trough number 1 to trough number 2. But look at the MACD. It doesn't really make a lower low, but it doesn't really make a higher low either, right? So your bullet, it's hidden. That's why they call it hidden divergence. Same thing goes for the downtrend. You have a downtrend on the price, so you're making these lower highs, but the MACD, it's not necessarily making higher highs, but they're coming into that same level. That could be bearish hidden divergence. So not the only way to use it, bullish divergence, bearish divergence, but there's also the strength of the divergence that you can use and the hidden divergence as well. So keep that in mind. And the final word on this bad boy, MACD divergence is a valuable tool for spotting those potential trend reversals as well as weakening trends, but understanding the difference between the different types of divergences and how to use it with caution, you can certainly improve your ability to identify potential trading opportunities. And remember, if you haven't used this indicator in the past and you're not too familiar with it, it doesn't hurt to use it in the sim, figure it out. How does it work with your trading style? And then use that real money on the line of dare.
Yeah, I like this what you said, like use it in your head, like earlier, like figure out, you know, just look at it and see how it goes. Oh, meta.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
No regretta.
No regretta. It kept going.
Also, okay, so it was, I did the math and I was correct. It is 125% because it's 12 times 1.25 is 15. So 125%. I worded it very poorly because my brain was tired.
What I meant was percentage increase. So if you moved from 12%,
$12
$12 into $15, what percentage increase is that?
25%? Because 25%. Because it's because 3 is 25% of 12.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
3 is 25% of 12.
That makes sense.
So that was what it was. I just couldn't articulate it very properly.
Bang.
But yeah, no, I love fractions. I'm a math nerd. But yeah, sorry guys, that was not English earlier. My brain is having a moment. It has been staring at Tesla. And maybe like, Adara, you've not taken any trades, just staring at Tesla. Yeah, I know. I don't know why I'm just so fascinated by these moves, but I don't really have a read on much right now. Like I said, we're in our Billie Eilish, what was I made for vibes. Tesla, though, cannot get above 229.40. With that in mind, I'm intrigued by a short. I know we have these bottoming tail candles, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that I am short biased and that could be working against me. However, all the times that I've considered going short, other than the time I did briefly go short here at 228.80s, for my scalp purposes, those would have worked out. Because the other thing is, like, Adara, remember, you're a scalper. You don't, like, I was like, oh, like this earlier, I had this whole great conspiracy theory. I was like, oh, we'll have this awesome 227.40 breakout, and I'll add pieces out along the way. I'm like, why would you do that? This is not your style, Adara. You have to trust yourself. You have to do what you want here. So that's what I'm trying to do. Words, English. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at. What's everyone else looking at? GME bouncing here, still bouncing off the 90 MA. Did the game stop? Nah, it just pressed a pause. I didn't even press a pause button. We bounced gorgeously, beautifully here off this 23, almost 90s. Great look here. Look at this look here. Also ANVS, I'm seeing some people mention this. ANVS getting a nice little pop up here. Is there any news here in this ANVS? I think there must be.
Me 1
I was seeing some stuff on this. But yeah, look at us bounce here off the 90 MA. Also a view up, topping tail candle though, topping tail candle, topping tail candle. We could not get to 80/80s.
I was going to make a joke, but it's absolutely inappropriate, so I'm going to stay quiet about it. Stock is trending Tuesday. The company earlier announced new data from its phase 3 Parkinson's study. Got it? You love that. What happened? The study showed improvements to the unified Parkinson's disease rating scale. I didn't know about that. Following treatment with Buntanetap, sure. The findings demonstrated that the placebo group experienced cognitive deterioration throughout the study, whereas the treatment group experienced no further deterioration. So it doesn't improve it, but it just stops the deterioration. I said that multiple times. I love hearing stuff like this. I mean, I can never want to go against anything like that. You just hope that it's a legitimate headline. Let's pull up the ticker ANVS. It is up a big 60% on the day, and it doesn't trade on the NQ, Adara, nor does it trade on the AMA. Yeah, and I can't. There we go. So the details on this: it's a $93 million market cap, and the float is 8.3 million shares. Let's bring down trade ideas to find out if anybody was shorting this bad boy. ANVS is the ticker. Yes, 15.25% of the float is shorted, so we could move big boy here if we start triggering said shorts. And we're already moving pretty big boy because, well, quite frankly, we only started moving big boy very recently, to be honest, because the volume just started coming in here. So let's take off. Who are we going to take off here? Oh, wow, everybody's doing decent today. So we're going to take off the ES because we rarely look at the ES. So sorry, ES. Big Spile Burdett's going to get upset. Big Spile is not going to like that. Yeah. It's all good. Let me add pre-market data here. There we go, so we can get the full picture. Okay, so you can see the volume just started coming in at 11:55. So this headline has been out Okay, so this headline has been out since 8 a.m. I'm looking to see why it just moved. Okay, so we did get price target upgrades on it. Maybe that's why. So, who is this? Rodman and Renshaw? Who are these
I've never
people?
even heard of them.
Neither have I. Well, anyway,
They're a small cap one.
maybe.
Some of them I've noticed only like HC win rates
only-
always with the small cap.
Really?
Yeah.
Good call on that. $67 price target. That's a lofty premium from where we're trading. We're trading at 856, guys, or 848. So $67 price target by Rodman and Renshaw. Jeez. Yeah, so that is the look there. And they did they maintain it with a buy? What's the rating? Reiterating buy. So $67 price target and a buy. This is a great looker. We're gonna leave this one up on the trading screen here. But how do we get in? That's the problem. So the 10 exponential on the 5 right now is at about 7 2/3, a little bit below 7 2/3. And we're really getting extended off the 10 on the 5. And I don't like trading it when we get that extended away from the 10. It's gonna have to come down in a little bit, set up, and then I'll weasel my way in. This is the 5 minute. Let's look at the 1 minute now. Okay, so a healthy respect here for the 20 exponential on the 1. If I can't weasel my way on the 5, I should look for other opportunities. A bit of selling resistance here at 870, and there it goes, 890 HOD. This one's on its way to 9 right now. The volume is picking up. Don't forget, guys, 15+% of the float is shorted. Let's look at the daily and see where this one could have been trading at. Well, we know right away this is basically a former runner. You can just see that. And sorry for the pivots. Let me remove the pivots away from here so you guys get the full picture. There we go. You can tell right away it's a former runner. This is the pandemic top over here. We needn't concern ourselves with that $131 price target because everything and their mother's cousin was inflated during the pandemic. But what we know for certain is that since the pandemic, it's had these outlying days, right? Where it really does a big move, and then in the subsequent days, as you can see here, it gives it all back. It's done that multiple times. So be careful with this one. I get that, it's being rated now by an analyst or an agency, but it has a way of giving everything back. Great move, 930 HOD Adara. It's just how do we weasel our way into this trade, and I ain't punching in at highs, so.
I like that. That's definitely a good way. That's a good strategy there. Hopefully, ANVS will let you join for Showvis.
Hey, okay.
It happened. Vote for stickers. Not stickers, tickers. If you want to see ANVS, ANVS, maybe you want to see GME. Maybe you want to see SPY. Maybe you want to see IWM. Maybe you want to see AMD or AMC. If you want to see either or both, you go in that chat right now. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, whatever tickers your fancy. And there's a lot of tickers to fancy today. That is for sure.
You meant that on purpose, right? Tickers, tickles?
Instead of whatever. I've been doing this for a while now.
Have you?
Me too.
I actually haven't heard it. Maybe because they sound so close.
Yeah.
And, a little bit.
Yeah, I like the stealth puns because I can. I don't know. I like puns.
Hold on, you like stealth puns?
I like the stealthy
When did that come in? Because they're pretty overt.
A lot
Pretty
of them.
tacit.
I love that word. Yeah, I mean, you could go for on the nose. My puns are right here. Let's put it that way. My puns are right here. But yeah, sometimes you want to be a little bit more sneaky with it. But it's not. Okay, I have this whole tendency to have less confidence, whatever you want to say, in the long, and I think that comes from maybe the fact that I am just a skosh bearish. Boom. But here's the thing. I feel like every time I try to go long, and maybe this is just confirmation bias getting with me too. It's just not the vibe. We tried to go low. Your Tesla kept bouncing up 229s until I get it. No, I'm joking. But am I? No, we got into the 90s. I got out. Whatever. Today, the last 2 trading days have been rough. I'm not even going to sit here and tell any lies. We definitely need some more coffee. We need some more caffeine. But we're always going to stay positive because that's the whole point.
Bang.
I love in these situations where the market's like Adara, rawr, trying to get in my face. You got to punch it back out. I was shut down yesterday. And I'm right back here again, trying to take some trades. Are the trades great? No, some of them were profitable in Tesla, actually, and then we took a lot that weren't as well. But it's about sticking with the ideas, right? And trying the ideas, seeing what occurs. Now, Right now, I'm just kind of watching, waiting, scheming, plotting, scheming, not getting money, but trying. Shout out to Furthest Thing by Drake there. Right now, we're the furthest thing for profitable in the day, but that means all we can do is get closer and keep going here. I am looking here at Tesla. We broke that 90 MA. We broke that 229 support we were holding pretty decently. Why, you might be like, Adair, why are you still watching Tesla? I'm being very stubborn here, I'm aware, but this is something I still have eyes on. The rest of this market that we got these great pops up, I think we got on my TQs long too early. Holy cow, great look here. I got a little bit stubborn and got out, but clearly the market's continued to the upside. I did take some profit on it, a couple pennies there, but yeah, AMD, great look. AMD getting near 160s. IWM, slightly flat on the day here, getting to that 201.10s. Yeah, what? These markets are wild over here, Sharif.
I know.
What are you
can I point out the fact that Amazon and Meta are absolutely flying to the high side. If I can show the chart, Fabian, there we go, 507.91 on Meta. That's a new high a day right now at 92s. It's continuing to go. Same thing with Amazon. But one thing that I want to point out with Amazon is we have this topping till candle right at 835. It rejected off exactly 199. We're 5 pennies away from that 198.96. 4 pennies now. 3 penny, well, 99. So, and now we just printed a new high a day, 199. It does break above that previous high, and then we come right back down into 90. So a little tug of war right now between buyers and sellers, but a great recovery for AMZ and double bottom off that 197 volume weighted average price. And there you go, $2 in the clear. It makes another attempt, getting close to making another attempt at 200, trying to trade above 199, but you can tell the sellers are stepping in here, at least on an intraday basis. 508.17 for Meta. I'm very upset, obviously, having cut this one far too early in the 506.80s. Now it's at 508.17. High day broke above that 506 2/3 double top that it had put in at 1135 and 1140. A great look today for Meta, higher highs and higher lows, but that is after a big retracement there from 1140 to the better, till about noon, till a little bit after that noon hour, and then it was really unabated to the high of day, 508.25 now. Look, Tesla and Apple are kind of very sideways at the moment, if you want to call it that, because, well, they had big outlying moves earlier. So it looks like as if we're getting more participation from some of these other names. Chief among them, Google. So it's really Google, Amazon, and Meta right now that are really heading to the high side. I know Softy is as well, but it's not a high day. Google just printed another new high day, 184.56. Fantastic move today for goggles, especially that the low was 181.56. They're at the IB low, kind of tried to defend that 50 penny level, initially off the open there. And now we're $3 above that same level. Softy made the point that this one was recovering as well since 1210. Right now it's almost 110, 107 right now. Bit of a V-shaped retracement. There does seem to be, though, this wall of selling that we encounter at 457. We were talking about Softy being a bit of a range earlier between 456 and 457 with the outlying candles all going into that $0.50. That obviously all changed when we dipped down and held 455. On a closing basis, the wick did come into the $0.75. But I still would suggest to you that the 457 level would still be in play. So we broke down below 456. That has nothing to do with the sellers who are on the north side of 457. So 457 comes in and we don't have to wait that long. We're about 25 pennies, 30 pennies away from that level. I want to see what happens. 457, bit of a local area top today on Softy. The outlying candles do obviously break that, but the majority of the prints did reject 457. Meta is just rocketing up. Every time I look back at it, it's got a new higher date print, 508 1/3 now. This thing is going, as well as the Zon. It's also hanging out above 199. We were talking about this one getting pushed back down by said sellers. A new higher day on the Zon. The Zon's really going here. The Zon could make another 200 attempt. We saw what happened last time. It did reject 200, but you just feel like it's only a matter of time. It's just all these Mag 7 names just keep pumping, and the market just keeps, benefiting from that. We talked about the breadth or the lack thereof, and it doesn't really matter if you're long the market or long the actual names. You don't really give a you-know-what about breadth. At least I don't at the moment. Maybe later when I have to. Anyway, 457 right now on MSFT. Let's keep an eye out on this level here. I'm not going to sit here with a resting order to take it short, but I definitely want to see how it interacts here between buyers and sellers. Definitely having trouble breaking through the whole dollar right now, though, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank Jimmy Mo Ace. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. You're an ace. So is everyone here in this awesome chat. I'm saying Pat McAfee could cause a Fubo squeeze. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything.
What did he say?
He didn't say. The last thing I'm seeing he saw it was apparently 7 months ago, posted in the Fubo TV Reddit, which I don't know if like that's the most. I did do some research. I don't know if that's the most trustworthy source. But I know apparently.
He's pretty big time though, Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. Apparently, he, like you could watch his show on Fubo. I don't know, but right now here we're kind of bouncing off VWAP. I would like some more deets here on the Fubo. I want to see. I want more details on the channel guide there on Fubo. So I'm going to look at. Some deets here with regards to
Olympics coverage that came in yesterday.
Oh,
but I didn't see anything about.
Yeah, there's not. If the stock's not really moving here, it's up like almost 2%, I guess, on about 3 million shares of volume. But yeah, let's take a look at the daily chart here for Jimmy Mo Ace, because let's see if we can ace this Fubo. Yeah, it's not the pun of anyone's life. But let's take a look here. Got to switch to the NY because we're in New York. Where dreams are made of. I don't know. Yeah, Fubo, I don't know if dreams are going to be made of here at Fubo, unfortunately. We're coming into an area of support and then resistance previously here around 130. Like this, to me, this is interesting, right? We have this 30 area that we closed at 130. We have this wick here into 120, come right back up here. A little bit of chop, a little bit of churn. As Sharif will sometimes say, a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag. Look again, though, this 130 area. We have a wick into it? No. No. My name is No, and my number is No, says Fubo. Shout out to Megan Trainor. Then we come back down here. We try to curl. We find a base here at 115, and now we're back into this 130 area. 130, definitely an odd area of resistance and support, at least for my money, from my opinion. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. You know, you could look at this and say we are getting a bit out of the downtrend since we had that base here around that 113 area. We are having some higher highs here, bouncing off the 90 MA, but I would like to see us decisively clear that 130 on a closing basis. Then levels I might be interested in include the support we had at 149, and then this 158 area. Fubo, short float 18.22%, so I guess could get a little bit squeezy there. We're gonna have to wait and see. Also, one other name I want to look at, I saw someone mentioning Snowflake in the chat, so let's see if snow is flaky or if this is a nice smooth move. Yeah, so Obi had like a whole bunch of great snow puns yesterday. I'm not even gonna try to replicate that. That's someone who can deliver a pun more covertly than myself. I well, on the nose there. Much like a snowflake might land on your nose. But right now, Snowflake here below the 90 or below VWAP. I have to say I am seeing some higher lows here. Like we got this 141 base. Then we climb that on the T-bar to the upside here on your ski with your skis here at 141.60. Then we get to 142s. 142 base holding. We don't want to range. We're trying to break above here into VWAP. I would like to see us snow plow through that 142.60 area. Then we had this little pop here, 142.80. And I mean, hey, that big nice black diamond mountain here at 143. If we can get to that, that'd be a nice look here. But we're about 50 pennies away. Oh, I shared this story on the market recaps. The last time I skied, I was almost 17. And it was the day before my 17th birthday, and I wiped out so hard they had to get a snowmobile to take me off.
No, you actually got hurt, eh?
I mean, like I'm really injury prone, so I was technically fine. But they still, like, you see an individual wipe out like that, they do kind of have to snowmobile.
Really? Oh, for liability purposes?
Well, I think they're just like have you ever played Wii Sports when when you fall and they're like
yeah.
That was what it felt like. I had my feet up above my head. Like one of the skis flew off. Yeah, I mean I was on the Black Diamond to be fair, but I think but I was doing well before that point. But I think the Black Diamond here for snow, which hopefully will not have to be snowmobiled off of the course, will be that 143 level. I would like to see us continue to the upside. Always happy to be here in this awesome community. I wish I had things to talk about. My reads on things have been bad at the very least, but I would like to keep taking a look here. Let's see how we do on this. Guys.
Neil's freaking out about Amazon because it's almost going to touch 200. So I think he's justified in his exuberance because we were talking about this bad boy making another 200 touch a day, and we're not far. We're less than 40 pennies away from the high day currently and that 200 touch. We know what happened last time. It did reject 200. This is it right here on the 27th. It happened around midday, so right, almost a little bit actually earlier than it happened today. Here, let's go back and zoom in. There's the candle. This is from the 27th. The exact high, 199.84. This one over here, 199.78. Generally, tried to touch that 200. We're still not there yet on the day. HOD, still, we're at that 199.63, so we haven't touched 78 or 84, but like you kind of feel like it's a matter of time. I don't know whether we get that 200 break or not. Who knows? Maybe the people with the money able to push it through that 200, and we're right back into 63s again. So sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to point out that Amazon was making that big boy move.
Yeah, I know. I think it was Michael Moore in the chat saying that Amazon looked kind of cup and handle. Yeah, I mean, no matter what pattern you want to slice it, Amazon looking like a big old bowl there. Also, call me a Capricorn. I am a little bit stubborn. My horns are not bullish, though they are bearish. I am shorting Tesla again. I know, but I really stand by. I know I made the but I do have confidence in this trade because I've been watching it like a hawk, and I have not been getting involved every time I want to. Do you know what I mean? That we had that 229. Look at these lower highs here. Look at these topping tail candles. I've taken my 30 pennies. I do not have a large enough position to be scalping in and out because that is just, we made some boo-boos. Tesla ran me over there with its Cybertruck earlier. Got a little bit scraped. Felt that stainless steel. So we're trying to make smarter life choices. Having a smaller position here, I do stand by this. I know I'm short. Okay. Took 30 pennies on that small position. Why did I get out where I did? Why did I not stay longer? A, like I said, could not scrape out, did not have a large enough position for reasons that I actually stand by. Like I said, don't worry too much. Point B, okay? I also like that area because we kept, look at all these bounces off the 70s. I'm happy I got it where it did because now we're climbing right back up. If we keep rejecting, I will keep playing this as a scalp. If we want to bounce here, see a little bit of a move off 229, I will scalp it long. I needed this trade. Again, obviously still very much down on the day, very much down on the week and month and quarter, but I'm always bullish positivity. I'm always bullish on opportunities. That's why I kept staring at Tesla, not because I thought something would magically change if I stared at it, though maybe, I don't know. But in all seriousness, the reason I kept staring at it is because I like to learn from my mistakes. Tesla, this chart could only be described, there were some positive trades, but mostly a series of questionable life choices. Now that we've broken down that 228.70 though, now I see more of an impetus for a short if we come back, retest these levels. I'm happy I stuck with my guts because if you don't have confidence, what do you have? Let's see what we do here at 228.40s. That was an area of support for me earlier, and in fact, we are bouncing here.
I've got a dip trade to defend this area peak on ANVS that we put in at around, what time was that? That was 12:48 print on the one. It came into 870. I'm trying to front run it at 875. Look, I could have sat there at 9. I would have printed at 9. I didn't see a support level other than just being the whole dollar level at 9. That's why I didn't place my dip at 9. It did triple top off 10. There was a momentary breach of that $10 level. I believe it got to 10.05, but Huadunk went the dynamite subsequent to that 10 breach. And, initial bounce off 9. I'm still waiting for this 875. Like, let me tell you, this is what I'm looking at here on the 5-minute chart, and this is why I'm looking to get it. Let me quickly look at Softy, though, because the Fuchs just put in a topping tail candle, so I'm very interested in that 457 short on Softy here. So I don't want to, okay, I'm going to have to digress because I want to put in something on the soft one over here. So the soft one did get into 30s, so that would have to be a 20 penny stop if I was to put it at the highs there. If it was to get in here's, if it was to get in here, yeah, I think that's the right move. I don't know, man, because the Fuchs is at highs. I don't want to be so presumptuous to think that I'm going to be able to guess top of the Fuchs, but Neil's like, guess it. Neil's like the devil on my shoulder. He's like, go, take the trade.
He has the red glasses to boot.
Yeah, he does. No, Neil's not a devil.
I'm joking. He's like the red,
the orange glasses. That's, I think, what she means there, Neil. What I'm looking for this short over here, I'm trying to decide whether I want to get in or not. I'm going to get in. We'll just come what may, and then we're going to put the stop through the break of the third of a dollar. So 457, we'll put it at 33s, and we'll look to cover the entire position in the 39s. So already out of the money by 2 pennies, but we're gonna pack our patience with this one. 457 short on Softy. Let's look now at ANVS. Yeah, this one still holding 9 at 9.25, but most notably, we're still getting those lower highs. I still like this level over here on ANVS. And let me show you exactly what I was looking at now on this name. So the 10 exponential, which I was complaining about, the 10 exponential on the 5, which I was complaining about that it got far removed, extended away from that 10 exponential, is at 850 or 856 right now. It moved up a skosh. And then, so I said to myself, okay, you could put it at that 10 exponential. That's a decent area. You always trade off that level. And then I saw this topping tail candle at 8 1/3. I'm like, okay, well, this is a price action resistance level. I know that for a fact because it did reject off that. So let me place it right above that 2/3 of a dollar. I meant 8 2/3, not 8 1/3. Let me place it at that 3/4 of a dollar area to front run the size. And so that's why I placed it at 75s. I didn't choose 90, I didn't choose 50, and that was my thinking there. So if we get the entry into this, we're obviously not going to give it all that much room because it's obviously quite parabolic, up 74% and change. And I'm going to get stopped at a softie anytime now as it's back into a $0.25. So yeah, not the best trade on this one, but I did like that 457. Still, yeah, here we go. We're going to get stopped out now as it makes that move into the 1/3 of a dollar, and that's the end of the trade there.
Yeah, that, yeah. Hard
way it
times
is.
and softy, unfortunately.
There it is.
But yeah, I do want to, yeah, I did. I always feel bad making jokes like that. But no, yeah.
That's a good one, though. I got to give you that. That's
Pardon?
a good one. That's a good one. I'll give you that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry that it was killing you softy with his.
Ah, okay,
but,
okay.
Yeah, I'll stop now. But we have said, yeah, shout out to.
All good.
Oh, I was going to say flat bottom break.
There was no flat
yeah,
bottom break.
I was confused by that.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to, shout out though to Sharif for that 50-penny Amazon trade. They're like, Sharif's always ready to get involved with Meta. No regretta, I cannot trade Meta. So yeah, I want to shout out. Always so happy to be on this here desk. I'm still looking at, speaking, on this desk lot, I've traded a lot of Tesla. Maybe too much Tesla today, but I am still watching this 228.20 area. This is a weird kind of hold. 228.20 was an area I was like vaguely looking at earlier. I was much more interested in 228.40, but 228.20, if you want to be interesting, I mean, like, hey, I'm interested in that as well. We do have this topping tail candle here quite massively, as you can see, rejecting off the 90 MA, which is one of my favorite levels to look at. So keeping an eye on this TSLA, but also keeping an eye on the SPY. Seeing a couple comments here about the SPY here. Nana Desart saying long SPY. And I mean, yeah, the SPY climbing up the spout here. I briefly had a long, and I do not think I risked enough in this because that would have been a nice move here. I'm just laughing at myself here. I got long SPY at the 545.80, got out 545.70s. Now we are at a cool 546.70. Shout out to anybody involved in this. Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to climb higher here. Seeing a bit of a pause here at this 546.70s, but not a bad look here for the SPY. As Opie sometimes says, the spider is climbing up that spout. So good look there. Tesla breaking below this 228 area, should have been a bit scalpier with that. Let's take a look at AMD as well. Curtis the Conqueror asking about NVIDIA. Hopefully you're conquering that trade. I've seen a couple other people as well, like long NVIDIA, or sorry, long AMD. I meant AMD there. What's the look here for AMD? Let's see how AMD goes, what we can see here in AMD. Wow. We get, you know what, I will say bull flag. We had a bit of a bull flag here. We had this push up here. We chop and churn. And then we have this in confluence with VWAP. We have a little chop and churn, then we push up beautifully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. A cool 8 5-minute green candles. Great look here for AMD. I don't know if we're AM done this rally. I cannot tell. I'm not seeing any signs of slowdown, but we are near that previous pop and drop here around this 161.20. Let's see if we can pop and lock it, polka dot it, country vibe and hip hop hit. Here, that Hannah Montana, the showdown. Hopefully, let's see if this AMD can keep moving here to the upside. I like this AM. This is a great look. Go Amazon. Here's Amazon 200, says Neil. Whoo, Amazon. Let's see if it Express delivers that $200 area. High of day right now, $199.90, $199.99. Well, we're getting close here. We had this, this is a nice little bottoming tail candle here with this $199.80. We're gonna do the less than post haste, but I wanna see if we can get this Amazon 200 breakout. What a look here, we're getting so close. This is much like the Apple 220, where it was a nail biter. This Amazon, this is even like, this is a new all-time highs.
I gotta love
220. This is something we definitely wanna see here. Amazon, let's see if we continue to have this, to make our Wazos to the upside here on, our Jeff Wazos to the upside on AMZN. Oh, this is going to be a
there's monster size there. There is about, I would say about 6,000, maybe 7,000 lots sitting at $200. That's why Neil was trying to get my attention. I didn't have the level 2 up, so I didn't see. So on, here, the New York book, there's 4,300. Here we go. On EdgeX, it's just moving so much. There's 1871. On EXB, there's another 1871. On MEMEX, there's 244. Okay, so there you go. We're still getting a bit of a tug of war right now happening on AMZN. Sadly, we don't have the Amazonian next to us so that we can get him to chime in on Amazon. But yeah, right now, the ask still below that 200. I haven't seen anything on the tape on the left over here print at or below 200. 200 Amazon. There, the Amazonian has returned. He felt it. There was that innate instinct with his stock.
He said call of the wild.
Call of the wild, he says. Shout out to Obe.
Also, he's wearing green. Amazon's green in the jungle. Confluence. Oh boy.
Do you see the wattage, Obe? Oh, there it goes, baby. So a little zig, $20, 217 HOD. Below we go, obviously, as it triggers a whole bunch of shorts. But here come the buyers. Now, tug of war happening here at that $200 level. 1 1/3 right now. The buyer is losing as we dip into 80s a dare. We'll have to see how this one obviously does. But that goes without saying that $200.17, a new all-time high on AMZN. But right now, I don't know. Never want to make any pronouncements like we know what's going to go on. But right now, the shorts or the sellers winning right now, Adair.
Yeah, I don't want to. I think the only appropriate thing to say is, oh boy, to that Amazon 200 break. I really don't. Yeah, they're getting a nod there from Obi. But yeah, shout out to Amazon. Shout out to anyone long Amazon taking this tiny. Pardon? It's not gonna do that move without Obi. Also, guys, I know you could not see this, but the way that Obi hustled over to the desk as Amazon,
he was moving.
There was a speed, there was an aggression, there was a viciousness with which he ran towards that. Not ran, but there was a hustle there. Also, Tesla breaking below 228, but I'm gonna have to wait and see what it does there. 220, wait to see what we do at 228 because it's time for the lesson of the day. Ooh. Also, it's time for you guys to vote. You only have 24 more minutes left to vote. If you want to see Obi and Neil apply their Obi-Wonfidence and their Neilage to these stocks that you guys choose, go in there right now. Get involved, ! Join, space, $, Apple, Tesla, Amazon. I don't know. You guys know what you're looking for. Get involved there. Find out what happens. I made that sound so ominous. Yeah, just pick whatever tickers you want to see. But also, let's talk about MACD divergence. I also wonder if you've got moving average convergence, divergence. Are you then converging?
Oh,
are you double negative?
I like it, Adair. I like the way you think there.
I don't know. Yeah. The insurgent says Fabian in there. So you've got your MACD insurgent. No, yeah, shout out to Fabian there. Shout out also
Fabian.
Oh, cleaning it with detergent. That's pretty good. Yeah, I got to shout out Fabian there. He's also killing it on his own today. So shout out to Fabian and Ramin always. There we go. Let's talk, though, about this MACD divergence. So imagine you're looking at a stock chart and you have the MACD indicator, right? So normally, the price movement in the MACD will tend to move in the same direction because it can give you a sign. We talked about crossovers, so those can give you a signs of movement, but generally, they will, in fact, tend to move in the same direction. So what happens, though, when you have a divergence? That's basically when you're going to have the price and the MACD move in opposite directions. 2 roads diverged and it would, and I took the one less traveled by, and that's made all the difference. Maybe shout out to Robert Frost. But that's what happens when you have the divergence here between the MACD and your stock. That can give you a sign that there could be things in the water here and hint at a possible change in trend. So let's talk about some types of divergence. There are 2 main types of divergence to watch out for. One of them is going to be bullish divergence, which occurs during a downtrend when you have the price making lower lows, but the MACD starting to form higher lows. This can suggest a weakening downtrend and a potential upside move because the MACD is telling you got a little bit more move up here. Now let's also talk here about bearish divergence, which of course is going to be the opposite. You have it occurring during an uptrend and the price will continue to make higher highs, but the MACD line will start to form lower highs. And in that case, you are going to have a weakening uptrend or a suggestive weakening uptrend and a potential downside move. Also, I am seeing a tap of 1060 for Anovis, guys, 1062. Just because I wanted to check that for some people asking about Anovis Bio, seeing a 1062 tap. Now, let's talk about bullish MACD divergence. So look, you have your price move down here. We just made a lower high. However, in the MACD, we've made a higher high or higher low. So that can show you, you've got a little bit of divergence that can show you maybe we have a move up. In this case, we do in the price. And again, these are not always going to be absolutes, as I always want to appreciate that Sharif always says it's never going to be absolutes. It's just kind of signs of things that could happen. And in this case, that's just one example of what can happen in these situations. Now let's talk about bearish MACD divergence. We have higher highs here on the chart, but we have lower high in the MACD. And so this can show we have a little bit of a downward trend. Now let's help understand this divergence. So a divergence is not going to guarantee a trend reversal, but it can suggest a shift in momentum. So why is it important? Because losing momentum can be worth noting. When you've got the price going up or down, but the MACD weakening, that can show whatever trends in, even if it doesn't show the reversal of the trend, it can show that the trend is losing steam. Amazon?
Oh, no, I was like, I wonder why I got triggered out there. But yeah, you're good, you're good.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Because yeah, Amazon, we want to know what's happening in that jungle over there. But yeah, basically that can show you that even if you have, even if it's not like an actual sign of a trend reversing, it can show the trend we're in as weakening. I did not mean to make sure you laugh so hard at that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things. I never know what he's going to laugh at, but I enjoy it. Yeah, appreciate it.
That jungle.
Yeah, the jungle is George of the Jungle. I don't know happening there in Amazon. But let's talk about the potential reversal as well. So even if you don't have that trend reversal, you can sometimes have a loss of momentum. But the MACD divergence can also show you that there can be a potential reversal. So the weakening momentum can not only lead to the trend halting, it can lead to a trend reversal. The reversion man, shout out to Obi and also to Jerome Powell, who was not talking about Taylor Swift this morning, even though he was weirdly asked about her. The weakening momentum can lead to a trend reversal in the opposite direction at times, right? But it's not set in stone. It's not foolproof. You want to be aware for confirmation. You always want to see some confirmatory factors to make sure you have confidence before entering your trades. Divergence is a warning sign. It can be, a yield sign, not a stop sign. It's not going to be a guaranteed reversal. You want to look for confirmation from other technical indicators or price patterns before acting on your trade ideas. False signals are also something to be very cognizant of. Divergence can be misleading, especially in volatile markets. So you want to make sure that you're not going on one signal. You want to see a host of signals there. And let's go beyond the basics. The strength of divergence is worth noting as well. So the greater the difference between the price movement and the MACD, the stronger the divergence signal. But that doesn't mean that you need big divergence. Sometimes you can have little baby divergences. It's younger cousins, it's younger siblings. Little signs that are showing you, hey, this could be something to look at, something to keep an eye on, and something to be aware of. So hidden divergence is when you might have the price making new high or new lows, but the MACD not quite reaching the previous highs and lows. That can still be a sign of divergence. It can just be like a little warning sign. So here's your bullish hidden divergence here. See how we have this slightly higher low here and a slightly lower high on the MACD? That could just be a sign there's some kind of divergence here in the woods. And now the bearish hidden divergence as well. You've got these lower highs here in the chart and slightly higher lows here in the MACD. So these are, again, signs that just things to be aware of. You're not always going to see the big pattern. You're not always going to have a huadunk or a flat bottom break. Sometimes you might just have a price that falls off its level.
Bang.
And that's valid too. And that's going to be my analogy with these MACDs. But guys, remember, MACD divergence is a valuable tool for spotting the trend reversals and for spotting weakening momentum, but it's not going to be a golden rule. It's a tool, not a rule. It's just one thing to have in your arsenal. Shout out to the mustachioed man to my right. Also, we have a super chat here. Mark the Realtor 305, shout out to Miami, and the Drake song 305 to my city. Netflix, big sweeps on 700 calls. Shout out to you. Hopefully you were printing on that. Let's pull up Netflix. See what's watching here, what we're watching on Netflix, what's in the top. Okay.
Pushback number 2. Was that number 2?
I think it's not been a lot today. But look at this bounce here at 675. This is what I call a range. 675 to 676.50 here on this range here.
Bang.
Top and insurance. This starts making me miss Lily. I'm like, what am I doing with Tesla? I'm going to be trading these. No, I'm joking. I don't need to be trading these big old spreading dudes. Netflix is a spread of over like 50 cents right now. But let's take a look at the daily chart and see what we're doing on Netflix for these 700 calls. Okay. We had a range on the intraday chart. Look what we have, a range on the daily as well. We are bouncing. We are bouncing here up to 670 in the daily with a top of 685. I think we could have a bit of a bull flag. I think we break below 670, things get a bit dicey here in Netflix. But hopefully, whatever you're watching makes the Netflix top 10 there. Mark the Realtor 305. I think that's a great look. Tesla getting that 227, so you know what Cybertruck I have on my eye.
Rivian, headline with Rivian, Volkswagen, Rivian in talks on expanding partnership to hardware. It just had been software to that point. Rivian Didn't want to give up the ghost with respect to battery, with respect to propulsion. So it looks like they will expand that partnership. RIVN up 4.5% right now. Let me load up the set chart. Wow, everything's moving and wow, today's nuts. And I just can't get a read on things, but everything's moving. Come on, I can't even maximize the chart. That's how much trouble I'm having today. Rivian, there we go. Topping tail candle through 1470. It's already had a decent day, but that volume candle right there, over 2.5 million shares on this last candle at 130. It's going to close in about 30 seconds or so. It did come up into that 1469, 1470 area above the volume weighted average price right now. An expansion of the partnership, not announcing, obviously, the partnership. We already knew that was taking place. Volkswagen going to invest about $5 billion in Rivian, which helps with cash. Obviously, that's important for these electric vehicle makers. We just had another 200 attempt here on AMZN. We looked like we found a bit of a bottom. Are you done the lesson?
I did do the
okay,
lesson.
perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were done.
No, make sure.
Yeah. At 1940, generally 1950, and right up into 200 again we go. Not breaking it quite yet. 217 is the high a day. So momentarily selling, and then now attempt number 2 at taking 200 on a closing basis. We didn't do it last time, as you can see. Even on the 1-minute chart, it was very short-lived and very fleeting, that break above 200. So goes without saying, it didn't close that way on the 5, didn't close that way on the 1. Still resistance to be expected at 200 here for AMZN, but we're much closer to it, than we were about a couple of minutes ago. So let's see if we can get another attempt at it right now. 1/3 in the clear is AMZN. No specific headline for Amazon on the day, not the one that I know of anyway. I'm just looking here. It looks like some other guy on halftime report added to his to his AMZN there. Remember last time was the Josh Brown pump?
Oh, yeah.
So some other dude on that other channel today adding to their Amazon position. But Amazon really, I think the most pronounced catalyst that I've heard from them as of late was them wanting to take on Temu and Shein. And essentially what Temu and Shein do is they get around tariffs by having all their products south of $800. So if you have your products south of $800, you forego any tariff coming in from China. That's how they're able to keep the price so low. But a lot of back and forth between analysts about the real purpose of Temu, of Shein. A lot of people making the argument that they're looking for your data. They're looking for your buying habits. That to them is worth more than actually making money on these products. That I don't know if that's going to be the business model for Amazon, obviously, but that's really the biggest catalyst I've heard from them as of late. Them wanting to take on those two players, and those are big players. I mean, we've all seen what PDD has done last year. Shein, obviously, a private company. They're looking to go public on the LSE. I know they filed not that long ago. But nice trade, Adara on Tesla. Tesla's coming into VWAP. You want to talk about it?
I would love to, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you so much. But yeah, no, we remember too, we saw what the PDD and everything did as well on that move. So these guys did get a little bit hit by that. Tesla, I took the 227 short. I've been saying I wanted that 227. I wanted that smoke. Sorry for the aggression. And then I said that 227.40. I kept playing that as a short level earlier. It's like, Adara, it's clearly support. Play it like support. So I watched. I said, Adara, if we get to 227 40s, then obviously try to take it as a long. But if we don't, take it as a short. When I got involved, I waited for a 227 breakdown. I said, if we get into 227, like I was literally, I'll risk it to 20s. I'm not even risking it to 40s. I'm like, we'll keep this tight. Happy I got it where I did. Got out 2/3 of the position at 77s. Again, just watching the book, seeing levels I was interested in. Then got the rest out, the final third at 226.40s. And Tesla, if you want to keep having that rejectla, keep rejecting here at 227s, will I take you short again? Yes. I have some calls because my read on Tesla, I should have said yes.
There you go.
Yeah, my read on Tesla is not, my read on anything has not been the best today, but that's why you have to keep believing in yourself. Keep having strength in, and I was, I've made back some of the L's we took earlier today, still down on the day and the week, but you know what I'm always bullish on? Positivity.
There you go.
I am as green as this little turtle, who's also kind of blue. But go turtle and go positivity, and yeah, go markets, go Tesla. I'm in a great mood today, guys.
Fantastic.
You're not gonna have winning trades 100% of the time, but you do miss 100% of the shots you don't take and 100% of the trades you don't make. Tesla currently bouncing a little bit here, so I don't want to get short right away. I'm still watching my 227s and my 227.40s.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Elon. Already many Chinese resellers on Amazon. It's going to be a little bit different this time, Elon, because what's going to come from China is going to come in the same format as it does with Temu and Shein. So they're going to be very cheap products, longer delivery times, 9 to 11 days from my understanding. You're not going to have that same, e-commerce business just in a different light. No, it's going to be very much discount based. It's going to be very much, we'll see. We'll see exactly what business model they follow, if they come up with their own or they just take the stencil of Temu and Shein. But yeah, I realize that there are already plenty of people selling on Amazon from China or importing from China and selling on Amazon. It's not going to use Amazon's distribution center. So you're not going to get the product. It's not going to be sent to you from Amazon. It's going to be directly from the sellers in China. It's going to take a long time to get there, and it's going to be subject to tariffs if it is above a certain price. But so don't expect the same kind of fulfillment service you get from your Amazon same day, next day. No, it ain't going to be like that. So I see what you're saying there, but I just want to point that out. So we did get a bit of a dip in this market, but as quickly as we got that dip, as quickly as we got the buyback, look at that 10 exponential touch on Meta. The same thing on the Zon right there. Here comes 200 on the Zon again. Let's go back to that because there was a lot. Yeah, here we go. So definitely not the same lottage that we have on Amazon now that we had earlier. We had about, I don't know, I counted over about 6,000, 7,000 lots. Now you're not seeing anything like that. But that doesn't mean there isn't a wall of sellers hiding vis-a-vis an iceberg. And there it goes again, above into 210. But just like that, it is met with a wall of selling. So we're going to have to see, can the buyers overwhelm sellers on this day, on this occasion, on this time? Because right now, 200 keeps coming in over and over and over as a level of resistance. Unsurprising, though, guys. To basically watch that, to trade it, it's going to have to resolve, right? Because you can't trade it if it zigs and zags like this. It's going to have to figure out which way it wants to go, and then hopefully we'll get the right way there. I'm still keeping an eye on some other Mag 7 names. It's not just Amazon that's making moves. Meta just printed another high a day right at 510. So did Softy at 457.95, basically 458 right there. Apple just broke above that 219.50. Again, it's on its way to $0.75 for another maybe 220 attempt here. It already had multiple 220 attempts, all of which have rejected. Goggles right into 185, broke 185. Go Google 185.09. It's like $2 off the all-time high. Great recovery today for Google. Not one that you typically see move, $4 in a day, but that's what we're on track to do here if we get into the $0.50, 185 $0.50. 181.56 is the low of day. So plenty of range here on goggles. Tesla is really the only one that's retracing, and that includes NVIDIA right now because it's coming into VWAP, and we all saw Adara had that great trade off 227. It is finding, let's zoom in a little bit, see exactly where VWAP's hanging out. It just bounced exactly off VWAP and now is breaking above 226 again, but there's a whole lot of tug of war happening here between said buyers and sellers. Let's see if we can move up. We're already $1 above the volume weighted average price. Great recovery there, but it's one candle. Don't put too much into that, but nice defend there for anybody sitting with a resting order at the volume weighted average price for that long. You printed there. I hope you continue to do so. And yeah, let me know how it goes. Right now, though, everything really close to highs. 20,200 incoming possibly on the future.
Yeah, that's a crazy look there. I just tried to short the VWAP breakdown on Tesla. I need to stop doing this. I have a good trade, and then I make another questionable trade that it's like, girl, what are you doing? That's not good, though, I mean, it's hard because if you feel confident in something, you want to take it, but you also don't want to lose the gains you had.
100%.
So it's like, do I want to trade confidence or P&L? I think I'd rather trade my confidence, but also then it's like Adara, maybe look for more confirmation before you take the trades. I did, to be fair, I was proud of myself. I waited to see us get below 226 before getting involved, but Tesla did have that bounce right off that 226 level. It was magic, as Sharif said. There was a crazy bounce. I really thought we'd break down because we were holding at 226.30 like a glove, and then we broke that down, and then I was like, okay, the short's in, and Tesla said, what do you mean I don't wear shorts? I only wear like capris. That's the shortest I'll get. So I'm like, okay.
Bang.
Basically, I took this a smaller size, but I clearly did not manage the risk well enough. I shouldn't have got involved in the first place. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, though. I'm happy I tried it. That's what matters. I mean, it doesn't, but it does. You know what I mean? You only learn through learning. UV to great. Wait, did that make sense? You only learn.
Well,
You
yeah.
only learn through doing? I don't know. But does that?
Yeah, even when you're like not actively learning, you're still passively learning.
You're right. You're right.
So, yeah.
You only learn through learning.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like UV to great saying, see profits, take them, period. I agree. I should have just said make profits and got it. But shout out to UV to great, hip hop recording artist. Everyone in the chat is great. You also all only have 6 minutes.
Cheese.
6 minutes to go in that chat. Didn't time fly? I think so.
I think it
Go
did.
in the chat. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's GME, maybe it's AMD, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's, I don't know, Nikola. You guys pick what you like. Go in there, that chat, and make that vote. And hopefully, as Sharif said, maybe campaign. You know, have like little tiny campaigns. We believe in a democratic process here. Whatever ticker you're interested, getting involved. Luis Lugo saying brilliantly what I was trying to say there really hard. You only learn through experience.
Bang.
I agree. Jonathan Greenwald saying learning is earning. I gotta give that a round of applause. Do you have the bang button? Because I don't have that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I know you have the bang.
Yeah, we
button.
can put that on your stream
Thank
deck any
you.
day. Just let me know.
But yeah, so bang to that. Learning is earning. Even if you're not making P&L, I like to think of it as progress and learning. Today, the P&L, the progress and learning has been on fire the last few days. I'd like the P&L to be more on fire. Right now, it's on fire like in a bad way. Like, you know, when we had that little like smoke situation at my place, where we had all the smoke in a bad way. But it's all good. I feel really energized, ready. You know, it's only 2 days in this month. We have a whole month, a whole quarter, whole half a year ahead of us. I'm ready to keep going.
All right, it is now 2-0 Netherlands over Romania, okay, because this is a very important match. It is knockout stages. Romania did quite well. I got to give hats off to them. I didn't expect them to reach the group stages. Surprise for me. Cody Gakpo scoring in the 20th minute. Neil will know him as one of the Liverpool strikers. I don't know who this person is. Malin. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. Cody Gakpo assisting that goal that came in the 83rd. It is now 2-0 to Netherlands, who I believe actually qualified vis-a-vis third place. They were one of, I believe, 2 third-place teams. Yes, Netherlands won 1-1 in the group stages with 4 points. They finished third in Group D, which was the toughest group. Austria won that group. France second. They advanced yesterday. And Netherlands getting in vis-a-vis third place, but definitely performing because they're winning 2-0 now, about to go to the quarterfinals. Shout out to them. Doing real well here. I'm setting up for a dip trade on AMZN. I'm going to try to take possible 3/4 touch over here. There we go. We get it. If it breaks 60, I'm out. It's going to have to hold this area over here, 199. Let's go 59s. And then we'll get out everything at the $0.50. I'm looking for a higher low. Last time it came into 60. So if it holds up at the higher low, accumulating for that 200 break, that's what I'm trying for here. Really nothing other than that. So we're going to sit in front of that 200. Let's hit low 90s there. But if it breaks 60, we're going to get stopped out of this one for 16 penny loser there if it breaks 60. Very close right now, trying to hold above 60, but the wall of sellers coming in fast and furious there on AMZN. The 10 exponential on Amazon is at 50. So, you know, I'm thinking maybe I drop my stop a little bit to defend the 10 exponential possibly here, but that wasn't really the trade. The trade was supposed to be a higher low for accumulation of 200 touch or break. So I don't want to change it. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. So back into the 70s we go, but nothing really happening here. Mark, Rivian, heavy call action. What did I miss? What did you miss? We announced it, my man. So essentially what's happening with Rivian is that they're going to expand their partnership. This is the chart on Rivian with Volkswagen. Initially, it was a software-only type of deal where they give them, you know, everything EV related for the software. But now it's going to be a hardware deal as well. We can only speculate that engines could be included, propulsion systems could be as well as other things. I don't have the details on it quite yet. It was sent to me vis-a-vis Brendo, and the headline was exactly how I read it to you guys. So we'll see what kind of partnerships or how the partnership manifests. But I'm liking Rivian a lot more lately, I got to tell you. You know, it's definitely not one of the ones that, you know, I liked as an EV play. but Rivian looking a lot more attractive lately. And I gotta tell you, I'm also kind of biased for Polestar. And the only reason I'm biased Polestar is because I see a lot of them on the road. That obviously is probably regionally based, but hey, what can I say? Shout out to Fabian. So yeah, we'll see what we get there. Now, back to AMZN, because we're still holding this 76 dip trade here. Into the 80s we go. I'm sitting there in the low 90s for a fill. We'll have to see if we can accumulate for another 200 touch or so. Right now, definitely a wall of sellers coming in at this level. By the way, Softy, is this all-time high on Softy? 1 second. Yes, okay. So we just printed another all-time high on Microsoft. Yesterday was the previous all-time high, and that was 457.37. It is now 458.33. MSFT, another all-time high. I mean, I'm not surprised with the market doing what it's doing right now, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I am not either. This market is wild here. We're just pushing higher here. SPY up about 0.3%. We've got Qs up about a cool up almost 0.2%. Great look here for these year markets. Let's take a look at that SPY, see what we're spying. Shout out to Nando's Art in the chat, I believe, said long the SPY, so I'm sure you are printing. I would have to say hope you print, because I know you're printing if you got long there. Look at these bottoming. Also, a moment of silence for my SPY long. I risk way too little, risk 10 pennies. Yeah, you gotta learn, though, from stuff,
yeah,
right?
For sure.
Clearly I had the right idea. I think this was the dip. I just didn't play it correctly, so I'm gonna take that, knowing that the dip was right, because I'm really proud of the entry level. Man, did I not execute it properly, but that's how you learn. The Mark the Realtor, 305, 199. Thank you so much for another super chat here. Thanks, I'm in Rivian. Can you cut AMC, popcorn, film reel? Let's see here what's on screen. What are the trailers like for AMC price action? AMC,
Get it.
as a certain individual to my right sometimes says. It's hard to say here. I gotta say, we do have clear resistance for myself at 533s. Look at this. We pop up to 533s, looks kind of bull flaggish. We bounce nicely, double bottom here off 520s, confluence with VWAP. I like confluence. We put not as much as we're going to see in 10 minutes, but I do think confluence is always great. Then we come to 532s, we actually look above. Then we come back, make a higher low. Does it look like we're gonna break out here at 533s? Yes, it does. Do we? No. We come back here, we do make a higher low from 520s. Our new low is 523, and we make another higher low here, but right now we're below VWAP. We're running into some issues here at 527. I think we need to clear 533. I'll take a look at the daily chart as well to see, what might be on tap for the next movie in AMC's theaters. I see someone pumping.
Go 200, baby. Let's go 200 again. We're holding 76s, Adair. So I want that 200 break, and we're not getting it, right? Yeah, and now the size starting to show up again. Remember how last time the size had dipped down a little bit? Now it's starting to come back. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, best is luck there for, that was not, I said best as. Best of luck there for you. I hope you print, as you always say. I'm surprised Opie isn't running over, because last time you had like the psychic ability.
Well, because it's like the third time, or the fourth or the fifth time
it's attempted so many times
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But yeah, right now, AMC, I think we're finding some nice little support here. We did have a slightly higher low here at 450s. I like this. I would like to see us push higher into 552s. That was that kind of next candle we got. But again, not a bad look at all here on our pal AMP. Definitely making some higher lows on the daily chart. Also, I did scalp another Tesla 127 rejection. I only took like 20 pennies on it, but I was really proud of this. Sharif sometimes says, call me crazy. I'll say, call me stubborn, but I keep trying to take this level. I still see stuff I like. That being said, we keep bouncing off VWAP, so I do need to be cognizant of a potential long here. I'll keep scalping whatever I see here. Don't stop scalping.
Bro.
Yeah, keep doing what you have to do. How's Amazon going?
Hey, we just finished. We just took it out at 200. But you look at Softy go. I think we might see 460 today on Softy. 458.81. I remember this thing trading at 225 like a year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just insane what AI has done for Microsoft as of late. It's got to be the biggest market cap now, though, right? Like Softy with this latest ascent, 3.4 trillion, 3.409 trillion. What's Apple at? Apple's at 3.369 trillion. Nvidia's definitely below that, 3 trillion. So the world's most valuable company printing new highs as we speak, 458.81 on the Softy, up only 0.43% on the day. But that, that doesn't really matter, because if you looked at this one, essentially off that 454.75 bounce, yeah, you're doing real well, and you don't really care if it's up only 0.5% on the day. Microsoft, Amazon still accumulating, printing 97, south of 200. So I'm like, look, I got to get up to go to the green screen, just flatten out now. And we flattened out at like 97s or 98s or whatever there. Meta coming back into 509. And the reason I mentioned that, and not because it's the whole dollar level, but because Meta has really respected the 10 exponential this afternoon. And the 10 exponential is like 30 pennies away from current price action. So anybody looking for a possible dip trade on Meta up 1%, 0.93, definitely not a bad look. Softies above, Amazon's above 200 again. This time it's accumulating at 10s, but it's still being met with aggressive selling. I still don't have even one 1-minute candle that has closed above 200. This one might though. Here we go. There it goes. A new all-time high on AMZN. 229, 2 Mag 7 names today, 3 Mag 7 names today, printed all-time highs. Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, all printed all-time highs today, new all-time highs for both. Great day for the Mag 7 names. Even, NVIDIA's still holding up here. I mean, it's definitely off the low. It's still down 1.4% on the day, though, Darren. Oh, do you want me to go on?
Oh, no, sorry, it's okay. Yeah, Fabian was just telling me, they're talking about some meat production over here. Some of these meat production names apparently have some nice catalysts here. That's something I want to look more into. Yeah, thank you for
production.
Yeah, I guess like Hormel and stuff like that. Why can I? Yeah, but yeah, apparently because of 4th of July cookouts. But yeah, Tesla, I wanted to take that long. I'm going to shock everyone. I really want to take this long Tesla, 226.55. So we had slightly higher lows in the book initially. I wanted 54s, chased it a little bit, 55s. Tesla said you could not run fast enough for this Cybertruck. I was not allowed into the party, into the Cybertruck. Unfortunately, it pulled a Jerome Powell, closed the doors on me, but it's all good. You just got to keep going, got to keep fighting. I have to say, the last 2 days, the market has been like, Adara, get yourself together. And I'm like, I understand. I totally get it. I need to definitely be more caffeinated, be more prepared, be more agile, be more focused. Now, could I look back on today and be like, Adara, you spent way too much time looking at one stock? Yeah, I could. But also I could be like, no, I had levels I liked, didn't always play them correctly, but I learned that sometimes you have to just sit, you have to look, you have to watch, you have to wait. Should have done a lot more waiting than I did, to be very clear. Sometimes we're a little bit more too active or more active than we should have been. But yeah, I want to shout out, I believe it was Caputi Electronic Music in the chat saying, don't be too anchored to bias. I will admit, I am a very short bias, and that's the thing I want to work on, so I do want to shout that out. I think that was a good lesson for me today. Good lesson with Tesla. I got shut down yesterday, did not get shut down today, which is something, small victories. But no, all jokes aside, I take everything really seriously. And yeah, we definitely took some paper cuts or some stab wounds for the last few days, if you will. But that just means I'm ready to come back harder. Obviously do not being down, but we're always bullish positivity, and that is sometimes what's going to matter here. Now, the SPY continued to, climb higher. I spy some more up spied on that SPY. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Itsy Bitsy Spider. Shout out, yeah, that's an Obi's pun there. Continuing to climb up that spout here. Look at this bounce. I got to push back, and my mic fell with it. But look at this here. We got this, again, chart pattern's not always going to be relevant here in the futures or the ETFs, but this 546.40, this is clear resistance earlier. We bounce on a wick basis not once, but twice on the 5-minute chart, and then we push higher. So I like that 546.40. Looks like some more upside here on the SPY. Let's see how high that spider can climb.
Okay, I just want to leave you guys with one final thought here. Rivian is on its way to day high. The day high printed much earlier at 9:55 was the IB high. Here comes the IB high. Come on, Rivian, load up. There we go. 1478, guys. Headline for Rivian. There goes new high a day on Rivian now. 1482. It's starting to pick up here, and the volume's really starting to pick up on Rivian. It started really at 130 and has continued. So I will see you guys all at the big screen, and yeah, keep your eye on Rivian.
Yeah, definitely Rivian to the upside there. But yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, pardon? Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you so much to Sharif for everything. Thanks for being here today. That was not English, the lesson. And shout out to Sharif's Amazon trade as well. Amazon, amazing. Look there for Amazon on the Wazos, continuing pushing higher here. I wanted to pull up Eli Lilly, because some people were mentioning Eli Lilly here with, there was a lot of volatility here on Lilly. We did have this 880 bounce. We did have this move down to the downside. Brendan brought this in the morning show. With regards to Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, the news that the Biden administration was like, these drugs are too much, these weight loss drugs. So recovering really nicely. Apparently there was a catalyst in this. I'm trying to find out what that catalyst was on Eli Lilly. But yeah, we've had a lot of news of approvals recently in different areas, trying to find the most. Oh yeah, FDA approving Eli Lilly's Alzheimer drug. So Kisunla getting some approval. So hopefully Kisunla, rather than later, we'll be able to see that in stores. But yeah, as Sharif always says, it's always great when we have catalysts like this with regards to mental health. So good look. Eli Lilly's Kisunla drug getting approved. Great bounce off the 900. Wow, Lilly. Wow, the vol Lilly is great. Volume about 3 million. I always say if it's not a milli, I will not be getting involved with Lilly. But yeah, I mean, Lilly well below or above a milli here. This is a great look on this L to the Y. Tesla rejecting once again at that level. I like that too, 2740s. That is, I keep saying that's the level here on Tesla, or one of the levels here on Tesla, 22740s. Yeah, it looks like we have Neil and new Neil, if you pay attention to the position board here. Neil and Obi are going to be on the show, dropping that Neilage and that Obi confidence. You're going to be seeing them in a couple of minutes. Hope you guys had as much fun as we did. This was a really eventful day. As Sharif said, not one, but three of the Mag 7 making new all-time highs. What a fun day to be trading. It's a shortened week, but no shortage of fun stuff to keep an eye on. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, we do have Sharif. A couple seconds here in that green screen. Hope you guys have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Obi, Neil, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers that you voted for on the Midday Show. Make sure to vote every day on How to Trade with Adair and I. Really interesting day today. Goes without saying. We're going to get to the tickers and the futures in a second, but three of the Mag 7 names have all printed new all-time highs. Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple. Amazon breached that $200 level. Apple also breaching 220, and Microsoft at that 487 level. And all that Mag 7 strength has resulted in a good push up here for the triple Qs. 487, we're generally around in that area on the NQ September contract. We were really close to that 20,200. Great day, good strength today on the futures. But the first ticker, as selected by you guys, NVIDIA, no real clear catalyst for this today. In fact, it's actually a little bit negative on the day, down about 1.5%, recovering well off the lows. Oh, guys, what is the look on NVIDIA?
NVIDIA. What's going on, Randy?
Yeah, I'm muted. It's not even on.
What's up, everyone?
It wasn't even on. Like,
oh,
I'm sitting there staring at Amazon this entire time, and I didn't even turn my microphone on. But you know what? I'll let you start with NVIDIA because I'm mad at NVIDIA, and Amazon needs to go to 201. Those are the two things that need to happen here. I'm actually in a different chip name, and it's actually Intel. And NVIDIA was probably a bounce-off VWAP, but I didn't have it.
Yeah, no, we talk about that 123 level on NVIDIA, and I think it kind of stands out today as the highs being 123.40s every time it gets up into 123. Can't really get that far. Looking distinctly different from the rest of the market, as was just pointed out on the midday. All of these tickers, well, not all of them, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple as well, all pushing for fresh highs, and NVIDIA's kind of chop and churn sideways. So maybe a little bit of a pit stop here in and around that 123 that has been showing up as an interesting level over the past week or so. You can see that it was acting as support for a good portion of last week, and coming in this week, a little bit of attempt to hold prior day yesterday on Monday, but today a little bit of a chop and churn underneath. What do we have in store for NVIDIA in and around 123? I have no idea, but it is distinctly different from the rest of the market.
Yeah, that weakness it's real. It is what it is. It is trending to the upside. So until it gets through the high, it's 123.40 something. Let's just call it 123.45 or 50, whichever one you happen to like. I think that can really go. But I'm not gonna. It was a VWAP touch. I just traded at 123. I think that was a mistake, and you know we're gonna get. Oh, you know what? I'm surprised Rivian's not on the list. Yeah. But Rivian's about 9 cents away from the $15 level, so we got to cover that.
Oh boy.
Amazon's trying to break out. This is the fourth time I've been long 200 on Amazon. 4 times. Is what it is, but looks like it's trying to go this time. But NVIDIA needs to break out 123.5. If that can happen, I think it can join the party. 125 is still resistance. I am short Intel at VWAP because market's breaking highs. Intel can't even break through VWAP. So relative weakness there, yada, 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 short that chip name instead.
Annovis Biosciences, what a move up for them. Midday, we got the catalyst, or actually early on, we got the catalyst that they had a very successful phase 3 study for Parkinson's. It was midday that we got the analyst upgrade and a price target of, I believe, 65 or 67, sent this one shooting through the roof. It's retracing a little bit now, still up about 92%, guys. Heavy short float on this, I checked during the midday, about 15.5%.
So I have quite possibly the single greatest keystroke error ever on ANVS. It did this wick at $12, and like the second I saw it back underneath, my plan was to go short underneath there and then give a stop to 12. But instead of putting 12, I put obviously it's going to happen. You put the wrong price on a stop order of that type, it just, the second I get into position, it punches me out. Because, it's already past that price. What are you talking about? It's above $11. So I put the stop at 12. It was at, put the stop at 11. It was at 12 or 11.80. We got out. I tried shorting it on the way back down. Like when I try to jump back in, I get it lower, get very greedy, maybe a little bit tilted on it, but it was frustrating because I think I had the top on this, at least an idea at that 12 level, and then managed to bungle it. Did not get it fast enough when it wicked out, and I could have jumped back in. I think it's done temporarily in terms of looking for like a parabolic long. It would make some sense if 9 would hold as a support level. I think a consolidation off 9 would be the next place that I would look on ANVS. The good news is it's day 1, and if you look real close at all these massive spike and retraces, it has a bad history of doing that. 1, 2, 3, it's about 5 or 6 days here. It's about 5 or 6 days here. It's about 5 or 6 days that it runs before dropping. So that's the good news, is this stock has a history of being able to run for a couple of days before doing the, in this case, inevitable drop. I cheer for it. Parkinson's, horrible disease. It's a cruel one. My track coach in university developed Parkinson's while I was there, and it's not an easy thing to look at someone they've got all their faculties left and they just can't get it out. So I don't root against the stock, but I do think if it's still running tomorrow, there's a secondary play. But after about a week or so, or maybe 3 or 4 days, the pattern has been to look for a short in the stock. I'm not saying I want the stock to go down, but the pattern is what it is, and you should respect it.
Yeah, no, I definitely, resonate with that. Parkinson's definitely a serious issue, and a phase 3 trial improvement, and good news on a phase 3 for Parkinson's. Definitely a strong catalyst when it comes to a biotech, and yeah, very, very strong trend that it's been having with expanding volume. But no, Neil is right. Again, this ticker is a little bit of a repeat offender. If you look back at it, every time it does go on a couple days worth of a run, it kind of flushes down. Now, I don't know if those flushes have anything to do with stock offerings, but you also have to remember how some of these healthcare and biotech companies work. They still have to raise money to kind of fund their research and do whatever other things that they need to get done. So again, being the repeat offender that it is, I would definitely be wary of the parabolic move kind of coming back in. But again, until it's there, it does seem to go on a multi-day run. And today, it seems like it is day 1. Again, looking back at the higher time frame right here, just to kind of reiterate what Neil was talking about, every time that it has ran in the past, we can just take a look at the samples from earlier on this year. You can see in December, we ran for a couple of days, multiple days building up into it, but look at the catastrophic flush if and when that does come in. So that is something definitely to be wary about when trading some of these names on ANVS. So other than that, I don't really have too much of a look, but solid trend that it's made off of this volume coming in early to midday, around 11 o'clock, it would seem.
Tesla, what a day. Up about 8.5% right now, is up almost 10 at the high. This is the headline, guys. So they produced 411,000 cars, but look at the deliveries, 444,000 cars. What does that tell you? That means that they basically delivered everything that they produced, and they had excess inventory from last quarter that they were able to move. That's quite bullish, in my opinion. Dan Ives coming out yesterday and saying that he expected a surprise beat for deliveries today, and right he was. Tesla, great look, guys. Trying to recover in that 227 area. What's the look?
227. We're back to the Jeffersons. All roads lead to $227. Just very quickly, but like Amazon is not on the list, so we got to go over the trades that we're in as well. Amazon is making a battle of this $200 level, so I just want to update it. It was able to get to 240. When it broke 200 the fourth time, I actually added on the way up when it made a fresh high. I just dipped down to 200. If we make a new low here, I'm just going to jump out of the trade. The trend since the first test of 200, the trend is holding forward. If it can't hold this trend locally since the first failed break of 200, then I think this could flush all the way down into 199. So I don't want to get trapped. I bought out in front of it. We'll give it up if we have to. But Tesla, we talked about there being no fly zones shorting Tesla. I tried it once and got away from it. It would have been good. It actually would have worked into VWAP, but I just wasn't a huge fan of it. I don't want to draw any lines in there. An early long, when the news hit, it's easy to look at this and say you could have just gone long at the beginning, but if you were watching, and anyone that was watching the live show, it did get to 215, pull back to 206, go to 213, pull back to like 209. Like it was all over the place. Then when the market opened up was your opportunity to get it along here off of 218, 219. That was your spot to go into long. I got out too early. Obi, you held till 227. Great address.
Still too early.
Great show. But wow, unbelievable day for Tesla, 8.5%. I don't wonder if it's not the Rivian show this afternoon, though, if it can break 15.
Yeah, absolutely crazy move on deliveries. We know that Tesla, some of the best catalysts on Tesla have been either earnings or delivery numbers. And whenever that delivery comes in, I definitely like to anchor that VWAP to that delivery volume kind of come in. And we did that this morning, and I guess it worked out quite well as when it pulls back into that area where the average volume is sitting, the average participant is sitting. Off of the news that comes in, it holds that at that 218, and then again, if you have some charting done on Tesla, that 217, just shy of 217 is a little bit of a key level as well, in my opinion, and we held that in the pre-market quite well as well. So it's like, all right, well then we accelerated all the way to 231. Definitely could have done much better on this trade here. Kind of accumulated some inventory on that churn above anchored, and then took more through the break, but getting out too early. I got out most of my I guess shares in and around that 225, and then kind of aggressively added back in right underneath 228 when I was like, all right, well this is in my opinion this is likely to push for 30s. But stopped out before it even kind of breaks trend. You see that trend break doesn't even happen till 230 later on at around 1040-ish right here. Just this, I guess this trend that comes off of the break of the morning high. But since then, we've just been trading sideways on delivery numbers that Tesla has taken extremely well. Another thing to note is that the market has given us a very strong tailwind throughout the day. So nice move on Tesla.
Ocean Power Technologies, great day today, about 75% in the clear. It's a penny stock. It's trading around 40 some odd pennies right now. I didn't actually have eyes on this during the midday because I filter everything sub 50 pennies. But yeah, they're going to partner up with Unique Group for autonomous vehicles that are supposedly going to serve the Middle East. No real information as to what kind of technology they're going to use, but a good look nonetheless, 75% in the clear, guys. Did you have a look at this one?
I did, and I know a lot of people, I feel like this probably wins, gets on the list for what it was doing earlier more than sort of what's happening now on OPTT. So look, it's up 75%. There's no denying it's been strong, but I would argue that any trend it had going has broken for about an hour or so, and I don't wonder if like the excitement is in a lot of other names. Rivian's about to break $15 any second now. Tesla's going out to Amazon's at 200. The futures are at the highs. NVIDIA's trying to curl. Like, you see what I'm getting at here. There's a lot of other things which have probably grabbed attention. You had that ANVS, which also came out of, I don't want to say out of nowhere, but certainly is grabbing a lot of the volume. GameStop's trying to break out the highs as well. It's hard to imagine this is going to be the one. To its credit, on the 15-minute, you've still got higher highs and higher lows. So the channel and the trend is still overall real good on this time frame. I wonder if those might actually line up really well. So all I would say is if you're trading OPTT, I think what you want to look at is the higher low since about 10 o'clock and the higher highs. Like when it made that top, look at the bottom. It's like kind of like a long off this trend, which is currently 46, and maybe you can get to 58. If it breaks out the top of the trend, great. But is it really going to go? I know the volume's good. It's like 500 million shares. I just look over at what else is going wild here. Yeah, GameStop just broke the high of the day. Rivian is about to take out 15. So, look, the eyeballs for me are going to be on Amazon, Rivian. I'm in Nikola, but that's an old trade. I'm in PSNY, but that's an old trade. And probably GameStop. So I don't know if OPTT is going to work for me, but that channel, worthwhile. It's been holding that trend pretty well. If you're trading off of it, good on you.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a, maybe potentially a better swing trade, it would seem, as it kind of has a little bit of a liquidity trap happening here. Again, OPTT, another one of these repeat offenders. If you do kind of look back at it, it has these aggressive moves, which it tends to fade back off. But today, or for the past few days, it seems like it's doing a little bit of a different kind of dance here. Ocean Power Technologies, you can see that the move kind of started on Wednesday. Now, I don't know, I'm not too familiar with what the catalyst is, not really a name on my radar, but again, it is definitely looking like it has provided a decent amount of opportunity with relative volume as well. You can see that initial day was doing thousands of RVol, kind of, I guess, no, that's just that one candle. So hundreds of RVol, sorry, on that initial day. And then we kind of hold some of these levels, 15, 20 pennies hold, breakout of the 26 happens going into the close yesterday, kind of suggesting a bit of a squeeze. And look at that squeeze come in real nice right off of the open today, all the way up to 50 pennies from when it was only trading at, I guess, 13 pennies a couple days ago, but we wouldn't have probably known about it until it started doing some RVol and some volume with some momentum in and around 20 to 25 pennies. And it's done about 100% of that move. But in terms of an intraday, yeah, not really too much here, kind of chopping sideways as of right now. Maybe it's not done yet. I don't know what the short float on this ticker is, but right here we can figure out what the share float is, and it's only 56 million shares float on a 50 penny ticker. So gotta watch out for that one.
Apple, one of three magnificent 7 names that printed all-time highs today, is trying right now to get back above that 220 area, having trouble with $220. No real headline, but this piece came out. So they're looking at releasing 2 new versions of the Vision Pro. One is set to be more consumer grade, smaller, cheaper. The other one going to be more professional grade for healthcare and other uses. Expected to be released early next year. We already saw what version 1 looked like. Already, guys, building on version 2.
Yeah, the look for Apple this has been like dip buy opportunities off of the open. Ooh, my 15's got this dark pool candle. Imagine you could actually get those fills. You wouldn't have to do much work trading. You just stink bet every day. But no, that's just a dark pool fill. Every single day, you get like a little wick and then a run, wick down and then a run. This was no continuation. Wick down tried to go and then failed, but for the most part, the big up days have started with like a little consolidation, red candle. There's another one in there, the big one down in 207. So I was, if you go back and watch the morning show, okay, fine. I did say, dip buy Apple in 215, like this level in here. That said, at 9:30, any guesses what stock everyone and their mother was trying to execute on? Tesla. So you're not getting this trade if you're taking Tesla. End of story. I tried. It's been an absolute. If you don't get it early, it's been a chop fest ever since. VWAP's not even a thing in there. So I tried getting in when it consolidated 219.20. Just no good. The 220 level is a pretty significant top that it's trying to punch through. Can't get through that. 220.40 needs to break. So I think you're getting a little top heavy here in Apple, and if this thing can't break 220.5, maybe you scalp some shorts. I don't know, but I think Tesla is going to be the interesting one this afternoon. Rivian in this $15 level. Apple needs to break it out, no question about it. Would be nice if it did. How many stocks have we seen that made from fresh highs today? Apple, Amazon, Microsoft as well. I don't know about Google at the double. I don't think Google did, but Microsoft. Apple just needs to follow suit. Until it does, there's a host of other names that are doing a little bit better volume. Or not volume, but better movement. GameStop even. If GameStop wants to continue this rally, it's been struggling at this 24 level. But if it can hold the higher low here, the volume is definitely with this as well. So there's lots of things to look at. Apple just needs to break that high. Can't get there yet.
Yeah, no, Apple kind of pushes prior all-time highs, 22.20s, only about 14 pennies worth, and then pulls back in, I guess, which looks like to around VWAP right there. Yeah, so it kind of comes right back into VWAP. 218s pushing back again. Now again, I'm going to mention this again. Markets are super strong today. We have pushed over 100, I guess over 150, 300 points almost. Starting off just hovering above 19,900. Now trading above 20,200 here on the NQ, and then we started off at just hovering above 5,005 on the ES, and now we're trading about 50 points above on the ES there. So nice little strong trend happening there, and we're seeing that sentiment across the board on. We're seeing that kind of sentiment across the board here with Apple pushing for those highs. Let's see what we got in store. 220s are right there, but yeah, that hold on VWAP, super strong market tailwind. Let's see where we go from here. 220 is going to be interesting, I think, going forward. We only violated the high by 14 pennies and pulled back.
How come I'm not here? There's some movement on Paramount, but I don't know. I'm going to get to Rivian. Rivian broke that 15 in a second, but I did just see a volume spike there as Paramount's been trending to the upside. I haven't heard or seen anything just yet. So if we get something on the wire for that name, we'll let you guys know. I mean, Paramount, okay, it's up 4%. That's all well and good. So I'm on the 15-minute for Rivian because like it was a scalp trade earlier, but I think with that Volkswagen news, now 7.5%, doing good volume. Suddenly it's like a different trade here. If it can break back out, so I did add to this, I had 90s and then I added on the actual break 91s and added at 01s when 15 broke, so my average price will be 96. But I look at this little peak here. If it can take out 15.15, I don't know if I want to add through 15.15, but I want this to take you into 15.5 where I take some out. But I'm now starting to think bigger move on Rivian. Maybe it happens, maybe it isn't. Darwin just has it. Oh, it just hit my wire too as well. Paramount talks to sell BET Network for $1.6 billion. Ooh. Still worth that much? Yeah, so look, yeah, that might not do it for Paramount. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get Paramount through the highs. We know this is what they're trying to do. There's talk of selling off like individual properties they have, like who wants to pick up pieces, who wants to partner with them. So I don't know if that's going to get this going through the high of the day. You want something a little bit bigger. Barry Diller in the IAC. I think it's an older story, DJ Marshall. The new one here is that they're in talks to sell BET for $1.6 billion. When you factor Paramount market cap is 6.6, so that's a decent chunk for them. I think I can respect that. It's a decent chunk for them, but ultimately not sure that's the news that's going to get it through the high of the day.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. What are they trying to raise money or something by piecing off sections of their company, or like what's they're trying to?
I mean, dying traditional business. Yeah. And then
trying to get it off their hands.
Huge competition in the space. Mm-hmm. I think you have a lot of things going on there that. I mean, you're going to get some consolidation in the space. So if they figure that getting themselves more trim is going to make them more attractive to somebody to pick up, then that makes a lot, you'd start doing little things like that. So I guess trimming, raise a little bit of cash by trimming because maybe whoever might acquire them might not be interested in BT. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Fair, yeah. So until we get some real news, we got to work off just what we hear. So we'll see. We'll keep our ear to the ground with that. We mentioned Amazon. Oh, yeah, Amazon did not hold on to that 200 level.
I mean, it's holding on for now.
It is. It's just, I was just in it, and it couldn't get past 250.
Yeah.
So I think we just need to let it calm down, maybe show a little bit more strength, let the volume come back into it. It's really trailed off here. I want to leave the 15-minute up for you guys. You can see how the volume's just trailing off on this breakout. Let's see it ramp back up again. That can happen.
Softy broke trend.
Can definitely, Softy broke the uptrend?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we're holding very distinctly since, 12:15. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, and we've only been printing, green candles since 12:15, and it's what time is it? It's 2:23, so about almost 2 hours. 2 hours, it's just been printing straight up, and this is the first red candle that is forming. So Softy may be the first one to kind of buck its trend here. Let's see if that kind of leads the way. Who else am I looking at? I'm looking at Goggle here. Google also attempting to print one of its, or a red candle here, but we have printed reds along the way there. But again, since 12:15, we haven't really caught as much of a pullback across the board, right? So it's like, all right, cool. Maybe Softy will lead this pullback down. It could also kind of rebid right back up and push the highs as well. But I'm kind of keeping that in mind as Softy takes a little bit of a breather. Who's next? If we are going to take a pullback here, is it Amazon? Is it Google? Nvidia still holding underneath that 123, right? So I'm kind of keeping eyes on that as well. Now, a couple other names that I know are moving around as well today. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla bid all the way back up. We talk about that. Anchored coming in. That's where buyers were in the morning there. The anchored VWAP being this blue line, and then look, it kind of comes back in, breaks that consolidation low, and then gets right above VWAP or anchored VWAP, printing a low of 225.87 before bidding right back up into this range there. So I guess Tesla is kind of strong. I know Meta has been moving around as well. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Meta's super strong in terms of a trend as well. Let's see what's happening around 12:15. Yeah, look at that. That's when the bid kind of catches. So maybe Meta is already taking a little bit of a breather there. Yeah, it seems like Meta might be the first one here. Let's also take a look at Netflix as well. Okay, so Netflix not really as strong. Now another top constituent, I know we don't really take a look at that often, is Berkshire. And Berkshire printing fresh highs, but the trend not as clear or as straightforward as some of these other constituents in the market here. So yeah, there's a quick look there. Probably going to get stopped out of this trade if we kind of continue to go higher. But then again, like I don't want to be too early if we are going to revert this. It's also 2:30 almost, so I don't know. Maybe potentially reversions may not be as clean or as straightforward going into the end of the day, especially when we have a strong market here. There goes Softy with a little bit of a bottom wick. Only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print here on the Softy, and Spider continues to make fresh highs as well as the ES and the NQ. So got to keep a watch on all of these to kind of capture this potential market move. Are we going to continue higher? Are we going to push back lower? Are we going to have a little bit of relief going into the last couple, hour and a half of the close there? And also Tesla, can we see that 230 once again? We've held anchored VWAP. That is one of the only places where buyers kind of let it consolidate early on in the day, and when it comes right back into that VWAP area, that's where it catches a bid once again. So interesting price action happening here on Tesla, all the way back up to 229. So gonna stay patient, gonna stay watching. What's up?
That was just regular VWAP, isn't it? The red one.
The red one is regular VWAP.
Yeah.
But here's the anchored.
Yeah, I wanted to see the anchored.
Yeah, so the anchored on Tesla here is pretty much right there. It's
so they're converging?
They're not really converging, but they're almost the same now because I guess there's enough volume that's been kind of traded to even that out. But
which, yeah, of course, like when you have that kind of volume going through, you can see a little bit of conversions because of when you're pegging it to. But obviously Tesla is a bit of a rocket ship. There was a question in there. Okay, here goes Rivian again, trying to get through 15. The key level, if it gets to 15, then it can really start to go on Rivian. But someone had asked me about Nikola, and there's a phrase I like to say. Well, I say it all the time. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. So I could go back and show you guys what happened with PSNY. At some point, we'll look at that chart. But Nikola, you knew I liked the short. You get in the short, you have an out, it breaks the out, you get out. You have a short to here, it breaks it, you get out. It then comes up to the $8 level. Do I like the $8 level? Let me go to a 15-minute because that'll look way better. Just to let you guys know. It goes to the $8 level. I have an out, you take an out. It goes to the next level up. Try it again, take an out. If you just try averaging into something like this, you will be, what's going to happen to you is A, you're going to get shut down. B, you're going to lose your entire month or something ridiculous. And C, you're just not going to hang around a while. Like, it's okay to only look a certain direction for a mean reversion trade. Now, eventually, if you take the shots at it, every time tight stop. I even got stopped out that high, and the short that ended up working wasn't a short at the top. Each time I'm trying to get the high, that's not even the one that worked. You know, each time I'm willing to get out, but it was that last failure. You can see it right there. That last wick, then let's go into the short side. It's holding 830, and it's actually even still pretty darn strong on the day, up that 13%. So at the end of the day, you've got to have outs. I don't mind taking multiple shots at something. Like, if you go 1 for 6 on a stock and it didn't destroy you, like we lose, what am I down on? I'm still red on it because A, you have that many. If you go 1 for 3, I can probably be green on the stock. And it didn't exactly flush into 750 either. It goes all the way back, it'd be fine. But actually a little bit less than half of what we made on Tesla, that one long trade that we took out at 225 is what we'll lose on Nikola. Going 1 for 6 on the stock, 1 for 6. And that's the sort of the thing. Like, what are you willing to pay to lose on a stock? It's like, what does that cost? The way I see it, when you get into position and you have a stop order to get out, there's the amount of shares you have, and there's that level of stop, and then there's slippage. That's the amount that you are paying to be in the trade. Once you've paid it, you're now down that amount of money. That's the way I look at it. That's X. I know what I'm down on the stock. And then it's just a matter of making it back with the stock going in your favor. But if you don't start from there, it's like, what's that other saying? Like, if you don't believe in anything, you'll fall for, if you don't believe in something, you'll fall for everything, or something along those lines. If you don't, and that's the same thing with trading. Like, if you don't believe that you're wrong at a certain point or right at a certain point, then nothing is ever going to work for you. Everything is going to be an utter mess. You've got to draw some kind of a line in the sand both ways. Whether it's holding on till 227 on Tesla, or it's, I believe this is a short, but I'm getting out if this happens, and I'll just wait till the next level. Do what you got to do. Rivian can't seem to break that 15 level a second time. So we're still working with the bigger trend here. I don't want to draw a line on Rivian again, but I was in it. Actually had one last short when it broke this trend. Would have been nice, obviously, if the news hit and I could have just quickly reversed it, but I had a stop order when Rivian broke that trend in. It was a good-looking short-off trend, but the news happened. Now you're breaking out the top. I'm not adding again through this break up here, but I'd like to see this start to go. It's getting a little ridiculous here. Still getting a decent pullback in GameStop. I got eyeballs on this 2024, 15 level, which was the previous high. It's trending down. If it can break this trend down and get back to the upside and pick up the volume, that could be something. But for now, it's just Rivian. Oh yeah, Polestar. I said at some point I would show you the chart. I doubt I'm going to have any executions on Polestar, so I'm just going to get this one out of the way. When everyone was saying Tesla was going crazy, it's like, well, you could short Tesla or you could short Polestar, which failed a double top yesterday at 97 cents. There, first consolidation was 95. It got all the way to the low of the day, held on to a piece for the dream. My trail is actually at 90. It should be at 89. I'll just change that now.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I gotta know, that's something I have to work on as well. Sticking with the bias and having defined outs and rules for, okay, this is what I want to see, and that's how I'm kind of looking to trade it as well. But yeah, no, I definitely resonate with that. That's something I do have to get better at in my trading. So Softy printed that red candle, and we're attempting to push another red right here as of right now, but only about a lot of minutes left to print this 15-minute. I got 12 and a half minutes there on this one, so it did get stopped out of that Amazon 200. Got back in for a little bit more there, but we are trading sideways here. So let's see if we can kind of pull back in. That's what I'd be looking for if I'm expecting this trade to work. But yeah, softy kind of holding along in and around its highs as well. Apple pulling back off of that 220. So interesting stuff indeed. Like I said, it only pushed prior all-time highs from a few weeks ago by 14 pennies and then pulls back in. And then the whole market goes a little bit sideways, I guess. Nothing too crazy going on. But 229 coming right back in on Tesla here. Also looking like it's starting to go slightly sideways there, but overall it has bounced off of that VWAP quite well for about a 3-point push back up towards the high of this range happening here at that 230, high a day 231 on Tesla there. But other than that, people are, I guess you commented that AMD is going.
Any guesses where it is? Don't look.
Okay, all right. I typed ARM. No, I typed ARM. Look at that. I didn't even type AMD. I typed ARM. So.
But I have it on my screen. That's why.
Fair. Yeah. Okay, so it's pushing highs, I guess. Yeah, that thing is breaking out of. I don't think those are all-time highs, but definitely some highs.
Oh, these are
for sure. Weekly highs? No, not really.
AMD is nowhere close to all-time highs.
Weekly highs, perhaps. I think it's just about to go red to green. Yesterday was red. Yesterday again being Monday, and then today being the second day of the week. We are attempting to push red to green on AMD again, with the market being so strong. So here comes in a little bit of this Amazon. How much further can we pull back here off of that 200? It took a couple of shots to get in there, but I was risking quite tightly on the initial one, and I guess a little bit wider on the second one, and it happens to work out a little bit better here as we start to pull back in. Again, my eyes are on some of these larger cap tickers who may be leading this market in terms of the strength here. Obviously got SPY on watch, Softy again being one of the top market cap names in terms of constituents when it comes to both NQ and the ES. So gotta definitely have that on watch. Amazon taking a bit of a curl as well. We're participating in that. Nvidia as well. Something I want to point out is that Nvidia kind of pulling back as well off of that 23. So that'll definitely give us a little bit of oomph to the downside when you have a ticker like Nvidia. Again, another top 5 constituent of the futures, taking a wee bit of a pullback back into VWAP. And this is what I want to show you guys on Softy here. So 15-minute, let's pull up Softy real quick to kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. So right here, look at that, green, boom, prior bar break, and we're getting a little bit of continuation. So prior day high is sitting right here at that 457, 458 area. We're only about 50 pennies away from that on Softy. So the question becomes, do we kind of continue this trend? The trend has been quite strong for over two hours there, and we're taking a little bit of a pullback. So we could just be slowing down for a pit stop before we go any further. But something that is still holding some of its gains is Google. So Google is pushing fresh highs as of right now. Look at that very, very strong trend on the goggle here, and Amazon comes right back into 200. So maybe it's not time just yet, or maybe it might not be time at all. So those are the tickers I have on watch. In terms of SMH, I got my little tech basket, AI basket that I'm watching here as well. Again, AMD, we talk about that being high a day. ARM also has been doing some interesting moves. They're bidding up for most of the day. TQs as well, obviously looking very similar to the Qs, to the NQs here. And of course, VanEck, SMH, like I said, attempting to push high of day as well. That's kind of where we're trading at right now. I guess I got some Dell on here as well. I know that Dell has been interesting over the past couple of days. Yesterday we had quite some strength on Dell, but today just a sideways chop and consolidation. Hasn't necessarily even broken out of its opening range here on Dell. There is some strength happening on Amazon. Oh boy,
Amazon's starting
where's
to come
it going?
back.
It's coming right back.
I could have taken like 5 longs on that stock, but I just decided to cut it short. If Rivian doesn't work, at least it's doing more up top here than Amazon is. So I'm not saying I'm going short on Amazon, but yeah, it just like Rivian, I think, with the news there. And there was a question from Herman B. Is there news on Rivian? Why is it going? It's just Nick. I said Nicola. Yeah, Nicola's got no partnership with Volkswagen. It's Volkswagen expanding, potentially expanding their partnership with Rivian. So that could be big for them. That's why you had a big volume spike, all these green candles. Hasn't been a red candle since the news did drop. I was actually in a short. We were long all morning on this stock, and then it kind of broke trend, and I went into the short trade. And obviously, this is going to the upside. Now, I did get some out 15, 20s. Might buy the dip again. Let's see it calm down, and we might buy the dip one more time here in Rivian. But strong move. There's no such thing as a bad question. If a stock's going and you don't know why, just pop it in the chat. Bears versus Bulls is there. We'll get to it. No questions asked at some point. We'll do our best. GameStop's trying to take out this high again. So GameStop, hey, we said on days where the market might not have the juice for the big cap tech names to follow through, holiday shortened week and all that good stuff, sometimes you got to look elsewhere. So there's a break, new high, pull back into the quarters. I mean, if it takes out the top again, nice little tight consolidation, probably just go for like a high break and give it to the quarters kind of trade on GameStop. Always go the wrong direction with that. You're in the midst of a breakout, so like it just might need some kind of oomph, like someone to cause it to break that high. If it does another pullback, I wouldn't want to get trapped. The volume not nearly as good as Rivian is the problem, I would say, with this name. One thing going for your Amazon trade,
yes,
and I kind of had this teed up on the 3-minute here, was if you look at the actual fail break, and I had a lot of attempts here. Like the real trade was dipping into 198.
yes, for the long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the real trade was dipping into 198. I don't know why I'm hitting the fail. It's because of how many times it took 200.
Is it a failed break?
No, but the 200 fail break, it put in this higher low here. Since that, you had this trend. Like I was going long on every 200 break as long as it held. Okay, that held, then it failed again. Well, it held. Now you've established a trend on those fail breaks. Well, I was long into that, and when it failed, now look at that trend line. So that's the first fail break, hold, breaks. I get out. This is what I think works for the short. Look at where this thing just curled. You leave a trend line in there, and sometimes it shows you resistance. Probably talking myself into like being in this Amazon short, but I think you should, if I'm following the rule here, I should be short there, 215, and then I would have had a stop in there. I don't think you expand it to the top of the trend line because obviously in that particular case, you're then just losing more as time goes along. That doesn't make any sense. You get in here, you have your stop up at that top at 30, but I'm not in the trade, so it is what it is. OPPT is starting to go again. I do like that name if it can hold that trend line that we had drawn earlier, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening on OPTT.
OPP.
Not OPP. You can't be down with OPP anymore, man. It's a different time. It's a new day, and being down with OPP is no longer cool, apparently.
Yeah. We always stand at the most interesting places on the 407 and like the highways. It's just...
Huh? Oh, we're talking about completely different. What the hell just happened? What is going on? Okay, you know what? Straight up.
I'm sorry.
You know when something goes ridiculous and like, what are we even talking? Usually I would just get up and do a lap. Like I gotta walk away for a minute, but I can't because I got crutches like over here. So I can't even walk away from the desk at that one. Yeah, you know
OPP
what?
is Ontario Provincial Police.
I mean, yes.
For those of you
Yes,
who
it
don't
is.
know. Yeah, no, I guess that's the provincial. It's a provincial police department.
Yeah, but
they kind of take care of.
Obviously, that's not what I was referring to.
Yes, no, I get it.
You know what I was talking about?
No,
Oh, you don't.
but I knew it was not it.
Other people's property.
Ah, okay, real estate
Or
term.
there's,
Real estate term?
no. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let the chat get it for you because I'm not even telling you this one. It's not gonna
All right.
happen. Yes, I'm an old man, but
Yeah,
come
let me
on.
know.
I feel like that's. Come on, everybody. Randy's on the ones and twos. He knows that one. Big Patty Ice knows what I'm talking about. He'll fire up his hand there. I know you guys know what's up. Yeah, the last P. That's not that simple. Not still.
Down with the OPP. No, it's,
Yeah, you know me.
no, I'm not familiar. I'm assuming it's from a song now, probably a famous song.
If I do this,
I'm not like.
if so, they had another song where it's like, hey ho, hey. No, nothing. Okay, no, it's fine. I'm just going to continue to embarrass
not
myself
really.
because I'm old.
No, it's like I should be embarrassed. I have no idea what you're
it's
talking
fine.
about.
You're young.
But,
You're young.
yeah, questionable, subjective, but yeah, no. I'll find out what that OPP is eventually.
It's literally being said in the chat every single time. Everyone knows. I said
Opening price print, okay.
No, come on, Naughty by Nature. Naughty by Nature, the hip hop group in the 90s. Oh, that's fine. They're old.
I'm not too familiar.
Yeah.
I do have to step up my my music, I guess.
No, it's. I know. I'll let it go. We like having fun with it sometimes. Look, you guys could drop anything recent, and I don't know what the heck is going on. I do know what happened to Rick Ross, though.
Yeah, you were mentioning
That
it
I know.
earlier.
I know what happened.
Yeah.
Usually I don't know some of the new stuff. But believe me, I know what's up there. We'll leave it. I'm not going to get too many details. You guys can look it up if you want. But back into the market here, which is still testing highs. Last I checked,
Bit of a hot
and
test.
still pressing further and further. NVIDIA, because a lot of people are going to be looking at NVIDIA, it just double tapped 122 and 30. If we lose this bid on NVIDIA, I think that can be shorted. I got the eyeballs on AMD because, hey, guess where AMD is? 163. Now, the trend is your friend. I get all of that stuff. The trend is obviously your friend, but the rejection of this level has usually been huge. I'm not in the short right now because where's the entry? Just because it's at the price to me is not like, oh, you just go short because it hit a line in the chart. No. If you see what happens when it curls here, there's a consolidation rollover. On strength, it has blown through this level in the past. So this has failed 163 on weakness. Lower high, curl, break, can't get past the 50, then fails when it's back under. Break out early, then fail under. So it needs, if for it to be a short, it actually has to take this out, hold 163 half, and then form a short after that. It's not a stand in front of a moving freight train at this price level, no chance. Other people can do it that way, but every time I trade that way when it's this strong, I just get myself into trouble. So if it breaks 163, which it's doing now, it needs to fail up top, show me weakness, and I'll short it on the back end of the trade. I don't need to be dead right at the very beginning and just stick a flag and just say it's going to work. That's a good way to get run over. AMD up 3.5%, looking pretty strong. I'll look for other names that might have some relative weakness in here. ARM, not really doing much. ARM's doing literally nothing. Micron, I'm just going to quickly scan some names here. Micron, how many? There we go. Not doing much. In the midst of a pullback, Micron at least. Yeah, Micron's chart is saying we're not doing anything. Bit of a pullback, bit weaker. I'm going to keep eyeballs on this, but AMD's at the bigger level, 100%. Rivian, oh, I hate you, Rivian, because, hold on a second. I just saw this on Micron. Why are we not long the 50 period on the daily every single day on Micron? Every dip into this 50. What are we doing? This is going to be anything above 128. So what does it do? Yesterday, dip, hold. Yeah, that should be buying higher lows. When you see that hold the 50 period, I mean, the trend, it's not like it's holding the 50 period and doing nothing. It's holding the 50 period and moving. So I think it's holding that 50. Yeah, I'm not looking for any shorts in Micron. Forget that. Even if it works, I don't want it. So still nothing happening on Rivian. This is starting to look eerily like a failed breakout through this high. Not a huge fan of that. So we wanted to be a power move into 15.5, maybe even 16, as Rivian got that news with Volkswagen possibly expanding, but this is starting to look like a failed breakout through that high. So no ad for me. It gets under 1480, you got to jump out.
Yeah, there's
not looking as strong as it was before.
There's some aggression happening here on Tesla as it bids right back up through that 229. I was just watching the tape here. Just a lot of buying happening there. Some size on the bid as well. Gets taken out, but 229's holding as of right now. Range highs at that 230 as well, and we're kind of rocketing up after we've pulled back in. Again, looking for that reversion. That reversion to VWAP happens. I guess what time is this? Is that 1:30? I guess going into 1. 231. So that 230 price is the high of consolidation. The low was in and around that 227s. You can see that wick down there. And then when we did break down, we did fall about a point there. By then, VWAP had kind of creeped its way up all the way up into 226s. Comes into 226s, catches a bid on top of VWAP, and that's the only last place where we saw it catch a significant bid right off of the open at VWAP. So it seems like VWAP buying is the, I guess, story on Tesla today, and it is holding up quite well, pushing right back into 230s, high of consolidation range right here as of right now. Going into the end of the day, only about 13 minutes left until power hour, and about 12 minutes left until power hour, and also this 15-minute candle to print. We were talking about some of these other tickers taking a little bit of a pullback here. Softy printed a second red candle there, and we were talking about Google was very strong, attempted to push highs, and then now it's starting to catch a little bit of a curl as well. But take a look at the NQ and the ES pushing for fresh highs. So that kind of I'm asking who's the one that is potentially carrying this market, and as of right now, it seems like it is Apple. Apple pushing for that 220.34 day high. 220.20s was prior highs, and we're chilling right there as of right now. Again, a VWAP hold. It seems like this is the case on a lot of tickers today, as the VWAP has come in quite well, quite strongly. Again, some of these tickers very extended off of VWAP, Amazon being a prime example of that extension, kind of pushing right back up into 200 as well. So yeah, super strong, more than willing to get out of this trade if it's going to stop me out in and around that 200. But going into power hour, we have been bidding up quite aggressively for a majority of the day, so I will be looking for a potential reversion. There goes Apple through fresh highs. That's definitely going to bring in some strength across the board. Let's see who has that bit of strength. So I guess none of the top 7 that I just mentioned are really exhibiting that kind of ump like Apple as of right now in terms of pushing their day highs. But something to note is that the spider definitely is. Spider being reflective of the ES here. So the spider and the NQ pushing for fresh highs on the day. AMD as well, another one. TQs, obviously. SMH as well. Intel taking a little bit of a recovery from its lows, about a 50% reversion of the reversion, if I can get this window down here. Take a look at Intel right here. So strong move right off of the open. We were talking about 3130s, comes in, pulls back into 3060s, 3070s, which happens to confluence with prior days and Friday's levels as well. Catch a bid off of that, reclaiming VWAP and retracing more than, I guess, in and around 50%. I would say a little more than 50% of this strong down move that we've had here on Intel today. So some of these chip-related names doing quite well. Again, some of these tickers even pushing for all-time highs. Here comes back a little bit of a pullback here. 229s coming right back in on Tesla. So we've been bidding up. Are these bids going to hold here? Do we kind of make a similar trend as we had in the morning, where we had pretty much no real relief until we tested 231? 231, 230s, and then sideways action. So let's see, on a pullback on Tesla, are we going to catch a bid going into the last hour of the day? Only about 10 minutes left, actually 9 minutes left for both the hour to come in and this 15-minute candle to print. The NQ and the ES are super strong, man.
And yeah, that power hour is going to be brought to you by Benzinga. Ever wonder how pros find these winning trades right at the opening bell like Tesla? Most of us scrambling to find headlines, finding ourselves way behind the move. But that's where Benzinga Pro comes in. It's the fastest way to trade the news with exclusive alerts up to 30 minutes before other traders, real-time market insights, and a thriving community of over 6,000 traders sharing their strategies. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our July 4th sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description box to join Benzinga Pro today. And I can tell you guys, I can tell everybody out here, this morning and at all times, in my ear right now, I got Benzinga. This morning when the Tesla news hit, everyone was waiting for delivery numbers. That's where you're going to be able to get it. When Boeing has bad news every single day, it seems like, and we're looking for those shorted opportunities, that's what we're listening to. So you want action in the afternoon. You want the stocks that are moving. That's why it's so important. And look, you're going to have us available, but sometimes you need that whisperer in your ear to make sure you're trading the things that are going. And so glad we didn't just stick a line, just go short on that line in the chart on AMD. Because now this is the setup that we're looking for. So it's breaking out that 163. That's again just, why is this still on a 1 minute? I'm going to move it back to a 3 minute. I just prefer trading off a 3 minute chart, to each their own. But when I go back into the 15, this is the move. If it can hold underneath this 163.5, then curl, then I will look for the short underneath. That is the price that we care about. That Amazon, the level I was looking at was like 210, or 200 and then 15 to 20 cents. And then you give it to the 25.30. It is really consolidating up here. Yeah. Like all kinds of consolidation. But if it can't really break out this second lower high, it does feel like a good opportunity for a potential short trade. Rivian's still, I'm long 14.99. Rivian's at 15 even. So, it's like 1 cent in the money. It gets more exciting if it breaks out that high one more time. So we got to be patient waiting for that Rivian. Randy just came.
I was like,
Randy just piped in and said, show me a Lucid chart. Okay, Randy, we'll show a Lucid chart. Dump it. Lucid up 5%. Yeah, that's okay. Rivian's up 7.5%. Just throwing that out there. After the pullback, Nikola's even up more than Lucid today. So this is a Lucid chart. I don't know what's so exciting here, Randy. Give me a reason why it's breaking out. There's your 50 period. You're looking for the breakout? So here, let's do some work on Lucid. You could argue that it's already broken this latest local trend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
you could
go a few times, yeah.
But look at this thing. Where's the continuation on any of these breaks? So it's kind of, I don't know, that's not even a good trend line. I feel like that's almost forcing it to draw that trend line. But where's the continuation? Yeah, it's consolidating above, but where's the expanded volume? Give me a day above this channel with expanded volume, and then let's go. But Lucid, if it's going to go to 350, you're going to be able to get in somewhere. I just feel like the other names are the more exciting ones. Wow, Microsoft.
Is it still going?
Is it still going?
Oh boy, okay, all right, cool, yeah.
Microsoft is most certainly still going. As I'm watching, Tesla can't break 230. Apple attempted the high and then pulled right back. So I have Apple not breaking the high of the day. I have the high of the day is Apple 220 and 35 cents. I have it getting to 220.34 and pulling back. So Apple still hasn't broken the top, which can be a good thing because that means we could still have a breakout on Apple, but it's definitely Microsoft. Microsoft is the one going right now, right here, right now.
Yeah. This is so crazy here. Take a look at this Apple. 234, I guess 2034 is the high as of this candle. Actually, no, this high right here is at 33. The prior high is at 34. So we pretty much came in about 1 penny distance from day high, and now we're pulling right back in. Again, 4 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, so interesting action nonetheless. Is this a double top? We only test within a penny of that prior high a day, which, again, doesn't happen very often, but I guess that is something to kind of consider and watch for. Indeed, are the markets taking a little bit of a breather here? Again, going into that last power hour with about 4 minutes left on the clock here to finish printing some of these. I guess not only just a 15-minute candle, you got the 30 minutes closing, you got the hourlies closing as well. So maybe a lot of different players definitely looking at the charts in and around the hourly closes there. So interesting price action nonetheless. About a penny off of those highs. So yeah, maybe we are poised for a little bit of a pullback, but Microsoft, super strong here. MS.
You can say it.
What? I was gonna say stupid strong. Yeah.
You can say.
No, I was gonna say that, and I was like, yeah. And I also wanted to say super stupid strong is softy, but no, I'm not trying to, I guess, inflict bias on the market right there. It is definitely strong. I don't know about stupid, but very strong on the day here. Again, clipping some of these previous highs there. High a day 49.16. High of this candle is 49.08. So only about 8 pennies away from the high there. Apple pulling back even more. So let's see. Let's take a quick look at Apple. Are we going to take? Wow, look at that. That candle just went from green to red with only about 3 minutes left to print. double top highs on Apple as of right now. Where is the bid? The bid has come in. The last time I've seen it, or it's been shown on the chart, was on top of VWAP here, just shy of that 219 area. So let's see if we can kind of come back into the bid, or we hold some of this trend. You can see that this trend, this kind of trend off of that move that we held on VWAP has been holding quite nicely. Sure, a little bit of wiki action initially, but once it kind of holds and starts to trend, it has been pretty clean nonetheless, all the way from 218s to 219s. And now we're taking a little bit of a pullback with this candle coming to a close in about 2 minutes. So you can see the timer right there, 2 minutes. That candle, the 15-minute candle nonetheless, went green to red on the softy, so maybe looking for a potential pullback. The NQ and the ES can't stop, won't stop, still looking very, very strong. Haven't really pulled back, but 229 comes up all the way to 229.70s here on Tesla. So it does hit the top of the range. And guess what's been happening at the top of the range since the morning session there? A little bit of selling, a little bit of selling, a little bit of selling, and we're getting more of the same here after testing the high of that range, just shy of that 230 mark on Tesla, coming right back in. So let's see if we can pull back, maybe catch a little bit of a breather here. Oh boy, is this market stupid strong.
I agree. It is stupid strong, but the stupid's maybe that. Whatever. You guys know what I mean. You don't mean stupid like it doesn't make any sense. Microsoft makes sense. A good company.
Doesn't have to make sense.
Leading the market doesn't have to make sense.
But it has to make sense.
Or dollars.
I've heard you say that before.
Yeah. I have said that before. And thank goodness, oh my goodness, thank goodness AMD, we're waiting for it to do some kind of an indication of a top. So it does press and press and press. Now it just wicked 164. So that is some kind of a reversal candle. I didn't get Amazon 17s up there. So I'm just going to go to like 15 or something. I didn't actually get that 17 level. 217 cents, no fill for me. But that's my fault. But now you're starting to come back in here. I'd love to see, give me like a lower high and then some kind of like a trend in, not just chase this move and assume this is going to be the top, but it does look like you're getting the pullback. I might nibble in here on Amazon shy of that 17. I'm getting way too picky, way too picky. But this is the level we're waiting for on AMD. It is starting to pull back. I do have to, I'm still feeling like Rivian, like that bigger move that we're looking for, it's like, yeah, now it's really looking like a rejection. The other thing that I didn't mention about Rivian is check it out. 200 period moving average is exactly where the resistance is. That's not great. So it's at the 200 period. It's kind of failing this 15. I'm just going to tighten my stop up. It was at 80. I'm just going to tighten the stop to 90. That's one way. If you don't like it as much, you can do a couple of things. You can take some out. You can tighten your stop. There's a couple of things that you're able to do to mitigate that risk. But yeah, that's looking like more of a rejection candle every minute that passes here. And I might think about jumping into a short if it breaks that 90 level as well. Randy now wants to look at XOM. Right. But
XOM or XLM?
We just hit power hour, by the way, as well. So you have 1 hour to go. Certainly this market is capable of doing just about anything. But you need to take out this high. What's going to get us to take out the high? Apple needs to take the high of the day. Microsoft already going. Tesla can't break its highs currently. Amazon can't seem to break highs either. I just jumped in. I ended up taking 05s instead of 15s. So a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, my average not the best, but yeah, I think up there in the teens is definitely a good place. But even better than that is like up here in the 30s, right? 30s or 20s, the break of trend happened there. But we've been kind of chopping sideways. Can definitely print a lot of these prices before really getting anywhere. And I guess I'm looking for a pullback, again, on a very strong name that is following the beta on the day today. So I do have to be a little wary of that end-of-day action here as we start off in the last hour of the day. But yeah, take a look at Apple, man. Apple, I guess that's the one I should be sitting short in. As I guess we talk about chart patterns, we talk about price action. That price action is a little bit distinct when it comes in only about a penny. Again, this is it shows, I guess, a little bit of weakness, I guess. On the initial push, you come into prior all-time highs at 220.20, and it only goes about 14 pennies up. Second test comes in about 1 penny shy of high a day, and that selling comes back in. So unless and until that selling kind of lifts, it seems like that might be a little cause for concern up here on Apple, in and around some of these prices, 220.30s, 220.20s as well. And Amazon still chopping and churning this 200. So yeah, not really looking at too much else. AMD still pushing for fresh highs here, and I guess. Wow, so McDonald's was on my radar a couple days ago for an unusually aggressive selling that happened on Friday if you pull up the chart, and it seems like a little bit of a continuation we've been having over the past couple of days. So maybe it's a bit of a hidden menu here on this McDonald's trade happening over the past couple of days. So let's take a quick look at this one here. I know a lot of eyes are definitely not on this, but in terms of price action and chart, seems like that continuation came in pretty hot and heavy as McDonald's kind of dropping down below that 250 I guess off of the open there. You attempt to push, but look at that selling that happened. And when I was doing my scans over the weekend, I was like, wow, that McDonald's sell-off is a little distinct. There's definitely somebody, I don't know who, but somebody definitely selling this. This is a 15-minute chart. Look at those prior bar highs, not even violated, consolidates for not even, I guess, a couple, 4 or 5 candles here on the 15, so maybe an hour and a half roughly there, and then flushes even harder to the downside. Next day coming in on Monday, more of the same, and coming in today as well, continuation to the downside below that 250 here. Not a happy meal on this one for the longs, below that 260 mark as of right now. So let's take a quick look at the higher, time frame. Wow, take a look at that. We came into some resistance here at that 300 mark on McDonald's and comes right back into prior support. What is that level? I am curious to know. 245.73, so we might be seeing that level might be definitely on the menu coming up in potentially the next couple of weeks. This is a weekly chart, so we don't know if it will come in this week. Again, shortened week this week, but this is the last time where we caught an aggressive bid on a much higher time frame here on McDonald's, right off of that 246 mark. Now again, McDonald's definitely a little bit of a staple ticker here. It has only gone up if you kind of held through some significant fluctuations. Wow. But that COVID low, oh boy, I was like, okay, well, McDonald's is definitely not going anywhere there, and that 125 low has held quite well on this name.
Well, kind of everything that's any good, all the good stocks, if you zoom out far enough, everything's going up. That's any good. So I think that's always important to remember.
Stocks only go up. Yeah,
100%. And good luck, Rec Mayhem. Thank you for clarifying that. I want that ANVS stock to work. We're talking about that Parkinson's name, ANVS. Man, I really hope that works out for them. But AMD, we said wait for a setup. Okay, so there's your wick top through 164. It sets up a lower high underneath 164. I'm short here. Intention was like 75 and give it to the even. But we got 73s. It's one shot. If it doesn't hold this top, we just jump out of the trade. We scalp it to 163. If it breaks 163, we hold some for the previous top, like 62 to 62.5. That's the plan of action for the trade. Rivian's trying again. It's at like, it got to 15.10, now it's back at 15 even. So same thing going on with Rivian, which is just over and over again. It battles that 15 level and not much happening else. This ANVS though, there's VWAP. It's trying to go off VWAP. Look at the hold at $9, the consolidation break. If there's a late day rally in this stock, it's power hour now. Sometimes it just pulls back into an obvious level and gets going again. So this does look juicy, ANVS. I kind of bungled the short. You guys can see that up there. Yay, look at me bungling that short. It's a very steep upward trend. It's a huge rejection. Probably needs to break 10 or hold VWAP if you're looking at it. But my new one is going to be AMD. And we waited for it. This was the price area that we wanted, some kind of a curl up here. If it makes a fresh high, this thing could gap fill to 166. Like, look at these tops, 66, 67. There's only so much you want to give it. Sure, it could pull back in. But if it keeps on going, do you want to ruin everything by shorting it all the way up for another $2? I would be inclined to say no, but that's just me. Everyone to each their own. Nicola, I'm going to get out of this one. as it looks like it's going to tag. If it breaks $8, I'm jumping out at this level here, about 785, 790. So we're going to get a nickel. Nikola is continuing to break down. I had it like 6 times. We go 1 for 6 on Nikola. That's it. At the end of the day, you just make sure you have an out each time. It's this one that I'm mostly upset about because there's no need for that short. Like, I didn't have to stop out at 9.10, and every now and then, like, you get a little bit too cute when you see size or you see a level, and instead of just giving it to where it should be given to technically, like 9.20 is where that short needs to go to, you'll watch the tape and you'll convince yourself that there's another level you want to trade off of. You never want to do that. If you're trading technically, then use your stops technically and that kind of good stuff. Sometimes there's a huge number out there on the level 2, but other times it's just going to get you lost in the sauce, to steal one of your terms there.
Yes. Speaking of all the way up, I was waiting for my Uber earlier today, and I definitely missed that ride there. Take a look at that reversion happening, if I can put the screen. There we go. So look at that reversion happening. Absolutely beautiful. It kind of comes in and grabs prior day lows, drops down to 68.88, and look at that, beautiful, all the way back up, kind of mimicking what it did yesterday off of VWAP right there. So as soon as that trend breaks, reversion to VWAP, and then it gives you some more. Same thing happening today here. Not really doing too much volume here. Not really, I guess, catalyst driven, but a strong sell-off off of the open. Back-to-back days, and both days, I guess yesterday we reclaim about 30% of the reversion, and then today over 50% of the morning move was reverted here on Uber, so I definitely have to watch out for that. Can't be missing out on plays like this. I got to be there for when the ride is, when the ride is there. So Uber coming in quite well.
I like Uber.
Reversion. It's been. I guess I'm gonna have more eyes on this. If it's gonna continue doing the same thing over and over again, back-to-back days. I don't know. The third day maybe not the best, I guess, but when it kind of mimics it the second day coming in, definitely worth keeping it on radar. I did have it on my in-play list this morning, and I guess I got to do better with getting involved with tickers I have on my in-play list when they actually set up for trades that I am familiar and comfortable with. But so a little bit of a pullback happening here on the NQs. Let's see how much further we can pull back. One of the second red candle after, again, 12:15, 11:15 on this chart, because I think what is it? That's Chicago time right there on these charts. But yeah, look at that second red candle, maybe catching a little bit of a breather going into the last trading hour of the day. We have been pretty much only ticking up for majority of the day here on the futures. So let's see if some of that pullback on the futures can bring us in as well. I guess some of the other tickers that I'm watching to kind of show us a bit of a pullback as well are, again, Apple. Apple still pulling back off of those highs that we talked about, 220, 30s. Softy, not as much. Softy holding up quite well, and then NVIDIA as well. So obviously Amazon as well. We're still chopping and churning in and around this 200. I don't know how much longer this is going to happen for, but we only have about 50 minutes left going into the trading day and about 4 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. So let us know in the chat, what have you guys been trading today? Did you guys take opportunities on Tesla? Did you take it in the morning? Did you take it in the evening where it kind of failed that morning push and reverted all the way back down to VWAP from 231s to 226s there, making incremental lower highs and lower lows all the way down into VWAP where it finally caught a bid? Have you guys taken the market move? The market has been quite aggressive and strong, so one could argue that the market is in play, even though a lot of these other tickers are pushing their all-time highs there. The market definitely a great vehicle to be catching said opportunities, as again, one of the biggest arenas as well are the futures. Yep. And I know that some people trade currencies. I know the Dixie was moving around as well today a little bit. So yeah, let us know what you guys have been trading. Kurt Hoffman talking about Shop. All right, let's talk some Shop here on Shopify. So, Shopify. I always mess it up with Spotify, but Shop is Shopify.
Hold on a second.
What's going on? Yes, of course, Canadian company. Shopify here, nice little push. Again, strong sell-off yesterday. I was kind of watching this yesterday for, again, another little bit of a reversion trade as it was a little extensively sold off of the morning session there. And it seems like we got some continuation here right off of the open, pulls back 64 halves. Can't really break back any further below that. That also happens to be some of this end of day consolidation chop as well. So that 64 halves holds and pushes up into 66 as some of these prior levels of resistance or support turn resistance here on Shopify. So nice little push there. Yeah, okay. Mohammed talking about Microsoft. All right, so Microsoft, yeah, we know what that's doing. Microsoft pushing for its highs as well. Zolia talking about Google. I'm thinking probably the one with the L, the Class A shares do trade a little bit, I guess, slightly different prices there than the Class C shares, which is just the Goog. But yeah, very, very strong trend. If you're looking to kind of find a vehicle that has been mirroring the futures very closely, look no further. Goggle is the one to be looking through here for that move on the way up. Very, very strong on the day as well. Apple, not really. Let's see who else. Okay, Ty, I guess Ty Bryant saying McDonald's. Yeah, definitely McDonald's. Decent move there. Again, missed ticker on my part. We just talked about this one. So if you were looking for that continuation fade, look how beautifully those VWAP sellers come in on that multi-day trend to the downside here. Every time it has come into VWAP for the past 3 trading days, it has sold off quite distinctively, drawing out a multi-day trend happening, pushing into prior support levels just shy of this 247, 246 area that we just identified a couple minutes ago there. What else? Reddit. Bala talking about Reddit, RDDT.
Reddit was really, really good.
Very strong. Take a look at that.
Morning.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, the thing about Reddit, it made the breakout that we liked.
Yeah.
This was one of those in the afternoon yesterday, probably this time yesterday, we were talking about this breaking that top, if it did. But let's be real, Tesla is the only reason we're not in this one. And it even broke the 70 level. So 70 is now gone. If it gets through 75, wow. That's all I got to say. So up 8%. It isn't a big time trend. This is not much of a chase for me. 5-cent spread, 4 million volume, but the volume's holding up really well. It's just a matter of finding your way in. But we got to talk those trades. Y Brothers United, AMD. I won't let it fill in the gap. We got it at our level. I like it. Went on a 15-minute. If I'm getting in against the grain, I want those triangles overlapping. I don't want there to be a gap in there, because if there's a gap in there, that means I'm not keeping it tight to the vest. If you're trading a trend trade and you're with the trend, I don't mind having some kind of a gap, and you're willing to do that. But I'm going against the grain here with that short. So once it got back to 164, I'm not fighting it. You take your shot. Either it flushes in and you hold some for more, or it doesn't. Keep it binary, keep it tight to the vest. Amazon's not doing anything. Rivian's not doing anything. AMD continuing to churn. I'm not going into that long, at least not yet. Still room to that 166. It is an absolute rocket ship, but just back over to Reddit just for a second. I want to finish the thought there. I think when you're looking at something like this, it's not going to be the volume leader at all today. Sometimes you're looking for something that might be like a swing idea or something deep. Like if it can hold on to this, like if it dips back into 70, then you might have something. Why is this still on AMD? There you go. Then you might have something. If it dips back into 70, then you might have something back into like 66 where you could swing it into the highs. But as a day trade, way too tight to the top to want to chase this move here on Reddit, not with the volumes that we're seeing at this point. It's like everything just happened and it was all Tesla this morning and that made your entire day. And everything else is a waste of time. But look out, NVIDIA just lost the bid.
Yeah, I think Randy again whispering Costco. Yeah, Costco definitely. Again, not a ticker I necessarily look at for the day trade, but opportunities it provides definitely. So yeah, look at that. Very, very strong on the day. 846, 845s, and look at that. It's doing a little bit of RVOL in the pre-market as well. It doesn't necessarily do too much relative volume or volume at all in the pre-market or after hours, but something maybe significant today as it traded a little bit over, and then you get this crazy kind of move here, along with the markets, of course, what is it, 844s all the way to 860s. Let's take a look at this on the weekly. I know that I like to look at the larger picture on especially this ticker here, and I know that it was pushing for all-time highs. Oh boy, look at that one. Holy, that is a strong stock. For sure. Look at that. Is that COVID lows? That's not even COVID lows. This thing was indestructible during COVID right here. So look at that. What is that? 20 March or 21 March right there. So yeah, during COVID, it only pulls back less than 30, 40 points. And then look at this wind up consolidation before a nice blast off to the races here. Maybe pushing for that 1,000 mark. How long do you think it will take Costco to push that that glorious 1K mark that a lot of tickers try to get to in their lifetime? Definitely Costco setting up for that kind of
buy
push
the dips.
There. Just buy the dip.
Well, I mean, I'm a Walmart myself
anywhere.
personally. I'm not in Costco. I own Walmart shares, and Walmart's doing good, but it's not. It just hasn't been Costco historically. Well, since the split, it's been exploding. When they did the reverse split from 180 down to $60, it's been doing pretty well. I got to get to. I said I would take a break of $1 on PSNY if it somehow magically got there. Magically is the wrong word, but hey, this could actually happen. So I gave my trail to 89 cents, and so that trailed out. I guess you could be long off VWAP, but it's starting to pick back up. Polestar, they reported this morning. Obviously, it was kind of a reversal and then broke it back out. Needs to get through $1. It's a 50-period moving average on the daily. It's kind of funny how that happens at exactly $1. It double tapped 97 yesterday and then failed it today. So any kind of push that gets you through $1, it's an easy long for me because you can just stop it out at 96, 97, or 98, pick your poison, one of those previous highs, and then off to the races. So it's 319. I want it to happen, but if it happens tomorrow, it happens tomorrow. You move on. One note. Wow. So tomorrow is going to be a half day in the market. Market closes at 1 o'clock. I've traded not a million times, but traded a lot of these in the open on a half day where you're expecting lighter volume. You want to get that work in the first 30 minutes of the day. You want to prepare yourself to have a few ideas that if they go, you really want to be able to just hold on to them. Chasing moves is not the way to go. If you try to chase a move after 10 o'clock, it's not generally the way that you're going to want to work. And even mean reversion, sometimes you can get yourself to just wrapped up in the liquidity trap. So just be careful. You want to be very well prepared for tomorrow. That said, if PSNY breaks $1 tomorrow at 9:30, I'm probably going to be in it. But if it breaks it at like 10:30 or 10:40, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Just a different story at that point. So PSNY, let's go. Please go. The join needed to be here at the 90-cent level. Amazon keeps on going 20 cents in the money, and then that's it.
Yeah, a bit of a bid happening there.
No, I've jumped on the bid. It's silly. So there's a bid. Like, look how tight this is up at the top, just to give you an idea of the perspective. So if that's going to be the range, if it's going to be a 25-cent range, take the 25-cent range before the day is over. That's what I'm going to do with Amazon. And if it breaks down, just hold on to some. But it's trying to track down into this bottom as we speak. Rivian, you've got to be kidding me. Rivian, it's still right at $15. Every time I look over, Rivian's either at $14.99 or $15.01, and it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yannick is asking would I take AMD short again. I'm usually willing to go at something a second time if it sets up well. You just want to see that setup. So I didn't short it the first time when it was just immediately in that hammer candle. This is looking a little bit better as far as a lower high goes. It still has a pretty good trend that it could break. Certainly, like if you draw a trend line, it probably needs to get underneath 163.5. But another like a lower high failure at 164 can get me in again. A breakdown 163.5. But we're running out of time here for this to make its move.
Yeah, I'm kind of just waiting for Amazon to drop this package off at my front door here. Front door being in and around VWAP. I don't know if that's going to happen with only about 40 minutes left to trade. But yeah, we talked about the market taking a little bit of a breather, and it did, coming right back up to where it came from there. Apple, although, is printing a little bit lower, so I do have that on watch. And 229 still holding here on Tesla. But no, I definitely agree with Neil on that one. With shortened days, I've noticed as well a little bit trappy action. It's a trap. You got to watch out. for those and kind of stay a little nimble there. I know you have that exactly right there. So you definitely have to watch out for there. Predatory price action, nonetheless, happens every day, but on low liquidity days, you definitely have to kind of work on sidestepping that. Not saying that you don't always have to work on sidestepping some of these algos there, not really trying to fight them. Try to get with the program, literally, when it comes to some of these trending algos. Again, we talk about strong trends where the bid is consistently picked up at moving averages, at VWAP, at other indicators which are mathematically derived. I'm always asking myself, who do you think are the participants at some of those levels when it comes in so distinctly time and time again in a very repetitive fashion, machine-like almost, some of these trends happening. But yeah, it is what it is. Gotta keep stay on our toes, and stay nimble, especially on days like tomorrow and days like Thursday. We gotta stay maybe in bed for a little bit longer. Maybe not necessarily on our toes because it's a day off.
You know what's actually better?
But
not to harp on, but sleep matters, man.
Oh,
Having
yeah.
consistent sleep patterns is actually really good for you. So I try not to sleep in too crazy on the weekends or anything like that. I mean, you have kids, you can't. But yeah, on a holiday, no. Like if I wasn't busted up, I get up at a normal time and just work out. Usually, obviously, I can't do that now. I suppose I can do pull-ups or something.
Yeah, I know you're here pretty early. What time do you normally wake up, if you don't mind me asking?
4:30.
4:30.
Yeah.
So like that's consistent every day.
Yeah, like
what time do you go to bed around?
I try to, like, if it's after 10 o'clock, that's a problem. It'd be on the weekend. But sometime between, like, 9:30, like about 9:30, I'm trying to get to sleep at that point.
Enough, yeah.
And it is what it is. Like, everyone's different. I've been a morning person. I woke up at 5:30 when I was in high school. We had a morning basketball program.
Yeah,
So, like, rest in peace to the teacher who did that. He actually passed away, good dude. But, we'd play ball in the morning, and then during track season, I had hurdle practice in the mornings, and then I'd have regular track practice after. So I've been used to waking up early. It's just whatever works for you. Just try to be consistent with the trading life. I think your sleep patterns, you try to keep them as tight as possible. Because if you start, when you're young, you can do anything you want. But as you get older, like that consistency, you'll have better energy levels, all that good stuff. And it's really important, I think. Rivian Millionaire, Neil should post gym workouts like Sharif. Ha-ha, Rivian Millionaire. I don't go to the gym. Why? Because I'm like Sharif is a beast. Let's be real for a second. I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm not gonna try to look like Sharif or anything like that. So the only times I've worked out in a gym was when I was in university and it was free. When my ex years ago worked at a personal training studio, and she worked there, so I got to work out for free. And when those things didn't happen, then I have a home gym. I have adjustable dumbbells, a pull-up bar, and a couple of other things, some kettlebells, and I work out at home because unless you have crazy fitness goals, if you're self-motivated, then the time it saves me from going to the gym, that's extra time with my kids, it's extra time to look at charts, it's extra time for myself, and I value my time. So I've never been that person. If I had crazy goals, yeah, you probably need to work out in the gym, but I don't. And I think for a lot of people, you maybe have the gym membership to get you motivated and get you going. Fair enough. That's what you got to do, but everyone's got to do them. The average person, in my humble opinion, doesn't even need equipment to probably hit their goals. But again, I could just go crazy waxing poetic about this stuff over and over again.
No, I definitely agree with that. Like I'm like, so I was going to the gym earlier on when I guess joined earlier on in trading life, I guess. But then I realized that after kind of joining the floor with the day taking up so many hours and me not necessarily looking for, I guess, Hulk mode type of working out, I'm like, all right, well, I barely work out. I'm super, like, I guess people would argue that I still am, but like I was pretty skinny, and I'm like, all right, well, I gotta put some weight on, muscle weight. So I just a pull-up bar, right? Pull-up bar, kind of just building that routine. I do it almost every other day there, but working out at home, I definitely can respect that. It saves a lot of time, and that is very valuable to me. And yeah, no, for sure. Just driving to the gym is about 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes. Getting there, getting prepped, doing whatever, another maybe like 10 minutes, and then driving back. So you pretty much spend almost an hour in just commute and preparation and wind down. If you're kind of going out and coming back to the gym, I'm like, I don't have many hours in the day, and even if I have those hours, I would rather be spending them somewhere else. So pull-up bar, free weights, anything and everything you can be doing. Like you can get to a decently fit level with just a pull-up bar and a yoga mat. I would say you might not even need the yoga mat. You don't even need that's like fancy.
You can do body weight for so much. You can do
100%.
like
Calisthenics,
squats,
go hard.
Calisthenics. Pistol squats. I don't know how many. I know a lot of dudes. Like, but when I was in
squat?
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now, can I pistol squat with a busted leg? That's one of the crazy things. My pistol squats on my good leg are going to be crazy because of my balance is ridiculous. But if I know people that can do like, oh, I can squat 400 pounds, and I've seen this to be true. Like when I was in university running track, they could squat just ungodly amounts as sprinters, and they couldn't do a pistol squat.
Oh.
And it's like, huh?
Yeah, it's different
like,
kind of muscle set,
like
right?
you want functional fitness. It matters more in your life. Obviously, it's different for athletes, but I love it. Reddit is flying, by the way. Let's just do this one for anyone that's in that Reddit trade. And again, we don't have Reddit today because Tesla decided to do Tesla things and then void this breakout trade. At least for me, it voided the breakout trade because I wasn't going to look at this at the open. We missed Apple for that reason. All right, I'm done with you, Rivian. It's 3:30. It's not going.
Alpha pushing for highs.
This is ridiculous. I might jump into a short if we lose 1490. It's just not going. So we thought there'd be an outsized move here, and nothing is happening. Same thing with Amazon. You can't even get the 15 cents for 20 cents anymore. Now it's like going 10, 15 cents on. So it's not like it's going against, but it's just consolidating in here. Got to do something.
Getting tighter.
To trend out a little bit. What else we got going on here? Sebastian, when Sean is there, you always talk about food. No, I talk about food because I'm always hungry. And the other reason why you'll hear me constantly talk about, like, I love apple fritters, I have a weakness for pastries, you put a cookie in front of me, I'm going to eat it, is because I know that keeps me more disciplined. Like, I know that if I'm honest about it and just keep saying, I'm always hungry, all that kind of stuff, I'm acknowledging the truth, like, which is, you put it in front of me, I'm probably going to eat. So I got to work out, I have to eat clean meals most of the other times. Just acknowledge that thing. How many times have you heard me say, don't chase a move? I'm saying out loud, not for your benefit, trust me. I'm saying it for my benefit so that I don't chase it because I know that I want to chase this move. I'm just going to say it over and over again, not to chase this stock, all that stuff. It's just really important to be honest with yourself and keep it real. Because if you don't keep it real with yourself, then you're pretty much screwed. Like nothing is going to help you if you can't be honest with yourself. Yeah, it's really important, especially knowing.
Gotta keep it real, man.
Okay, this is it, Rivian. This move needs to break the teens because it's 3:30. Okay, Rivian, it's 3:30. You ain't got no job. You ain't got ish to do but get to 1520 and then break out the top. That's all I'm saying. We're running out of time here, Rivian, and I'm starting to lose my patience.
Yeah, just sideways consolidation as price kind of compresses into that 200. Just making me think, like, what is the next trade? What is the next decision? I mean, I'm just watching this 200. I'm kind of curious to know, kind of going forward in the week. Tomorrow's going to be a light day. Friday's going to be a full day as well. So with this 200 coming in right before, I guess, a little bit of a long weekend-ish, midweek weekend happening there. Mid-weekend, yes, on the markets here. So I'm just curious to know how we print and trade around this 200 area. Prices definitely compressing in a very interesting fashion. Something I do want to point out is Google is pushing for fresh highs on the day. One of the only tickers that is doing this in terms of the Mag 7. Obviously, the Spider kind of pushing as well. Look at that strength coming right back into Tesla. 229s printing once again. Here we pulled back all the way to 228s and then 229s coming right back in. So with only about half an hour left to print some of these prices, I'm curious to know what Tesla does. It has been trading only above VWAP and it is extended on the day quite aggressively here and also extended into, we talked about that interesting trend that's been happening on the weekly, on the hourly, on a much, much higher time frame. multi-year time frame on Tesla. We are testing some of those prices as of right now, and we were talking about this earlier. This is a bit of a euphoric move when it comes to looking back at it from a higher time frame. If you're looking at it from a yearly, if you're looking at it from a weekly, you can see that this is an extensive move here on the daily. There goes Amazon, a little bit of a drop. Can it drop it down even further here on the day? I am looking at some of these prior levels as well. So look at that, very, very tight compressing action here in and around that 200. Where are we going to go? We've only gone up all day. I have no idea what this ticker is going to do, but I have positioned myself in terms of a little, or with a little bit of a bias here, just above this 20,250, that quarter mark. I like those quarters, and yeah, 20,000 pushed up all the way, just shy of this 20,250. What is the high of that candle? Roughly is about 40s, 39s, 40s, it would seem, on the NQ here. ES still pushing for fresh highs. I don't know if you guys are trading anything right now. I know a lot of people talking about AMD and Reddit. Reddit super, super strong on the day here. Also pushing for fresh highs. Take a look at this relative volume that's been happening on the day as well. Over two times the relative volume. So yeah, 3 million traded, 3 million average 30-day volume, 4.5 million traded as of right now here on Reddit. And I guess AMD, we can take a quick look at that one once again. Yeah, printing near high of day there. But looking left, we've made quite a top here at that 166 as of last Friday there. So we're still not kind of past some of these prior resistance marks. You can see that here, a little interesting action on AMD. Let me just take some of this off here. So in the prior weeks, you have this strength that comes in with that relative volume, pushes up into 166.70s. Once again, you have some strength that pushes up into 166.40s. And then now, once again, we're having some more strength pushing up into 164s. Let's see if some of these levels, this 166 and change, 80s just underneath that 167, seems like it's been a bit of trouble for the longs over the past couple of weeks, but longs are pushing it in strong as of today. Look at that strong trend that's, again, been happening since about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock this morning, all the way going into 3:30 as of right now. So very, very strong move there on AMD, with a lot of these tickers pushing for fresh highs, even all-time highs on Google, on Apple, on Softy. NVIDIA, not so much. NVIDIA sideways, chop, consolidation. I'm curious to know what is the volume that's been traded. Yeah, relatively weak, but again, it could just be taking like a pit stop here while the rest of the market runs, and only just to catch up tomorrow, right? I don't want to put anything past it. We've seen what this name is capable of doing, and yeah, okay, so 400 million average 30-day volume. That might be skewed by some certain outlier days, but it is only traded 180 mil. So let's go to the daily chart here and take a look at some of these volume candles. Look at this decreasing volume, Neil, off of these all-time highs there. So we did push all-time highs, strong volume candle on the breakdown. You got a 3-bar down, and we are chopping within the range of the last 2 bars there, kind of holding that doji bar as a bit of resistance just underneath that 128. But look at this decreasing volume happening as well, kind of interesting to say the least on the daily chart. Let's see if we can kind of come into some of these levels here. 118 held quite well, and we bid all the way back up to 128. But yeah, NVIDIA super, super strong. A little extended, some would argue, on a larger time frame, but I am not arguing. I am not making any sort of, I guess, strong biased perspectives. I'm just trying to capture a piece of the move if and when NVIDIA will have me. But yeah, something else to mention.
Amazon finally printed 80, by the way.
Yeah, it finally kind of pushed in, but it's still within this consolidation range right here. Like, take a look at this. Like, right here, the range is 99.70s up into 99.13s here, roughly. We did kind of push that. I guess you can say that we pushed the lows here, 99.80s, finally coming right back in, going into the end of the day, again, with only about 24 minutes left to print for the closing bell. So I don't have anything else on watch. What else is in play? I think NVIDIA is or was the only play. Again, shout out to one of our members who said he had a 5-figure day on Tesla. That's absolutely awesome. Tesla this morning, we were talking about it on the floor. This is a 5-figure trade. This is a 6-figure trade. The amount of volume that was going on, the amount of volume you could have pushed, the amount of opportunity that you could have had, not only trading the ticker itself, but also options. You could have very easily had a 6-figure day here on Tesla if you played it the right way, for sure.
One of a kind move.
Yeah, definitely one of a kind. And on deliveries, Tesla definitely did deliver today.
Yeah, there's zero doubt about it. Tesla delivering big time. 330 just hit. Like I mentioned, like 80s finally printed on Amazon, so that like 25-cent move, it finally comes in. But the imbalances, the early look, the imbalances are coming in 10 minutes, but the early look just came out about 7 minutes ago. There's nothing that's going to stand out. Just a word to the wise. TD, early look of 2 million to sell. That would seem interesting when the bank stocks have been strong today. But remember, TD's primary listing is in Toronto, and oftentimes it'll come out the other direction. If you have a big imbalance in New York to the sell side, a lot of times it'll be a buy in Toronto, and if you can't see that, you could be trading the stock blind. So I wouldn't touch that at all. Nothing else over 1 million that matters. Fun, I don't know if that symbol is any fun, but I don't really know.
Used to be fun.
It used to be. Yeah, no big names for the early look. Doesn't mean there won't be something that we can sink our teeth into on the imbalances. But for now, not a heck of a lot to work with. We're probably running out of time for NVIDIA here.
Size on the bid.
But on size on the bid of which stock?
Amazon.
Oh, I see Amazon, yeah.
A little bit.
80s, it's 15,000 on the bid. It's not a huge level. NVIDIA's running out of time to lose the bottom. It just will not break down underneath 122. You have until maybe those imbalances come. I wouldn't want to get wrapped up entering a trade at that time, but NVIDIA is looking relatively weak, and I do think it could break down and give you some kind of a push. Amazon, I think that's kind of boring at this point. AMD continues to press higher. You take your shot, it continues to run. We thought GameStop was also going to be something, but that could not make a high of the day break. It's going to have to wait till tomorrow. Good consolidation off the top. I like the fact that it holds those higher lows. It's holding a tight range, kind of lulling everybody to sleep the last couple of days on the daily in GameStop, but it's made a couple of decent rallies. This is where you could get something explosive, especially on a low volume day. If it starts to go tomorrow, there might be just nothing that can stop it because no one's really that interested in taking the other side. So let's be honest. There might not be any kind of crazy breaker happening in the last 20 minutes, but we'll set things up. I'll tell you this much. Tune in and stick around for the aftermarket show. We got Brian Shannon on.
Okay.
And look, Tesla was a good trade today, but sometimes it's about educating so you can be in these moves a little bit earlier. We showed that trend line from before, but he's got a banger he's going to want to go over. So stick around. You got the aftermarket recap. Myself and Adair joined by Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP fame. It's going to be a good one, but he had a banger on Tesla. I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about even before this. So Tesla has been fantastic. It was not just this morning. You could have been in this one a hot minute. And I get a lot of questions about Intel on this. And Intel is not Tesla. But when big trends break, wild things can happen. And we've been talking about the trend on Tesla. Come to the chart, Randy, for a second. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's Fabian on the ones and twos. If we come to the chart, Tesla has been doing the same thing for a year. If you're a trader, then you should like patterns. And if you don't like patterns, then do something else. But when it tags the bottom, it gets the top. We tag the bottom, and now it's got the top. So there are chances to get into this off this low. 150 was a chance, 170 was a chance, breaking 200 was a chance, and now you're at the top end of the channel. And I'm not saying Intel is any good. In fact, it's nasty, but this has been in a ridiculous consolidation at the bottom, which is forming a wedge. If this breaks out, all it takes is one push. This could be at 30, in the high 30s, no problem. That's a 20% move to the upside. Doesn't make Intel a good stock. It doesn't fix everything that's going on with the company. It doesn't change the fact that their foundry business is going to take years to be profitable. But from just a chart pattern, this is in the midst of a consolidation. It works both ways. If it breaks down, it sees 25. But we like stocks when they go up. So let's hope it breaks to the upside.
Yeah, Intel's been a bit of a, I guess, a sleeper, I would say, since that sell-off, kind of consolidating sideways. Definitely an interesting watch, nonetheless. Softy taking a little bit of a pullback here, and I was talking about size coming in at that 84 mark. We just kind of slammed right into those 84s, and take a look at Buddy over here. Got filled everything on a single T-gate right there, 14,400 shares. On a lit gate on the bid, below the bid actually happening right there. It is very lit, Fabian. And yeah, coming right back in, holding the 80s now, the consolidation low being right there at that 70. Is it 70s or 80s here? I should probably know this. It's 73. What is the low of that wick? 72, sorry. Got to be precise. 72, so size coming in, not too much, but 150 lots. Again, looking for anything that is distinctly different and that is acting how it wasn't 5 minutes ago. And the size on the bid, even if it's 150 lots there, looking interesting. Price kind of came in aggressively, took them out, and then bid right back up. So maybe something suggestive, but nothing too crazy. I was just like, all right, well, if we take out that size and start trading lower, maybe the bids are really being hit, is what I'm trying to think. But if it kind of takes it out and bids right back up and does what we've been doing for hours, then it's absolutely nothing. Maybe shouldn't be taken. Maybe should only be taken with a grain of salt here. 2950s coming right back in here on Tesla. So we have been kind of pinballing in this range, 227s to 228s. Sorry, 230s, not 228s. 228s is the middle of the range there. But interesting stuff nonetheless. I'm curious to know how these last 15 minutes are going to happen, or how Tesla's going to trade in these last 15 minutes here today, going into a close after printing such a strong morning session and a very strong midday to end of day hold above VWAP. It is holding very, very nice within the upper quartile of the move that Tesla's had today. Again, just a reminder, they had deliveries this morning. 205s, you dip down to 204s, rip right back up. But something to note, if you go down to a 1 minute, we pushed up in the 214s before slamming down to 204s, and then we took out that 214. So a little bit of saucy action definitely happening on Tesla today, taking out players on both sides. And when I see that action, I'm like, all right, that's a little predatory. I do have to kind of go into sidestep mode and make sure I'm not stopping out of the trade and kind of keeping that bigger picture perspective on watch there, especially when tickers start to show predatory action. I'm sure the first thing in my mind is like, oh, it's out for the liquidity. It's out for the, where is most liquidity? Most liquidity is sitting at the place of stops. Now, it's irrelevant whether those stops are for longs or shorts. If there's liquidity sitting there, price, I guess, it's a saying, price tends to move towards liquid areas, right?
It used to be like it was like a psychological thing, like human traders would trade things into the big level. Yep. But the reality is now the algos know where the big liquidity levels are too. Yes. They have all the same indicators that you do. And so what's going to end up happening is if nothing is happening on the stock, it's going to gravitate usually towards the liquidity point, then something will happen, which could be the case here in NVIDIA, which finally broke support. With 5 minutes to go till the imbalances come in, NVIDIA broke that support level. I'm in it to VWAP. And let's see, like NVIDIA is down 1.8% on the day. You do see on the, oh yeah, that's right. It's not split adjusted. But yeah, it's down 1.8% on the day. It has been trend down. It's not crazy, but it has been trend down. Like 130 fails, double top, lower highs. It just had that big recovery day yesterday, but no breakout today. There was never a 125 test or break. So if we do fail, it's not crazy that you could see 121. And if you can't tell the difference between NVIDIA and AMD, I would suggest look closer. But if we break the quarters, we jump out of this one. With 4 minutes to go till the imbalances drop, I'm not even waiting. I'm just going to punch out of... I just punched out 95 on Rivian because after the news, Rivian does nothing. Nothing. It got to 15.20 at best. Now it loses 14.99. So we're in an average price of actually 99 was my average price. We get out there, the last of it loses 4 cents. We did get a fill up there at 10s, but you know, for all the volatility that's been in Rivian, you get the Volkswagen news, the higher low, just no continuation on the breakout trade. You ended up having to scalp the whole thing for 20 cents when I was looking for a much bigger move. I was hunting gap fill. Let's go to 16 even. That's just not the way it was trading today, unfortunately, on Rivian. So we're into NVIDIA. Gonna get a bid out in front of the 50s here. The imbalances are coming in. Amazon's finally starting to go as well. The early look yielded nothing, but in 3 minutes, we might have some imbalances. And if they are to the sell side, great. But if it's the buy side, I'm stopping out at VWAP on the NVIDIA trade. And Amazon, I'm going to give it back into the 200. I'm just going to trail that a little bit tighter. I had it above the 30 level on Amazon. Now it's going to evens.
Yeah, that consolidation low we just pointed out, 72s. So I did get a little bit more on that break. We're still holding those 70s. Again, something to point out, that size at 84s was taken, and then we start to pull back a little bit, slightly a little bit more aggressive, again, going into 3 more minutes until those closing imbalances come in into the ticker. Now, again, things can get a little volatile. Things can get a little spicy here, so I do have to keep my finger on the trigger and kind of just observe. But Amazon is curling a little bit there. Maybe just poised for a little bit of a pullback here, as anybody and everybody who was long for the past, I guess, when was this? At 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock-ish. For the past 2 hours there is a little underwater underneath that 70 level there. And we haven't necessarily caught, we've been catching a bit all day, but strong holds were happening in and around that VWAP. Now, I don't know if we're going to drop all the way down to VWAP on Amazon going into the close. That would take some sort of interesting price action indeed. But
maybe not.
No, it's like there's certain price action which is like, all right, yeah, sure, that has the potential to happen. It's within range. And then other price action is just like, yeah, that's like the probability. I'm not going to say no, but the probability is probably extremely skewed.
Yeah, so
in my head at least, I don't know. Anything can happen. Anybody can come out and be like, you know what, sell 10,000 bushels of wheat, and
bushels of wheat.
You know that story from Reminiscence.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I guess you're referencing that. Yeah. No, I'll go so far as to say that it would be nice if Amazon went to 198. That's 198 changes VWAP. But Obi, if Amazon gets to if it gets to VWAP before the close,
oh boy,
then how about I owe you a coffee tomorrow?
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You got to do like the Randolph and Mortimer type bets, right? Big Patty Ice knows. You know Randolph and Mortimer?
Nope.
Trading Places.
Okay, it's still a movie I have to watch, I guess.
Yeah, that's a great trading movie.
Yeah.
A little bit unrealistic towards the end when they're in the pit, but that doesn't matter. It's still a heck of a lot of fun. And if you've never seen it, Big Patty Ice, I got you. I know. He's shaking the head. But it's a great Trading Places is super funny. Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, great movie. Randolph and Mortimer, they're like millionaires or billionaires. I actually don't even remember if they're probably like not billionaires because it was the 80s, but they would only ever bet each other $1. It was always $1. When I was in high school, every bet in the cafeteria with my buddies, I'm like, we always bet a loonie. I'm like, I'm betting you $1. Out of principle. I don't want my friends' money, so we just bet $1 every single time. I stole that from Trading Places. So with 15 seconds to go, tighten stop here on Amazon at 200 into NVIDIA as we're about to get the imbalances dropping any second now. Clearly, we'd love for them to be to the sell side at this point, but you never know where it's going to come out. So we'll see in about 3 seconds. You'll see these popular. I like to leave the early look up so I know where they came from, and sometimes it gives you an idea. But BAC, we don't care about BAC. If you do, it's a sell to 3 million. TD is a sell of 2 million. We expected that, but remember, it's dual listed in Canada. You got to watch what it comes out as. Tesla, 1 million to the buy side.
Oh boy.
Carts, 900,000 to buy. Okay, that's somewhat interesting. Maybe not. Amazon sell 577,000 is not that big. I don't see NVIDIA yet. Cisco doesn't really matter. If you care about Cisco, good luck. It was 500,000 to sell. Oracle, 400,000. So I don't see NVIDIA. I don't see Apple yet. We saw Amazon. Don't see Google. Don't see Microsoft. But I'm just going to jump out of NVIDIA. If it's not going to go here and it breaks VWAP, it tagged it but didn't break, we'll hold on to VWAP and I won't move the stop. There's no point just yet. But no gigantic imbalances at all. So I will jump out of this trade. I guess if we get this local bottom, we should just take it. Because NVIDIA, you're kind of looking in that situation for a breakdown, and then I want the short to come in. I want the sell imbalance to help me. There have been some big imbalances on some of the tech names. Unfortunately, we're just not getting it here on NVIDIA. So it is what it is. we'll just we'll pack our patience, let's just say.
Yes.
We'll pack our patience and wait for tomorrow on this one. Amazon is continuing to the downside, but I'm not going to owe you a coffee. I'm not even going to bid
We may get to VWAP.
199.20.
Come on, we got like 9 minutes left.
Well, I got to get up to the desk, so I'm going to take the
fair,
$half
fair.
if it even gets there.
All right.
But I don't think I'll be owing you that coffee.
I think I was laughing in the chat. Was it Daniel? Because I was like, oh, it only takes one trader. Anything can happen. He's like, Obi, Josh Brown on line 2. Like, yeah, definitely that can happen once again. If,
Uber, he did it again today on Uber.
oh, was that the move on Uber?
Yes, he was on. You have the Uber chart up.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
I was
reversion.
adjusting my Amazon. No, but
That was him again.
I don't remember what time, but Uber made a rally. Trust me, you pull up the chart and Josh Brown 100%. He was on CNBC a second time and caused another Uber rally.
Was he on at 10:30?
No, it was a bit later. It wasn't the absolute bottom. If you zoom, can you zoom that in a little bit?
Look, this is in this consolidation.
It's like the second move. Like, see how the second volume move? It's that one was the Josh Brown move.
You see the volume coming in right there. Okay, all right.
And look, more power to him. The guy's liked Uber for years, so I'm not one of those people that hates on somebody for talking good about it. Like, they own the stock and they're betting long in the stock with their money and they're talking about the reasons why they like it. I have no problem with that. So, leave Warren Kennedy alone, leave this kind of people alone. It's another
free
thing.
Market.
If you're talking about a stock, it's like, oh, I love this stock, well, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't want to hear it. Like, would you trade it to the long side at least? Like, you don't like you like everything about it, but you wouldn't own or buy the stock or trade the stock. I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't really make any sense to me. So what's the other alternative? Anyways, he's got skin in the game. I respect Josh Brown. But if you're ever paying attention, it is an actual thing recently, this little Uber Josh Brown rally in the middle of the day when he talks about it. So as time goes on, I would suspect that the third time it happens, it won't be as good. The fourth time it happens, it won't be as good. But for now, it's not that bad. And I just trailed out of Amazon. It's 3:53. We're running out of time. Elon just asked, hey Neil, is the imbalance volume info useful for the last 10 minutes of trade or for aftermarket tomorrow? It can be useful. But when there's nothing there, like I don't see, like all the big names that we've seen $1 million on a few times or $5 million on NVIDIA, sometimes $2 or $3 million on Apple, they're not there today. When they're really big imbalances, it can move the stock and there might be a trade. But when there's nothing there, the idea would be then you just don't do anything. It can influence price action. It's not the law. Just because the buy imbalance is in there, I promise you TD and that sell imbalance, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Let me pull up TD Bank for you. I'm kind of hoping it's just going to confirm exactly what I would think in that TD. There we go. See, I didn't even pull up Toronto. I usually make that mistake. There you go. Wow. Okay, so I was kind of expecting the sell imbalance on TD. I'm like, see, look, TD's not going to have gone down on that 2 million sell imbalance.
Oh, it might.
Well, I certainly didn't expect it to be rallying the way it is either. But that's my point. It's not the Bible, but I promise you, it's probably a buy in Toronto. Like that's what happened.
Yeah,
Remember I said, oftentimes if it's dual listed, it was probably a buy in Toronto and a sell in New York. Don't get caught by that. If anything, it's just a trap.
Oh, 2,000 lots at 230. Broken right now on
Wow,
Tesla. Yeah, there's 2,000 lots at 230. All of them got taken out. 230, 25s printing as of right now with only, I guess, 55s. Yeah, those imbalances, that was the pairing event right there. Amazon right back up at that 200. So we are pushing and raging towards high of day here on Tesla going into the close. Definitely some squeezing action happening. Oh boy, here we go. This is what I was saying. We are at the high of that multi-time frame trend. And yeah, definitely poised for a bit of a squeeze if we continue higher than this. Those multi-year, multi-month, multi-week time frames getting broken here past that 227 into that 230 mark. What is the high of day? I got to get specific with this one.
231.22.
I got 231.14. Okay, all right. So in and around there. So we're ripping right back up into those places, into those prices. Oh boy, smelling like a gap for tomorrow.
Where's Michael Burry when you need him?
Right. If you're looking for a squeeze.
Oh, I gotta get to this.
Tesla is a place to watch for sure, I guess. Yeah, that VWAP coming in real hot as of right now, continuing to that too high a day. 231s right there, knocking on the door, only about a quarter away from that level there. With only about 4 minutes left, I'm not really watching too much. Do I want to take a break going into the last couple of minutes of the day there? If it's squeezing like this, I am thinking about it, but if I'm thinking about it, it's probably already too late. So I'm gonna watch and maybe come back to it. There are another 1,000 lots here at that 231, and again, we only have less than 4 minutes left in the trading day before the bell rings, but don't forget, this is a NASDAQ ticker. It will continue to trade volume well beyond 4 p.m., and there it goes right here, pushing right up into those high of days. Can you print that size right there, 1,200 lots? Oh boy, Amazon came right back up to 200.
Good luck
so
with that, Amazon. I'm going to see you at the desk there, Obi.
Thank you.
I'll see you up at the desk.
Take care.
Everybody. Locked and loaded, we got Brian Shannon. It's going to be a good close show. Don't necessarily catch me crutching away here, but I'll be up at the desk with Adara. Good luck in that close. Tesla ripping faces off.
Oof, yeah, Tesla definitely a mover there. You can see how aggressive this tape is going into the last few minutes of the day. Only about 2.5 minutes left. I got to reach over and get that countdown ready. But yeah, Amazon comes right back up into that 200. So I was like, all right, well, I did add on the break of the consolidation low. But if you're going to bid right back up into that 200, yeah, that strength is definitely there. I don't want to be involved anymore. This definitely has the potential to push even higher. And with the futures, ES and NQ screaming to the high side going into the close there as well. Have to respect that information that is coming out of a lot of these, I guess markets I can call them, right? I can call them markets. But yeah, no, I gotta find my trading view. Where is that window? I can't find my window anymore, but that's perfectly fine. I'm not really looking for too much there. 200, we talked about this price compression happening there. 20,250 coming in on the NQs as of right now. So we are printing that quarter above that 20,000 mark going into the close. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a crazy day. I mean, we definitely had a crazy day. Hopefully you guys had a good trading day. Now, don't forget, red or green on the P&L. Did you follow your process? That's what makes the day green or red, in my opinion. But definitely, okay, so still, that size is increasing, almost 2,000 lots now, sitting at 231 as of right now. So some participants showing face there on the ask. What is that? Are we going to print it? We only have about a minute left to go, so it looks like this is going to be one of those events where we kind of slap that ask going into the close and maybe continue further on in the after hours. Some of the best prices, again, we talk about this all the time, some of the best prices get dealt with in the after hours or the pre-market and don't really leave too much for the intraday. But let's see, with this kind of close happening on Tesla, I do want to kind of keep that in mind. 2,000 lots, look at that size increasing as well. It seems like we are going to be printing this going right into the close. There it is on the ask, some of it decrementing, some of it printing. Can we break that 231? Do I see a print? Do I see a print above 231? Okay, look at that size decrement. Now we're down to 400, 300 lots, 100 lots. There it is, 01's print. Oh boy, we only have 15 seconds until the close. I got to get ready to hit this countdown timer. Here we go. Hopefully you guys had a crazy day. 9, 8, 7. We are printing higher. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Oh boy, is this Tesla move going to be spicy going into the rest of the week here. Like I said before, Apple broke that 200 first, but Tesla was like, I'm going ludicrous mode. Not without me, you don't. 230's printing way past that Apple mark there. In terms of price, not necessarily market cap just yet, but Tesla super, super strong on the day. I guess deliveries were taken quite well here today on Tesla. So hopefully you guys had a great day there. Like I said, a lot of opportunities, not only just Tesla, the market as well. You can see that it had a very, very strong trend, again, going into the close, printing some of the highs of days. So without any further ado, don't go anywhere. We have Adara and Neil at the big desk with the market recap. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.
Bid. The stock has got to go. That's what it's all about. Tesla, 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 Tesla. A whole lot of other stuff happened today that nobody cares about because Tesla is Tesla. And it does end up 10% to the upside, 231, taking names and all that good stuff. What's hilarious about this is I sat down at the desk and I turned to Adara and I was like, at the end of the day, when I got out of that Tesla long, I think for most people probably, if you just stopped trading, it was like just spin wheels on everything else, up, down, up, down. But it was really just that one Tesla trade. It felt like Nike the other day to the short side. You only needed the one. Or what was it? Roaring Kitty's mess with Chewy the other day. All you needed was Chewy short off the open. Nothing else whatsoever. So all about that respect. Absolutely love that move in Tesla. Even at the end of the day, just still ripping faces off. No questions asked. What an absolute banger.
Yeah. What a look there. I mean, I had some decisions were made, some trades were made there on Tesla. I had levels that I liked. I had levels that actually worked at 227. I was really interested in then 227.40s more specifically. What I need to do next time I've realized is just take lots of size in the trades I like and then don't take trades I'm not obsessed with. So that's going to be the takeaway from the Tesla. That'll be my Tesla takeaway.
And really, like it was such a strong day. We're pretty bullish in here today. So when you look at what happened overall, yeah, I know it's a Tesla party. No question about it. Oh, I see TH in the chat here. And Kathy rises again like the Phoenix. I like it. She's got to be happy. And it is still going, by the way, up at that 231. I'm going to get it out of the way. Black sheep trades. I got to have the crutches close to me. They're kind of on the desk in here, but I want them to be within reach. It is what it is. There's not really a better spot, and I don't want them to fall on the ground. So you're going to live with them in the shot, guys. But the super strong market, what do we like today? You would think SMH, 1%, XLF. I can get down with that. We saw JP Morgan, baby. Whoa, XLF up 1.1%, but JP Morgan, have yourself a day. I almost said something else. But JP. Pull up the chart. There you go. JP Morgan, 4 banger days in a row. It's the Tesla party. It's the JP Morgan Jamie Dimon party. Fresh 52-week highs, daily, weekly, hour, whatever the heck chart you want to pull up. JP Morgan doing absolute power moves. But you know what? Consumer discretionary. What's in the XLY? What's a consumer discretionary name that might be Tesla?
I think it starts with a T. I was going to say maybe. It might be the NASDAQ, but I'm not 100% sure. We don't mention it a lot in the show, so
you're on to something. You're on to something.
Neither of us traded it today. No one traded it today. You guys definitely didn't have 2 longs on it. No, I'm stopping. It's Tesla.
If you weren't long Tesla today, you had a rough day. But yeah, there were other opportunities. But XLY, 2% to the upside. Okay, we kind of glossed over why it's breaking out, like a lot of other things. But I do want to jump back into the Qs just for a quick second because. All right, I'm not going to sing it, but there's a James Bond theme. We're at an all-time high. Microsoft made an all-time high today. You saw Google pressing. Tesla's not at one. Apple managed to break out as well. You had so many names that Amazon breaking the $200 level. So the Qs get right back into this now. 1, 2, 3, 4 times we're testing 487 on the daily for the triple Qs. Pop the weekly up. And remember we had Michael Noss talking about this. Remember the tweezers? It's a tweezers, right?
Yeah, the tweezer pattern, yeah.
There's a tweezer pattern. We get right up to the top again without a break yet. So that's a weekly chart. You can always pull up the daily to see basically the same idea. You're right up at that top. Got a holiday shortened week. It's going to be a half day tomorrow. But the question is, can the market take out that high? And if it doesn't, don't fight it. Not a half day. Not in a half day. If we don't break that top and we're reversing, I'm not fighting any longs if we don't break that high. I've seen you can get yourself bamboozled if you fight the early trend in the market. It's going to get yourself into a lot of trouble in a half day. There's less time for a recovery. There's less liquidity out there. If you catch yourself on the wrong side tomorrow in the first 15, 20 minutes of the day, you can get yourself in a world of hurt. Look, I think when we talk about the trade review, I'm just going to quickly mention. Look, Tesla's the stock. And I think the thing that you want to ask yourself for something like Tesla when you're going over any potential trades that you would have had today is where would you have gotten in? I can understand sitting out when the news came out. It's pre-market. It went $10 to the upside. It pulled all the way back in to the bottoms, then right back up to the tops. More whipsaw action. But once the market opened at 9:30, that was your chance. Because you zoom it right in here, and at 9:30, let me get rid of that daily chart. At 9:30, you dipped right into prior support. You had VWAP and anchored VWAP down there for you. Support anchored VWAP, I think, was at the 18 level. VWAP was a little bit lower than that. It didn't really matter. Once you caught that bid, that was your chance to dip buy. And then from there, it was the dip buy. You had a breakout available here as well at 223. You had a consolidation at 225. So if you didn't trade Tesla to the long side today, you need to be reviewing where you would be getting into longs when that trend happened. Because once it was at that 230 level, I think at that point, you could have a couple of decent dip buys. You just had to wait it out until power hour when it started trending back in and giving that late move in there. So you know where we went long early. It was all about the off VWAP early. Like that was the trade. You knew you wanted long. We weren't fighting it. Lesson of the day was this was a no-fly zone to be short the stock. So I didn't mind being short over in Polestar, obviously. Thankfully, you know, I'll let you talk Tesla in a quick second here, but admittedly with Nikola, when it was going, I was able to get that last short that worked, right? So I was short, and remember, I was short 6 times on Nikola. The last one just worked. You don't generally want to do that, but the best you can do is get out. Get the heck out. You short this move and it breaks the top, get out. You short this move and it breaks the top, get the heck out. Because if you do get it, well, in order to get it, you just need to not be shut down. So if you can get tops on stocks, you can get bottoms on stocks, but you can't do it if you're shut down. So I think that's an important thing. But Adara, what was your look on Tesla today? I know everyone's probably sick and tired of hearing what Obi and I were doing on the stock.
I mean, you guys definitely have way better reads on Tesla than me. I want to shout out Obi and Neil and their Tesla longs this morning. I'm short biased. It's something I want to work on, but I do find as well, like I tried to take some longs and levels that could have theoretically worked out. I don't know what it is. It's something I need to work on. My mental is just not in place for the long trades. I can't see them as well. And I find even if they're at levels that make sense, I cannot execute them as well. I find maybe, I don't want to say my edge because I need to trade it better, but I feel like I like seeing the short size. I think that's when I execute better if I just short scalp. That's what I should have done. I had a couple shorts on Tesla that were not bad, but what I should have been done was just taking those with size and not pushing them. Like, take your money and get out, girl. That's what I should have been doing with some of those Tesla shorts. Even I had that short from that 227 into VWAP. Why did I try it again? Like I think that's really what I learned is you could have the short scalps, they can work out, but be aware, as you said in your lesson of the day, be aware you're being counter trend, trade that accordingly, and do not overstay your welcome. So that's something I learned. I do want to work on being a little less short biased. I think part of it too is I trust myself less in the long, so just working on that confidence, that confidence, and I have a lot to reflect on tonight is how I'll put that, and I'm excited to learn and get better tomorrow.
That's an interesting one, and like part of me, I know it's an easy exercise to just say, well, you know, you could always, like in your head, ask yourself, okay, well, if this is my entry for the short and I want to join the trend for the long, like where would I be taking profit? Like where do I think this move gets, if you're a scalp trader, let's just finish the thought here. If you're a scalp trader and you're short here at like 230, let's just say, I'll pull up a 15-minute chart here. If you're short at the 230 level, and let's just say okay, well, the bottom here was 227, so I got to take that $1.50 and run. So if it bounces off that level, and if a short you think you'd be getting out there, that could be like an entry to buy the dip into the long. Because I think it's not abnormal when a stock has made that big of a move not to want to chase. Because ultimately, we want to buy lows and we want to sell highs. That's how the brain is usually works. But there are situations where you need to buy high, sell higher, no question about it. I saw it in the chat. I wanted to, oh shoot, it was, there we go, the sturdy gentleman in here. We're going to have, look, we got Brian Shannon coming through, but we have a few minutes before he comes on here. There was this good point. The sturdy gentleman, Tesla was just following the 3-day template, third peak high. When you look at the last couple of days, and this is important, I think a lot of times when you see a stock stair-stepping, you know, it had a catalyst today, I get that, right? But you were already breaking. There is your first move when it broke a consolidation, hold the lower highs, make a secondary break, hold again, and make a third break. Obviously, the news is going to give it the juice to make this big of a pattern. I would be a little bit reluctant going into tomorrow because of how much it's done and where Tesla is on this daily chart. I don't have the same trend line drawn, but I think you can look at this and simply say, when it made the top at 300, and this is that 2023 top, you can draw the trend line there. You can draw the trend line all the way there as well. Tesla is at the top of that trend line on a daily, on a weekly. So it's a pretty big, important level. It might be difficult for it to chew through it. I can see it really chopping people up tomorrow. Holiday shortened day as well. So if it doesn't go right away, you can find yourself in a world of hurt. But what an unbelievable day it was for Tesla. No question about it. I hope everyone had their opportunity to get into there, make that move. Rivian was pretty good. Rivian was disappointing because I was short it all morning, and the news came in the afternoon, and then it disappointed on that move. But you've got to take the swings at it. Rivian's still looking pretty good on a higher time frame there. So we do like some Tesla. We do like some Rivian. What was that, Fabian? No, Brian's not in. No, not yet. But I do have a little something that I also wanted to go over, and we talk about this quite often. About like what does a missed opportunity look like? Like what are the trades that you like? This is like a must that you have to have and all that kind of good stuff. But there was Reddit, and I want to shout out to everyone in the chat that was screaming about Reddit all day long because Reddit made that breakout. We were talking like yesterday in the afternoon show. We were saying Reddit above 66. Your recent IPO trending to the upside. If it breaks 66, there's room to that local high. It did it today. The only reason you're not really focused on this stock at 9:30 when it gives you that breakout was Tesla, which is fine. You know, I think I don't mind, like at the end of the day yesterday, the Reddit breakout trade was probably something when I sat down that I was going to want to have at 9:30. But you know what? The delivery numbers happened on Tesla, and then Tesla went ham. So there's nothing wrong, and Tesla obviously worked out. But even if Tesla lost, you got to be willing to live with that. Because Reddit, great, Tesla, better liquidity. There's two trades I see that look like fantastic breakouts with explosive upside. Reddit ends up going 10%, Tesla ends up going 10%, kind of the same deal. Which one's got better liquidity? So regardless of where you are in your trading journey and how much you're scaling your trades, you want to take the trades that are more scalable. So it doesn't matter whether you're trading small and just starting out or you're already able to trade with a bigger lot or in a prop 4 you can trade with as much as you want. Trade the one that's scalable. If you got to pick between the two. So Tesla over Reddit because it's always going to be a more scalable trade on Tesla. So practice the scalable trades. Why don't I trade Chipotle till it splits? Because it's not a scalable trade. Simple as that. You can't start with small size and work to big size on the names that are liquid. And it's nothing against Reddit. I think it was a great trade, and rightfully so. Everyone that took it, I'm really happy that they got that win. But we've got time to talk about somebody who didn't waste time waiting for Tesla to break out on delivery. They got in early. Welcome in, Brian Shannon. I might have spoiled it a little bit, but you've been on before talking about Tesla. I think everybody knows what we're going to review today and how well that clearly has worked out in the past. So welcome, Brian Shannon, charter market technician, anchored VWAP, which, by the way, Brian, big thank you, because anchored VWAP made a lot of money for people on this floor today on Tesla. Because you couldn't you couldn't take it on the news. It was going all over the place, but at the open, oh, did it hug anchored VWAP if you anchored it from when the news dropped out there. And that's the only long you needed. So thank you for that, Brian. And please tell us how you did.
It's the old days in Tesla again, right? And there was actually a really nice afternoon bounce from the volume weighted average price. If you can pull my charts up there, we spoke about it last week as it was right here. This was last Tuesday, right there. And I was talking to Sean saying, it looks like it's finally ready to get going. And we saw that gap up last Wednesday, and it's just been a runaway train from there. I was looking for it to move. First, I thought maybe it would find a little supply here, then the 200-day moving average. And now we're up beyond the anchor from the all-time high, in fact. So just a massive move there. The best little intraday trade for me today was actually later in the afternoon, right over here, as it reclaimed that volume weighted average price. It doesn't look like much until you do it like that, and then put the stop under here. And then it was a beautiful afternoon trade. So that to me was my money trade in Tesla for today, because unfortunately I got rid of my swing trade and didn't participate on this beautiful gap up and go.
You got rid of the swing. It didn't take very long. What's interesting is I remember when you came on, you were talking about that. I'm like, oh, well, how fast can we get to that top of the trend on Tesla? Yeah, well, whatever. It'll probably happen after the holiday. Give it a couple of weeks. Like, when's it going to be? And then you get the deliveries, and it bucks expectations. But you have to be looking at the stock first. You've got to notice that pattern. And we talk all the time about throwing ideas out there and going over a million charts and a million setups. That's why you put in the work. Because quite frankly, Tesla was in a consolidation for a while that didn't make a lot of sense to people that usually follow Tesla. Very tight range. You knew it would start to be Tesla again. And the idea is just to be ready when it was. So good on you. And not falling asleep on it, trading it in the afternoon when it made that VWAP bounce. The trend is your friend. As Obi on the show likes to say, the second part till the end when it bends. But I want to maybe fast forward to tomorrow. So it's a holiday shortened week. We got a half day tomorrow. As you mentioned, when you anchor that VWAP to that all-time high, it kind of tagged that already. I'm a little bit cautious about Tesla going in tomorrow on a half day after what we saw today. What are your thoughts, A, trading on the half day, and B, just with Tesla specifically tomorrow and then maybe the rest of the week as well after such a ridiculous move up?
I think it obviously seems like it's due for some consolidation, but finishing right here at the highs at the end of the day would tell you that that's just what we think. We have to look at what we're seeing on the price action, and it just continues to move higher. If I still had some swing trade position, and I don't, I would say this to me is the most recent relevant higher low, the afternoon low where it did undercut that volume weighted average price briefly today. That is the most recent relevant higher low. So I would have a stop under there to protect these beautiful gains, because we still have a declining 200-day moving average. And when the 200-day moving average is declining and we get these big runs, we often see consolidation, and then maybe something like this over the next couple of weeks. That would really be something nice to see, is for it to calm down, pull back down towards that 210 level or so, and then be prepared for a bigger move based on what we're seeing on the weekly time frame.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, again, you got to have that plan of action, and it's so true. Like, you expect a consolidation, but it's one thing to anticipate a certain thing happening in the market so that you're ready if it does, but if it doesn't, hey, a trader is just being prepared. It doesn't mean you have to take what you expect to happen. You get yourself in a lot of trouble. Oh, I think this stock is going to do this, so I'm just going to go short because I'm expecting it to hold resistance, all that good stuff. So I want to get your thoughts here on Chipotle if we can. CMG.
Yeah, but just my thought on that as well, Neil. One of my phrases I love to say is anticipate all the potential scenarios and then wait for price confirmation before you commit your hard-earned money, and then manage risk. I wrote that in that book probably 20 times, and I've said it 10,000 times over the last couple decades. But to me, that's the way it is. It's just we have to be prepared, and then once we have the confirmation, that's when we commit. So back to CMG, as you were saying. CMG, I'm in the same camp as you, that it was